Undead Mecha. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story and all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 151, Fusion of Godhead. This is a divine power. Wouldn't it be a waste if we don't fuse it? That's us. If a peak saint level being obtained the divine power, they would absolutely fuse it immediately without a second thought. Lianon's face was filled with anxiety. If she hadn't been reluctant to give up her dual talents in thunder and sky, and knew she could reach the divine rank, she would have long since fused it. After such a long observation, he was convinced that Kenolite was not a murderer. Even if she fused with a divine power, Kenolite would not kill her. The others knew the same thing. Waste? How could it be a waste? Kenolite already has two undead pets. Fusing them isn't the best option. Mingaya Asinu's words immediately made Kenolite understand. Jingbeo, however, was stunned and asked, "Is it the holy undead dragon or the zombie lord?" Jingbeo asked, but she believed the perfect divine power would be the holy undead dragon. Only then could the divine power be fully unleashed. As for the zombie lord, its talent wasn't particularly high. In other powerful planes, holy level undead were plentiful, and even divine level ones were plentiful. However, Mingaya Asinu's answer contradicted hers. It's the zombie lord. With its half-step saint rank fused with a godhead, it won't be long before it reaches the saint rank. Within a few decades, it'll reach the god level. As for the undead holy dragon, it's gradually awakening. Its innate talent is formidable, and fusing it with a godhead would be a waste of it. Even in the god realm, there aren't many holy dragons. Mingaya Asinu's words made sense, and Kenolite agreed. Although the zombie lord was only a half-step saint, in the undead realm, saint-level zombie lords were likely everywhere. Without strong talent, they would naturally be abandoned, but following him to roam the god and demon continent was enough. Of course, if the opportunity arose, Kenolite wouldn't mind enhancing the zombie lord's abilities, but that would have to wait. With this in mind, Kenolite released the zombie lord. With his strength, he could already conceal his presence, even close enough. The holy sea of light wouldn't necessarily be able to sense it. The so-called recognition of mastership was simple, a drop of blood. Though the zombie lord was undead, he was now half-living, so he still had some blood. He forced a few drops of blood from the zombie lord and dripped them onto the divine nature. The divine nature shone with a gray light, quickly transforming into a streak of gray light that entered the zombie lord's body. Instantly, the zombie lord's spirit trembled, his entire body underwent a dramatic transformation. Even Kenolite could sense a subtle shift in his facial expression, as if a hint of spirituality had emerged. For an undead soul to attain spirituality, it must at least reach the saint level. The zombie lord's clear transformation at this moment clearly indicated that he was very close to that level. After returning the zombie lord to the undead pet dimension to allow it to slowly evolve, Kenolite looked at the women. After a moment's contemplation, he solemnly stated, "This time, in collaboration with the Dark Council and the Unira family, the supply of weapons will undoubtedly be substantial. Since I won't have time to stop, one person must remain behind. I'll pass on all the technology to her. Who of you will stay?" Kenolite's words caused the 5 women to exchange glances. They naturally understood the importance of this matter. Staying meant gaining access to the secrets of all the weapons. It seemed that, aside from Kenolite, even Jingbeo knew these secrets. The significance of this was self-evident. To remain, one must possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, a surprise attack or a rebellion by the underlings would be irreversible. Instead of achieving success, the secret might be revealed. The secrets of the weapons were so immense that everyone coveted them. To achieve their goals, they would resort to any means necessary. Even if Jingbeo remained, there was no guarantee of success. After all, Jingbeo only possessed the undead behemoths, not Kenolite's zombie lords or numerous mecha warriors. If you want me to stay, just ask directly. Besides me, who else has the ability? Just leave Finghuaxu and the other 2 girls here, and I'll give them a good lesson. Mingaya Asinu spoke, rolling her eyes at Kenolite. If anyone could handle these matters, it was undoubtedly Mingaya Asinu. She possessed extraordinary insight and undoubtedly possessed special means, Otherwise, her noble appearance wouldn't have deterred those scoundrels. Kano's initial intention was to keep Mingaya Arsenu, as he had no other options. Leaving everyone else behind wouldn't have been enough. Not only would things not be handled properly, but they would likely be botched, which would have been a loss. Another reason for keeping Mingaya Arsenu was his distrust of her. Kano simply didn't believe a God King level being, constantly by his side, had some hidden agenda. With this in mind, Kano came up with an idea. Since the deal with the Dark Council and the Unira family was inevitable, it would be better to let Mingaya Arsenu stay put. The price he would pay was the weapon manufacturing methods. Of course, the maximum scope of these weapons was only bombs. As for missiles, they were not something he would give away easily. If Mingaya Arsenu had other intentions and betrayed him, giving these things away would actually make him feel at ease. He could still afford to lose just the bomb technology. Mingaya Arsenu agreed to take on Kano's mission, which made Kano feel relieved. To be honest, Kano really didn't want to be an enemy of Mingaya Arsenu. Having such an opponent was not a good thing. Okay, I'll tell you everything after the auction. I've assigned Galinia to deliver the auction items. When we leave, do you want him to accompany you? He's only a junior great swordsman, and his aptitude isn't very good. Advancing to the saint level is a hassle, so I think we'll just forget it. Kano said nothing. He knew Mingaya Arsenu must have a trump card. At least, it would be impossible for the divine demon continent to touch her. As for not wanting Galinia, it was naturally because Galinia was Kano's confidant. Her presence would serve as a watchdog. Kano had to show his relationship, but he couldn't force her. Mingaya Arsenu knew this, so she rejected the idea outright. This outcome was a good one for both of them. Kano picked out the illusion magic cores and threw them all into the pet space. If the illusion monster could advance quickly, it would be a huge help to him. After all, both the power of its illusion and the boost to his mental strength would be a leap forward for Kano. Oh, by the way, you have 2 divine grade light jades. Give them both to me. You're useless now anyway, the Dark Council knows you won't need them. So they have ulterior motives. I guess they're planning to take them back later. Maybe they've already tampered with them. Oh, here you go. Hearing Mingaya Axienu's kind reminder, Kano almost immediately took the 2 divine grade light jades from his interspatial ring and gave them to Mingaya Axienu without a second thought, not even bothering to ask what she wanted. This wasn't because Kano was being magnanimous. As Mingaya Axienu had said, he had no use for the divine grade light jades. Keeping them in his phone was a waste of energy and might even lead to him being plotted against. Mingaya Axienu must have some use for them. Giving them to her, even if it was a test, would also deepen their relationship. The 3 women of Jingbeo were naturally reluctant to accept Kano's generosity. Those were divine grade light jades, few of which existed in the entire divine and demon continent. Kano's casual gift of them clearly showed favoritism towards Mingaya Axienu. However, they also knew that Mingaya Axienu had a heavy responsibility this time, so they simply curled their lips and acquiesced. Aren't you going to ask me why I need these 2 divine-level luminous jades? Mingaya Axienu's feminine demeanor drew a wave of astonishment from everyone around them. Seeing Mingaya Axienu like this was truly remarkable. Especially now, Mingaya Axienu's gaze seemed to penetrate the heart. If Kano lied at this moment, he would be instantly exposed. At least, that was what Kano believed. I don't care about those 2 divine-level luminous jades. In comparison, I care more about you. Kano's expression was calm, but he could clearly see the hint of disappointment in Mingaya Axienu's eyes. Though it was fleeting, it left Kano with an inexplicable pain in his heart. Your words hurt, but I haven't felt this way in a long time. Thank you. I'll have Thinghuaxuayu come find you later. We don't need to meet again. Mingaya Arsenu finished speaking, closing her eyes and sitting quietly in her chair. The others, knowing it was not the right time to speak, chose silence. After a brief walk, Pruzin returned to the VIP room. He was well aware of Domirdan's departure. Did that gentleman just now come to trade? No, he came to offer his sincerity. Sincerity, yes, his sincerity exceeds my initial expectations. That satisfies me. Pruzin could see a hint of excitement in Kano's expression. Anything that could excite a calm man like Kano must be of extraordinary value. Thinking of this, Pruzin suddenly felt uncertain. He had already sent someone back to retrieve a secret treasure from the family, but he wasn't sure if he could truly impress the man before him. May I ask what kind of sincerity you seek from the Dark Council? I'd like to compare and confirm that mine isn't too lacking. I'm afraid my sincerity will severely undermine your confidence. As the head of a family, I can handle it quite well. 50 pieces of luminous jade, Kano said calmly, spreading his palm. Upon hearing his words, Prozin's face changed, his lips twitching. Luminous jade, perhaps only the Dark Council could produce it. Each luminous jade was at least a peak level 9th level luminous angel. 50 of them, what a concept. The Dark Council actually offered such a price, you could easily imagine how tempting Kano's weapon was. Choosing to cooperate was absolutely the right choice. Chapter 152, Heritage Beads and Magic Cloak. Lord Kano is a necromancer, right? Plushin's tone was incredibly cautious, startling Kano. His mention of Warrior City and Moonwatching Valley had already revealed his identity. If Plushin couldn't figure out who he was, it was pure stupidity. Kano wasn't afraid to reveal his strength, because the Dark Council had no intention of causing trouble for him. Instead, they were asking where the most necromancers were, and that was undoubtedly the Dark Council. Indeed, so your sincerity is related to necromancers. Indeed, our family discovered an ancient ruin a long time ago, though it didn't contain much. However, we found the body of an explorer inside, and a very special item in his space ring. This item is of great value, especially for a necromancer, the inheritance bead, Kano spoke, drawing Jingbao's gaze. The last inheritance bead had belonged to Kano, much to her disappointment. She couldn't believe it was Kano's again this time. If it was hers, her strength would soar again. While a direct breakthrough to the mage level wouldn't be possible, advancing to the advanced level would be easy. Kano's words stunned Pruzin. He hadn't expected Kano to know about the inheritance bead. After all, it took them a long time to find it when they first received it. He then looked at the sutra treasure beside him, who looked incredibly interested. It seemed he, too, knew about the inheritance bead. Yes, it's the inheritance bead. The inheritance bead can only be given to necromancers, and it belongs to a specific necromancer. Even if another necromancer obtains it, they can't use it. This is a nice gesture, but not enough. Give me some other compensation. Magic cores, magic metals. The inheritance bead was indeed important to Kano, but it would be meaningless in the hands of someone else. He was making a deal with someone, and he wouldn't compromise his sincerity just because he needed something. In the past, he might have been content with the inheritance bead and refused the rest, but now, he wouldn't do that. Moreover, now that he knew of the existence of the necromancer inheritance bead, if Pruzin refused to give it to him, he wouldn't hesitate to seize it. From the time he was old enough to understand, the law of the jungle had been his motto. Only when he was truly defeated would he consider the possibility of equality. Pruzin didn't know what Kano was thinking. If he had, he would have certainly distanced himself from him. Collaborating with such a person was an extremely dangerous undertaking. Alright, our Unera family doesn't have much magic metal, but we do have a fair share of magic cores. We can't possibly offer as much as the Dark Council, over 3,000 magic cores, 2,000 pounds of magic metal, and 1,000 cubic meters of iron. Pruzin's tone was incredibly serious. This was the limit of their family's resources. After all, a single family couldn't compete with a major power, let alone a principality like the Mercenary Kingdom. The 3,000 magic cores were undoubtedly primarily mid-level, and the highlight was the 1,000 cubic meters of iron. He undoubtedly recalled the theft of the iron from Warrior City and believed Kano was desperately short of it. However, these 1,000 cubic meters of iron did solve a significant problem for Kano. At least in the short term, he will add another 2,000 to 3,000 mecha warriors, primarily consisting of level 9 magic cores, along with 10 giant mecha warriors. It seems his unexpected arrival in the Mercenary Kingdom was a stroke of luck. Otherwise, it would have taken who knows how long to achieve his current strength in the Magic Empire. Your family should have another treasure, perhaps as a token of your sincerity. Mingaya Arsenu suddenly spoke, her tone calm. Upon hearing Mingaya Arsenu's words, Pruzin's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely unnatural. What are you talking about? Magic cloak? What magic cloak? Is it a magic item? The words magic cloak seemed to carry a demonic tone, causing Pruzin's face to change drastically. He shuddered, then immediately denied it. His nervousness made it clear that the magic cloak existed, and it was extraordinary. Mingaya Arsenu mentioned it, so it must exist. And if Kano couldn't use it, she certainly wouldn't have mentioned it. For him to be able to use it, it had to be at least a high-level magic item. Magic cloaks are generally used for invisibility. High-level magical items can even evade the mental detection of a mage. Keri stared at Pruzan in silence, eager to see how Pruzan could have justified the disappearance of the magic cloak. Feeling Keri's gaze, Pruzan's expression darkened. The family did indeed possess a magic cloak, a legacy passed down from Unera's time. Its rarity was truly exceptional in the continent of gods and demons. Well, our family does possess a magic cloak, passed down from the first patriarch. It possesses the special effect of invisibility, making it invisible even up close. However, it only works against those below the saint level, and while invisible, one cannot emit Dao-ki or magical attacks, but I'd like to know how you knew this. I'm the only one in our family who knows this. It's the top secret of our Unera family. Pruzan stared at Mingaya Arseniu, furious. The partnership couldn't be cancelled, so his magic cloak couldn't be kept. This was why he had given away so many items at once. With a magic cloak, the family wouldn't decline. It was the family's trump card, the guarantee of its continuation. However, the Unera family has been unlucky, with its magician steadily dwindling. Currently, there aren't even any talented mages left. The strength of the first family rests entirely on its warriors. I'm a fortune teller. Mingaya Arseniu didn't seem to be hiding this fact, and she even wanted to use it to intimidate Pruzan. After all, the reputation of a fortune teller was terrifying, their foresight terrifying even gods. Pruzan was stunned for a moment. A fortune teller, wasn't that a legendary entity? And the fortune teller's appearance also meant that chaos was about to break out. Seeing Kenwa, Pruzan seemed to realize the root of the chaos: cooperation with the Church of Light, the Dark Council, and the Orc Empire, the massacre at the City Lord's mansion in Warrior City, the sneak attack in Moon Valley. All of this showed that the continent of gods and demons was no longer peaceful. Perhaps Kenwa was just a fuse, but he had already started a war. The mercenary kingdom was not strong enough to protect itself, let alone the Unera family. If it were just an ordinary small family, it would be fine, but the Unera family was a large family, the founding family of the mercenary kingdom. Once faced with a war, it would be either glory or destruction, with no other choice. So at this time, he had no choice. Risking everything to unite with Kenwa might be his only option. Alright, I'll give you the magic cloak, but I hope you won't cooperate with anyone else except me, at least in the guild kingdom. I know you're powerful and possess extraordinary means, but the foundation of our Unera family is no joke. Pruzan's expression grew unusually serious as he spoke. His desperate gamble had pushed the family to the brink of doom. If the family didn't thrive, it would be doomed. As the current head of the family, he certainly didn't want this to happen. Hence, his threat to Keri: if they failed, they would perish together with Keri. It sounds scary, but don't forget the fortune teller beside you. She will stay in the capital of the mercenary kingdom and trade with you and the Dark Council. Don't worry, the guild kingdom has chosen you as its only partner. If you wish, we can also sell weapons to other principalities, but I advise you not to do that, as it will do you no good. If it's not a surprise attack, it won't be effective. Besides, not everyone can be the first to step in. Don't worry, I know my family's capabilities. As long as you don't reveal the secret, I will remain hidden. And it's best to keep the Dark Council secret as well. No problem, they're only suited to hiding. If they do show up, there'll be enough for the Church of Light to destroy. Kenwa spoke the truth. He truly didn't look down on the Dark Council. After spending so much time in the dark, they had become accustomed to it. They could launch surprise attacks and cause some trouble for the Church of Light. A duel between the two sides could even be evenly matched. But the Dark Council alone couldn't rule the human kingdom, because humans didn't want to be ruled by darkness. Okay, I'll deliver everything I promised you within 3 days. However, I need some samples now. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, it's easy. Kenwa smiled, and with a flick of his hand, a blaster appeared in his hand. With the advent of laser weapons, blasters have become obsolete. Kenwa had kept this one as a souvenir. Upon receiving the blaster and its ammunition, Pruzan was immediately puzzled. Although he was a formidable master swordsman, he simply didn't know how to use the blaster. Kenwa took the blaster without hesitation, loaded it, and fired a single shot at the opposite wall. The auction's VIP room was encircled by a magic circle, capable of withstanding attacks from swordsmen. Naturally, Kenwa's movements would remain invisible. The instant the bullet struck the wall, the shrapnel scattered, scarring the surrounding wall. The massive hole in the center was particularly evident, revealing its power. It's truly astonishing, there's not even a trace of magic. If it were a surprise attack, wouldn't it be easy to kill the mage? That's what I think. It's indeed possible. And this is just the power of one single blow. If there were 10 or 100 of them, killing a swordsman or a great swordsman wouldn't be impossible. It's not impossible, just very unlikely. Pruxin, with his brilliant imagination, understood this perfectly. However, there were only a few warriors in the entire divine and demonic continent. 99% of them were swordsmen, and a nation without soldiers couldn't win a war. Chapter 153, Auction Competition 1. Prusin's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the blaster in his hand. At this moment, he cared nothing for the magic cloak or the inherent speed. To him, the blaster was supreme, the future of their Unira family. After such a long delay, the auction finally began. As if this auction was different, the auction hall was practically packed. Everyone's face was brimming with excitement, as if they were about to snag the treasure. The others, on the other hand, could only watch. What's being auctioned this time? Why are so many magicians here? Seeing their excitement, could it be a Saint-grade magic core? A Saint-grade magic core wasn't a big deal to Keno. He already had over a dozen Saint-grade magic cores, plus several pieces of bright jade. He had just given away 2 divine-grade bright jade and even given his pet a divine power. But for Prusin, the value of a Saint-grade magic core was immeasurable. Even across the entire divine and demon continent, a Saint-grade magic core only appeared once every 100 years. And each time it did, it was eagerly sought after, ultimately falling into the hands of powerful forces. The Dark Council and the Church of Light are both supreme powers on the continent of gods and demons. Even the Ice and Snow Temple and the Magic Empire cannot compare to them. Even if the Elves, the Sword God Empire, and the Orc Empire were added, they still couldn't match the power of these 2 major powers. This is because behind both the Church of Light and the Dark Council are gods. Moreover, these are not ordinary gods, but supreme gods. They only need to contribute what the supreme gods need in exchange for their gifts. Magic metals and magic cores are considered precious on the continent of gods and demons, but to the supreme gods, they are simply garbage. They just take up space in their warehouses. For example, among Kaner's 2090 level magic cores, there isn't a single one of the time, space, thunder, ice, wind, light, or dark elements. What does this mean? It means that these magic cores have been carefully selected. The Dark Council must have some with special properties, but they are reluctant to give them away. Saving them for crafting magic items is naturally the best choice. Lord Kanu, you're joking. The Royal City Auction House has never auctioned a Saint-grade magic core. If there were a Saint-grade magic core, it would have been seized by the royal family long ago. How could it be known, let alone auctioned? This time, the item being auctioned is a monster egg. Moreover, it seems to have unusual attributes. It's just that the auction house can't determine what kind of monster it is. After hearing this news, many magicians have come to try their luck. If it has special attributes, wouldn't it be a huge profit? Kano understood the reason. The probability of monster eggs being discovered by humans is indeed very low, second only to Saint-grade magic cores. This is because monsters protect their eggs very secretly, making them impossible for humans to find. Even if they could find them, the chances of successfully stealing the eggs are slim. If a monster cannot protect its eggs, it usually destroys them. The monsters of Kano and others all recognize their masters directly. This kind of recognition is naturally not as good as cultivating monsters from the egg stage. Both loyalty and talent are far inferior. Only one person can bid for a monster egg. From the looks of it, it seems they're planning to auction off other items to accompany the auction of this monster egg. The royal family has also offered other items. Besides the Thunder Gem, which can unleash magical attacks, and the high-level monster core, there's also reportedly a pet ring, a must-have for any magician, a pet ring. Not only Kenner, but everyone else was also filled with surprise upon hearing this. Space rings are theoretically divided into 2 types, storage rings and pet rings. Storage rings are naturally for storing items, while pet rings are for pets. The only difference between pet rings and pet spaces is that pet rings can instantly summon the pet inside, without the need for a summoning spell. Of course, with every advantage comes a drawback. The drawback of pet rings is that pets can only remain dormant within them. They're practically locked out the same way they were placed in. Consequently, pet rings gradually fell out of favor. After all, no one wants a pet that can't grow. Despite this, the value of pet rings remains inestimable. For example, before a sneak attack, a pet can be transferred from the pet space to the pet ring. When attacking, it can be instantly released into battle. Unfortunately, the material required for pet rings, the void spirit, is so rare and practically extinct. Furthermore, the crafting method has been lost, so pet rings have long been absent from the continent of gods and demons. Even those who possess pet rings tend to keep them hidden, easily concealed from others. While pet rings may present a disadvantage for others, they are not for Keno right now. A zombie lord who has recently merged with a godhead can increase their strength even while dormant, and rapidly. Similarly, phantom demons that have consumed magic cores are usually dormant undead holy dragons. Their days are spent sleeping, unlike other magical familiars who diligently cultivate. It's truly remarkable that the Royal City Auction House could offer such a treasure, but relatively speaking, it's a bit of a gimmick. While there are many magicians these days, few possess magical familiars, and even fewer are worthy of being placed in a pet ring. Unless you encounter an undead mage, it might not be considered particularly important. As for the Thunder Gem, it's a magical gem that can unleash lightning attacks. Its wielder doesn't require any special skills, as long as it's a mage. Of course, for a lightning mage, the Thunder Gem is the perfect medium, allowing them to quickly unleash a variety of lightning magic attacks, operating in a similar way to a magic wand. Thunder Gems are simple synthetic items, and a few appear annually. However, their strength is low, making them easily damaged in battle, making them consumables. My name is Sylvader, the general manager of the Royal City Auction House. I'm sure you all know me, and I guarantee with all my integrity that the items in our Royal City Auction House are absolutely flawless. Knowing that everyone is pressed for time, I won't waste your time. The first item for auction is a Thunder Gem. The starting price is 1,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 100 gold coins. A Thunder Gem is a type of magical gem. Although considered high level, each one is only worth around 1,000 gold coins. In some ways, it's not even as valuable as a level 4 magic core, because it can only unleash its full power in the hands of a lightning mage. In the hands of other mages, the primary focus is on surprise attacks and survival. 1,500 gold coins, someone in VIP room 5 spoke, and from the sound of someone like Jeshi Mipuden, it was obvious that he was asking to curry favor with Lanier Robert. The sudden increase of 500 gold coins gave the impression of a wealthy and powerful individual determined to win. Normally, no one else would bid again. Paying more than 15,000 for a Thunder Gem was a bit of a stretch. 16,000, Kaner said, his voice emanating from VIP room 2, startling everyone. 16 gold coins for a Thunder Gem seemed a bit pricey. However, those in VIP room 5 could hear Kaner's voice clearly. They were a little surprised that Kaner, who had previously crippled Lantis, was now sitting in VIP room 2. VIP room 2 was reserved for the Unira family. Could Kaner have some connection to the Unira family? But since Kaner had already spoken, Jeshi Mipuden didn't want to lash out. 1,600 gold coins was already a high price, and with the auctioneer taking a 10th commission, that still amounted to 160 gold coins. For them, it was a good haul. It was just that the price hadn't been rising steadily, otherwise it might have been even higher. After 3 consecutive bids, with no one bidding further, the item naturally went to Keno. After paying the gold coins and receiving the Thunder Gem, Keno gave it directly to Lianon. This excited Lianon immensely. It seemed as if she had known from the start that Keno was auctioning the Thunder Gem for her. The second item is the brave sword of the Dwarf Master Cruz. It's made of diamond, incredibly sharp and hard, making it a rare weapon even for a great swordsman. The starting bid is 2,000 gold coins, and each bid must be no less than 200 gold coins, Silver said, drawing his heavy sword. A cold light flashed for a long time, seemingly lowering the temperature around him. The sword looked impressive, but the diamond was merely ordinary top-tier forging stone. While it might be adequate for a great swordsman, it still lagged far behind his sword of fear. However, the divine and demonic continent was home to the vast majority of warriors, and the appearance of a fine sword immediately sparked a frenzy of competition. After all, warriors were plentiful, but fine swords were few and far between. 3,000 gold coins, 3,500 gold coins, 5,000 gold coins. The price of the brave sword climbed steadily, a rate that astonished even Kaner. In a blink of an eye, it had reached 5,000 gold coins. Thinking of his abandoned 9 extreme hammer, he suddenly felt the urge to forge iron. Brothers, please give me some face. I really like this weapon. Give it to me for 6,000 gold coins. You're kidding. This is an auction house where the highest bidder wins. I'll offer 6,500 gold coins. Any higher and I won't bid. 700 gold coins. A firm voice boomed. One could even hear the gnashing of teeth. 6,700 gold coins for a dwarven weapon, even one made by a master, was a bit steep. Make it a round number. I'll offer 7,000 gold coins. Another voice rang out from VIP room 5, causing everyone's expressions to darken. The Thunder Gem had just been bid up by 500 gold coins. It seemed they had met someone with deep pockets. The high price of 7,000 gold coins caused everyone to hesitate for a moment. But in the end, they decided to give up. After all, 7,000 gold coins was too much for a fine weapon, and it wasn't even a saint-level weapon. No one is raising the price anymore? If so, this fine weapon belongs to VIP room number 5. It's a fine weapon that can kill a level 9 monster. 7,200 gold coins. Finally, someone couldn't help it and raised the price by 200. If you couldn't hear the tone, it seemed like it was very difficult. Chapter 154, Auction Competition 2. 7,500 gold coins. Meputin's voice returned after a long pause, rounding up the numbers. His determination to seize the épée silenced the previous voice. After 3 consecutive words, with no one speaking, Silvato announced that the épée would belong to VIP room 5. A maid then arrived on a silver tray, revealing a khaki-colored magic core. A level 6 Earthbear magic core, an absolutely top-grade magic core. Even for a wizard, it's the perfect choice. Starting at 10,000 gold coins, with increments of at least 1,000, the surrounding Earth magicians were tempted. No one had many magic cores to spare, and every magician was worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Besides the rewards from their respective countries, they also received regular gifts. Furthermore, Earth magicians were relatively numerous, so the price quickly climbed. 11,000 gold coins, 13,000 gold coins, 15,000 gold coins. The price finally settled at 16,000 gold coins, with no one bidding further. It was bought by a middle-aged Earth mage, who then paid and took possession. Items soon began to be auctioned off one after another, mostly weapons like magic wands and cores. Among them was a fist-sized piece of mithril, which Kano naturally bid for. Mithril is arguably the lowest grade of magical metal, but even a small fly is still meat. Although he already had a lot, he didn't mind buying more. 2 Thunder Gems also came up for auction, and Kano bought them all. He wasn't going to miss out on any of the Thunder Gems at this auction. He didn't bid on anything else, they weren't of much use to him, and buying them all wouldn't be a good idea. 24 items have already been auctioned. Next up is one of the grand prize items, a pet ring. The starting bid is 100,000 gold coins, with each bid incrementing no less than 1,000 gold coins. If you don't have enough gold coins, you can substitute with other items. Silvator's face remained calm, but his hands trembled slightly. It was entirely foreseeable that the appearance of the pet ring would cause a stir. The price would definitely not be less than 150,000 gold coins. For magicians, a few 100,000 gold coins wasn't a lot, especially for mages, who all had 200,000 or 300,000 gold coins. To them, gold was just shiny metal. 150,000 gold coins. VIP room 5 spoke, and immediately raised the bid by 50,000 gold coins. With such wealth, he was undoubtedly a long-time put-in. However, a pet ring wasn't as valuable as a thunder gem or a fine weapon. Any magician with a pet wouldn't give up. 200,000 gold coins. There were many wealthy people, not to mention the branch president of the Magic Guild and the bishop of the Church of Light. How could these two giants allow some small-time scoundrel to make such a fuss? The Bishop of Light opened with a price of 200,000, completely overwhelming the long-time Meputin. Although Meputin had long been unafraid of the Church of Light, he dared not ask too much, fearing the possibility of incurring a grudge. Many of the people, seeing the Bishop of Light speak, fell silent. Any offer would mean offending the Church of Light. At least, this pet ring wasn't worth the effort. Some were afraid, while others weren't. For example, the branch president of the Magic Guild. 260,000, he suddenly raised the price by 60,000, 10,000 more than the previous price offered by the Church of Light. A clear move against the Church of Light. The Bishop of Light didn't care. The battle between the two sides would be long, and initially it would be difficult to determine the winner. 270,000, 280,000, 290,000, 310,000, the two completely ignored the others, raising the price by 10,000. By then, the others knew there was no hope and simply wanted to watch the show, to see who would emerge victorious. 500,000, just then, a hoarse voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, only to find a black-robed figure among the crowd speaking. A chilling aura emanated from him, making those around them retreat. A necromancer. Almost as soon as the black-robed figure spoke, everyone knew his identity. No one else would dress like that, let alone speak like that. While necromancers were considered a crime in the gods and demons continent, and would be killed immediately upon discovery, this was only true in the human realm, and not in the guild kingdoms. After all, the guild kingdoms were ruled by the Dark Council, where even the Church of Light struggled. If they openly challenged the Dark Council, the consequences would be predictable. In theory, necromancers represented the Dark Council, this was common knowledge. 600,000, the necromancer's voice wasn't surprising enough. What was even more surprising was that someone dared to bid at that moment. Everyone looked towards VIP room 2, wondering who the Unira family had come from. After all, with the power of the Unira family, there was no way they could challenge the Holy Sea of Light, the Dark Council, or even the Magic Empire. It was obvious that there were other people inside. Hearing Kanner's offer, Prozen's eyes twitched. He would have to cover half of Kanner's auction fees, which was likely quite a bit this time. He hadn't expected Kenner to be so interested in the pet ring, it looked like he wouldn't let it go easily. 600,000 gold coins might be a lot for others, but for the Holy Sea of Light, the Dark Council, and the Magic Empire, it was a drop in the bucket. He could only hope that Kenner would give up, or that the auction price wouldn't be too high, otherwise, a hefty loss would be inevitable. Most importantly, with Kenner's words, regardless of whether they could obtain the pet ring, the Unira family would be the center of attention. He could only hope that this incident wouldn't become too drastic. Hey, who's in VIP room 2? The Unira family doesn't have the courage to do that, the necromancer's hoarse voice echoed again, asking the question everyone wanted to know. Kenner, however, showed no interest in him and naturally didn't bother to answer. Kenner could choose not to answer, but Prozen couldn't, otherwise, his family might be expelled tomorrow. The person being auctioned is a distinguished guest of our Unira family. I hope you gentlemen won't take it too seriously. Today, our Unira family will contribute half the auction gold coins. As a token of our apologies, auctions are run on the highest bidder. There's no such thing as offending anyone. Since someone's offered, let's proceed. 600,000 gold coins isn't much, I love him. 800,000, the Bishop of Light spoke coldly, unashamedly mocking the necromancer. If fighting wasn't an option, cursing was. HMPH. Am I short on gold coins? 800,000 gold coins, you're not shy about that. I'll offer 900,000. 1 million, the necromancer had barely finished his words when Kenner's voice rang out again. The Magic Guild president, who had been about to speak, fell silent almost immediately. 1 million gold coins was already a very high level, after all, even a kingdom's fiscal revenue is only a few million. The auctioneer's commission could reach 100,000 gold coins at once, equivalent to their monthly income. Silvador rarely experienced auctions like this, and he felt this one was a bit unusual. Perhaps the price could be even higher. 1,100,000. If you raise the price any higher, I won't take it. I'll get it eventually, anyway, so I'm not in a hurry. The necromancer's words were clearly a threat. Most people would be somewhat intimidated by such a threat, and Prozen was a prime example. But for Kenner, he didn't care about anyone below the saint rank, a mere mid-level necromancer. Why would he care? The Bishop of Light, meanwhile, seemed to be watching the show. If Kenner continued to raise the price, it meant he wasn't afraid of the Dark Council, and naturally, the Church of Light. 1,110,000, Kenner only raised the price by 1,000 gold coins this time, and the necromancer suddenly exuded a deadly aura. While he certainly wouldn't bid here, outside the auction house, that was a different story. The Bishop of Light looked towards VIP room 2 with a touch of interest. Anyone who dared to oppose the Dark Council was of interest to the Church of Light. If possible, they would naturally cooperate. 1,111,000 gold coins. Any bidders? If not, then the pet ring belongs to VIP room 2, Silvado asked 3 times, but no one responded. Without a doubt, the item belonged to Kano. 1,100,000 gold coins was a large sum, but Kano happened to have it. Nevertheless, he offered 500,000 gold coins and some miscellaneous items in exchange for the pet ring. Kano had amassed a considerable amount of space rings during the battle at Moon Valley. They contained millions of gold coins, and miscellaneous items totaling over 1 million. Because sensitive issues had yet to be resolved, he was handing it over to the auction house. Looking at the pet ring in his hand, Kano smiled broadly. The undead holy dragon was fine, but the zombie lord would soon make his home here. Both Miputin and Lanai Robert could hear Kano's voice. They were naturally shocked by his offer of 1 million for a pet ring. Considering that the entire Cheyenne city's annual tax revenue was only a few 100,000 gold coins, how far had Kano grown? Even more shocking was that Kano dared to confront the Dark Council and the Church of Light. This required not only courage but also strength. This was his fiancée in Cheyenne City. Why hadn't he been so outstanding back then? Otherwise, Kano and her would have had a child long ago. Lanai Robert shook his head, annoyed at himself for having such thoughts. Thinking of Kano's wives, his imbalance deepened. Okay, the grand prize pet ring has been auctioned off. Now let's move on to the next one. This time, it's an interesting item that I believe many magicians will like. As Silver said this, 4 burly men came up carrying a wooden box. Judging by their struggling expressions, it was clear that the box contained something heavy. Silverdo's introduction just now was very simple. So naturally others didn't pay much attention to it. Maybe it was just something new and novel. Chapter 155, Auction Competition 3. But once the object was opened, everyone was stunned. The Bishop of Light, the necromancer, and the Magic Guild president almost instantly stood up, faces filled with disbelief. Had they not been in the VIP room, they would have likely noticed something unusual long ago. What is this? A magic puppet made of steel. It's so small, what good is it? A small thing like this is only worth 100 or 2 gold coins, Pruzin said with a hint of amusement at the sight of the mecha warriors below. The magic puppets of the gods and demons continent are usually several meters in size, their purpose being to intimidate and attack enemies with force. Kano's first generation of mecha warriors were only half a meter in size, equipped only with an alloy sword and shield. They looked relatively frail and were not on the same level as the magic puppets. Furthermore, those who had actually seen Kano's mecha warriors were almost all dead, and those who remained kept it a secret. Naturally, these people were incapable of knowing. Silvato, what is this? A pile of scrap metal, or a new work of art by the master? Judging from the material, the sword and shield are pretty good. I'll pay 100 gold coins for the sword and shield. As for the Iron Man, forget it. Is this a magic puppet? How come there's not even any magic metal? They're auctioning off even things like this. When did the Royal City Auction House lower its standards? It looks pretty good to me. It would be nice to buy it and put it on display. Everyone talked about it and were not optimistic about the mecha warriors at all. However, Silverdo at this time was embarrassed and said helplessly, "Everyone, be quiet." The person who sent it to the auction said that this item can be auctioned at a high price. In addition, we have already collected a handling fee of 10,000 gold coins. According to the rules of the auction, we still have to go through the formalities. The starting price of this iron golem is 100,000 gold coins, and each increase in price must not be less than 10,000 gold coins, Silverdo said helplessly, feeling depressed. If the auctioneer had not given a commission of 10,000 gold coins in advance, their Royal City auction house would not auction it no matter what. Having received a commission of 10,000 gold coins, no matter how much the item fetched at auction, it had nothing to do with them. Thinking that way, they weren't really at a disadvantage. 100,000 gold coins for such a junky thing. Whoever buys it is, what a unique magical puppet. I'd love to study it. I'll offer 100,000 gold coins, and no one should compete with me, a noble scoffed disdainfully, but before he could finish his words, a mage offered 100,000 gold coins. He looked as if he was interested in studying the mecha warrior. The noble's face suddenly changed when he saw the mage speak. He hurriedly stood up and apologized. "I'm sorry, Master Lickham, what I said just now. It's okay, it's okay. I just suddenly became interested." "Perhaps it's really as useless as you said." Lickham's nonchalant expression made the young noble wipe his sweat fiercely. But just as he finished his words, a voice shocked the entire auction house. 10 million gold coins. It was the Bishop of Light who spoke. and everyone else thought they'd misheard. Such a piece of junk was actually being auctioned for 10 million gold coins, and it was the Bishop of Light who spoke. "Your Excellency, you're kidding? You're kidding? Do you think I'm kidding?" Silvator spoke, his face filled with disbelief. The others were similarly convinced they'd misheard. 10 million gold coins was more than the mercenary kingdom's annual revenue. They didn't know, however, that the Bishop of Light was incredibly shocked. He hadn't even imagined someone would auction off this magic puppet. If he had known, he would have taken a group of men and robbed it. Kaner's mecha warriors all had self-destruct systems. Despite careful attempts by the Holy Sea of Light, they hadn't caught a single one. What could they possibly learn from just a few broken parts? Now that a finished product was right before his eyes, he naturally wanted it at all costs. He also knew that the Dark Council's necromancers and the branch presidents of the Magic Guild wouldn't let him go. Whoever got the item first would have the upper hand. As for directly seizing it, that was out of the question. The other two would kill him immediately if he tried, and there was no telling what the Holy See would say. Furthermore, they all knew the item's origin, so they would definitely have to pay a price for it. Otherwise, the deal with Kenner would definitely fall through, and the losses would be substantial. A single Saint Grade magic core was worth around 1 million. The Bishop of Light had asked for 10 million, equivalent to the Mercenary Kingdom's annual net profit, a significant sum by comparison. After all, a country's earnings require various expenses, with military spending being the largest. Besides that, there are also official salaries and magician training. A net income of 10 million is already quite impressive. 20 million, 50 million, 100 million, that's too much trouble. I'll offer 20 light jades, ridiculous. We'll offer 30 dark hearts, the necromancer sneered and offered 20 light jades. Light jades were worth more than a Saint Grade magic core and were completely unsaleable. If measured in gold coins, it would be at least 200 million. 200 million, what a concept. Even the annual net fiscal revenue of an empire is only 200 million. Yet, the Bishop of Light opened his mouth and offered 30 dark hearts. The Dark Angel's energy is concentrated in its heart, and its dark heart is like a light jade. 30 dark hearts are equivalent to 30 light jade. Your things are too precious, we in the Magic Empire can't afford them. But what we lack most is gems. I'll offer 500 million gems and magic scrolls. The Magic Empire is home to the most magical minds, and its magicians, through continuous research, have now mastered the art of producing magical gems. Magic gems are essential for crafting magic scrolls, especially high-level magic scrolls, which require a vast quantity. The Magic Empire's annual export of magic scrolls and magic gems is enormous, their mainstay. The magic scrolls, in particular, are stockpiled in vast quantities, and they also possess a considerable number of high-level and forbidden magic scrolls. It's precisely because of this wealth that the Holy Sea of Light dares not offend. After all, no matter how many people you have, a barrage of forbidden spells from them would be too much for even a saint-level warrior, let alone a god-level warrior. In the blink of an eye, the price soared to 50 light jades. Not only did the auctioneers, but even Kenner hadn't expected it. Both the Dark Council and the Holy Sea of Light had asked him for the mech warrior's production method, but he flatly refused, firmly telling them he wouldn't sell it. Now that he thought about it, his actions today had been too hasty. Perhaps he should have been more cautious. At least at this moment, he couldn't afford to offend these three behemoths. Even the dumbest of the people around knew that this seemingly worthless Iron Man was of extraordinary value, and moreover, something that the Holy Sea of Light, the Dark Council, and the Magic Empire needed. Finghuaxuayu, Gluteus, go talk to those three guys. If they're willing to pay 2 gout heads and 100 light jades worth of something, I'll give them a mech warrior. As for the Magic Empire, I only want magic scrolls and magic medals, or a thunder gem would be fine. As for this one, let it go unsold, Kenner casually spoke, and Gluteus and the other two immediately opened the door and left. Meanwhile, Pruzan, standing nearby, stared at Kenner in shock. From what Kenner had just said, he could tell that the object below was called a mecha warrior, and it belonged to Kenner. However, he hadn't expected Kenner to offer such a price, 2 divine powers for the equivalent of 100 light jades. With such an exorbitant price, wasn't he afraid that the other party would send the Holy Order to kill him? At this point, he was certain that his choice was correct. However, he felt he should be more cautious and perhaps change the punishment for his son, Lantis. Kenner didn't care much about Pruzan. As a partner, the more cautious they were, the better. He had considered the Holy Order's pursuit of Kano, but he quickly decided against it, especially now. If the three factions dispatched the Holy Order to hunt Kano, it would undoubtedly cause a major disturbance. The most important issue is that if the pursuit failed, Kano would likely defect to another faction. This was something that no faction wanted to see. Therefore, they all chose to remain silent, refusing to act until Kano truly challenged their limits. After all, Kano looked powerful, but in their eyes, he was completely vulnerable. His true strength was only that of a high-level mage. Most importantly, the situation on the continent of gods and demons is extremely sensitive. Now is not the right time to act. The three men left shortly before returning. The result, unsurprisingly, was that all three parties agreed. Silverado wasn't as excited as he'd imagined, simply because the auction item was so valuable. It was a hot potato, something even the mercenary kingdom's royal family wouldn't dare touch. And as the person in charge of this event, if anything went wrong, he'd definitely be the royal family's scapegoat, no doubt about it. His only consolation was that none of the three factions were prepared to seize the item by force. Instead, they acted as if they were eager to buy it, as if they had some reservations. I give up, I give up, I give up. After a brief pause, all three parties unexpectedly gave up the auction. While this was somewhat against protocol, Silverado didn't have the courage to offend the three major factions. I give up, too. With this, the Mecha warrior belonged to the magician, but the magician gave up without hesitation. Even a fool could see that the Mecha warrior was extraordinary. If he took it back, he'd be getting a huge bargain. However, it would likely disappear completely the next day. Those shadowy forces were definitely trying to figure out why the Holy See, the Dark Council, and the Magic Empire wanted that Iron Man. They couldn't just be bored and want to get their hands on it for fun, right? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156, Shucking Harvest. The incident with the mech warrior cast a strange light on the auction floor. Meanwhile, the Archbishop of Light, the necromancer, and the head of the magic chapter had all left, while the others were still in shock. The mech warrior had been taken back by Kano, and they had no objection to the auction. While they wanted such a hot potato, they simply didn't have the courage to take it. Galinia casually tossed a mech warrior into a corner, and Jingbeo instantly snatched it away. Galinia then left the auction house, following Kano's instructions. He planned to establish his own power within the mercenary kingdom, ready to play a role when needed. Galinia had no objection to Kano's orders, citing Kano's promise of a divine nature. Kano didn't want to merge with a divine nature because he was confident he could reach the divine level. However, this didn't mean it wasn't important, especially for those who couldn't even reach the saint level. Its importance was undeniable. Even a saint-level master, let alone a mid-level greatsword master like Galinia, would be determined to obtain the divine nature. They would sacrifice everything they had for their lives. The fusion of godhood, from saint rank to god rank, only takes a few decades. If the Dark Council and the Church of Light weren't able to summon angels, they could easily cultivate a large number of saint rank creatures on short notice. Of course, the main problem is that the saint rank is too powerful and difficult to manage. If there were too many of them, it would easily undermine their dominance. The subsequent auction was completely meaningless, everyone left without anyone having to stop it. To Kano's surprise, the final item, a pet egg, was presented to him. This showed that the mercenary kingdom's royal family still had some power. The gift of this monster egg was a gesture of goodwill, hoping that he would not cause trouble in the mercenary kingdom. Kano accepted the monster egg directly, but after examining it in Mingaya Arsenu's hands, he discovered that it was actually a raccoon monster egg. Raccoons are low-level monsters, ranked at most third level, without any magical talent, power, or even attributes. They are docile and are often kept as pets. The appearance of such a monster egg was pure joke. Anyone who bought it would be the biggest joke. Ultimately, however, Mingaya Arsenu took the raccoon monster egg. She explained that she was bored and wanted to raise a level 9 raccoon. Naturally, Kano had no objection. Even if the monster egg contained a divine beast, he wouldn't care. After all, the monster egg wasn't his to begin with. 3 days later, Kano received trade items from the Dark Council of the Holy See of Light and the Magic Empire, and also sent away 3 Mecha warriors, They were merely outdated mecha warriors that he could afford. Even if others learned the technology, so what? They were already outdated. He already had the key technology, the spirit-gathering array. The gifts from the three parties absolutely thrilled Keno. At that moment, he felt like he was on the verge of exhilaration. The holy sea of light didn't send the heart of darkness. Instead, it sent two wood godheads, a mountain of magic metal and 20,000 9th level magic cores. This sheer quantity of magic cores and metal astounded Keno. Unfortunately, the magic metal was merely ordinary mithril. It was unknown how the holy sea of light had procured it. However, with this vast supply of magic metal, his magic metal mech warriors could be unveiled. Powered primarily by light jade, their power was undeniable. The only drawback was that this mountain of magic metal could only produce 2 mech warriors at best, though it could still produce a few more laser cannons for Jingbeo and Ellie's protection. As for the 20,000 9th level magic cores, they presented Keno with a significant challenge. Handling them was a challenge. The sheer volume of them would be a problem. After all, he simply couldn't produce 20,000 mech warriors in such a short time. However, upon opening the Dark Council's interspecial ring, Keno was immediately furious. Besides the 2 water-based godheads, the Dark Council's interspecial ring contained, like the Holy Sea of Light, 20,000 level 9 magic cores in a mountain of mithril. This made Keno wonder the Holy Sea of Light and the Dark Council were colluding. Had these mithril and level 9 magic cores been sent down from the Divine Realm? If so, they were worthless. In the Divine Realm, both level 9 magic cores and mithril were trash. Keno searched through all 40,000 magic cores, but couldn't find any from the space, time, thunder, wind, ice, light, or dark elements. The only ones he found were wood, water, fire, and earth. There were also a few from the mist, poison, and illusion elements. Naturally, Keno singled out the illusion cores and gave them to the Phantom Demon. With so many magic cores, it was likely that it was close to reaching the peak of level 9. This way, he managed to gather 5 mecha warriors. Keno planned to embed 1 or 2,000 of these magic cores into the mecha warriors to increase their driving power. In addition to the laser cannons, he would also add some laser guns to accommodate group attacks. The Magic Empire's space ring did not disappoint him. Although it lacked a divine power, it contained a large number of magic scrolls, thunder gems, and magic cores. There were 10 forbidden level magic scrolls, 5,000 advanced magic scrolls, 1,000 thunder gems, 20 holy level magic cores, and 5,000 9th level magic cores. This further increased Keno's number of giant mecha warriors. It was truly a blessing that the Magic Empire could afford so many holy level magic cores. Such a large treasure was a real thrill for Keno, not only Jingbeo Ellie and the others, but he also gave some away, aiming to give them some self-defense capabilities. Of course, Keno also strictly prohibited them from using magic scrolls under normal circumstances. Becoming dependent on them would be a bad thing. Seeing what he had obtained, Keno suddenly felt incredibly insignificant. The fact that 3 major factions had so easily produced these things only proved that they possessed far more. What about the Ice and Snow Empire and the Sword God Empire? How could they be so far behind? Of course, there were also the elves and the orcs. Had they also shown the same lack of progress as rumored? What about the demons, who frequently connected with the divine and demon continent, and the sea dwellers of the sea? Suddenly, Keno smiled. He realized that his strength was still too low. A brief moment of disappointment didn't last long, as Keno immediately plunged into a frenzy of crafting. With Prusen's help, a weapons production site was quickly secured. While agreeing to manufacture weapons for the Dark Council and Prusen, Keno's mecha warriors were also furiously crafting. He even stayed at the Mercenary King for several more months to await these mecha warriors. The anticipated giant mecha warriors and pure mithril mecha warriors were not built because Keno had his mecha fighters in mind. He had a vague feeling that his mecha fighters were about to achieve a breakthrough. If mecha fighters were developed, their deterrent effect would, to a certain extent, be even greater than that of mecha warriors. After all, the only flying creatures in the current gods and demons continent were the orcs flying orcs, the elves flower elves, and the humans wind magicians. The only established flying units were the royal griffins and the angel dragon riders of the Church of Light. However, in terms of speed, they couldn't even match the mecha fighters. Even the older airplanes would have left them far behind. Furthermore, If Keri could build mecha fighters, he could also create transformable mecha warriors, combining both air and ground capabilities for absolute suppression. At that point, who in the entire gods and demons continent would be his rival? Even annihilating the Church of Light and the Dark Council would be a piece of cake. The thought of this further excited Keri. However, for the time being, he would primarily focus on 9th level magic cores to build a group of mecha warriors, with a target number of 10,000. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to use so many magic cores sent by the 3 major factions? To increase the mech warrior's sustained combat capability, Keri replaced the 1 magic core per mech warrior with 2 level 9 magic cores. This not only enhanced their sustained attack power but also significantly increased their power. Of course, their power was still quite strong during a self-destruction. Once Keri built a mech fighter, the remaining magic cores would be put to good use. Keri's transactions with the Dark Council and prison were all settled in metal ingots, calculated at a rate 100 times the cost. During this period, in addition to building mech warriors, he also stockpiled large quantities of metal ingots, preparing to build mech fighters later in case they ran out of metal. The frenzied metal purchases by the Church of Light, the Dark Council, and the Unira family naturally attracted the attention of others. Soon, the price of metal ingots continued to rise, completely outstripping demand. The Dark Council managed to hold out, but the Unira family could not. Ultimately, Prozin gave up and began to ally with the families that owned iron mines. Keri didn't care about Prozin's affairs at all, it was just a Unira family, and if it wasn't for the metal blocks, he wouldn't want to bother with it. In just 2 months, Keri's 10,000 mecha warriors had reached their goal. At the same time, metal blocks became an extremely scarce and important material. Its price increased 5-fold, and people were almost everywhere looking for iron ore. However, the iron ore in the continent of gods and demons had already been mined, and no matter how hard these people tried, they couldn't find much. Even if they found it occasionally, it would be taken away by the big powers. The auction of the mecha warriors attracted the attention of the Sword God Empire and the Ice and Snow Empire. Both sides sent people to investigate the matter, but the mercenary kingdom was not within their sphere of influence. And it was not easy to investigate, so in the end, no results were obtained, and they could only make simple guesses. But at this time when no one understood, a new round of war was about to spread across the continent of gods and demons. Chapter 157, Shocking Change. Inside the Holy See, the elderly Pope of Light, gazing excitedly at the scroll in his hand, departed from the altar, his face grim as he issued a command. Soon, massive mushroom clouds rose from the Imperial City of Light. Those above the Grand Swordsman level were relatively unscathed, but the rest were filled with horror and wailing. Facing the devastating damage to the Imperial City of Light, the Pope showed no trace of anger or concern. Instead, he sneered and scowled. Prozin's inheritance speed was ultimately confirmed to belong to Jingbao. Because of this, Jingbao's strength, aided by the bead, skyrocketed, quickly reaching the level of a high-level mage. Further breakthroughs to the level of mage were impossible, but the newly acquired inheritance had significantly increased her strength. In single combat, even Keri was no match. While the bead contained no understanding of the laws, it did contain techniques for undead magic and methods for increasing its power. The newly added necromancy spells, in particular, were a source of envy even Keri envied. One of the forced summons involved stealing someone else's undead familiar. While it was only a temporary seizure, the consequences of the other person's undead familiar turning against them were obvious to anyone. Of course, this forced summoning also had requirements. One's mental power must be higher than the opponent's, otherwise, the summoning was impossible. Keri also wanted to learn from the master, but his fatal flaw was still his inability to learn magic. Although he was a necromancer, he only knew the mind blade and the burning spirit fire. Keri had been feeling the need for a breakthrough, so he chose to move forward. He followed Mingaya Arsenu's advice and prepared to visit the warrior kingdom. The Guild Kingdom Alliance consists of 4 major factions: the Mercenary Kingdom, the Knight Kingdom, the Warrior Kingdom, and the Archer Kingdom. The Mercenary Kingdom is the most powerful and also the oldest. The Warrior Kingdom is located north of the Mercenary Kingdom, a half-month's journey away. The roads in between are wide, so it won't take long to reach. Compared to the Mercenary Kingdom's freedom, the Warrior Kingdom stands out as a formidable force. Founded on military might, the Warrior Kingdom is rumored to be a force nurtured by the Sword God Empire, primarily focused on training soldiers. It's widely known as the cradle of warriors on the continent of gods and demons. The warrior kingdom's warriors are typically aggressive, but this isn't blindly aggressive. They obey orders completely. For them, orders are paramount. Over the years, the warrior kingdom has evolved into training warriors for various nations. Their warrior academy cultivates high-ranking officers, known for their commanding prowess. Of course, the so-called soldiers sent by various nations are essentially slaves. Because the warrior kingdom's training is unique, casualties are common. It's also impossible for soldiers from other nations to be recruited for training in the warrior kingdom. What if something goes wrong? Normally, relations between the various parties appear to be good, but behind the scenes, there's no shortage of infighting. Once war breaks out, everyone becomes an enemy. It's common for some to be converted into spies during training. Kano didn't understand what benefit he'd get from going to the warrior kingdom. Could it be for his martial arts? Like the Sword God Empire, the warrior kingdom focused on martial arts. Their martial arts skills had reached a high level, with some elites capable of evading magical attacks with their skill. It sounded strange, given that magical locks couldn't be avoided, but it was the truth. Otherwise, the Sword God Empire wouldn't be considered one of the four great empires. Theoretically, the Sword God Empire ranked second only to the Light Empire, and above the Magic Empire and the Ice Empire. Of course, this was only theoretical. In real combat, the Magic Empire's forbidden spell scrolls would be no pushover. Kano and his companions didn't ride in a carriage or on horseback. Instead, they bought a spacious carriage pulled by 4 horses. It didn't look impressive, but it was adorned with numerous magic arrays. Besides that, the ride was smooth and effortless. Kano had been constantly using the burning spirit fire to activate his mecha warriors. The more mecha warriors he activated, the greater his power. The number of giant mechas has increased to more than a dozen, and they can all pose a threat to ordinary greatsword mages. After all, they are mainly powered by holy magic cores, and are only useless against dark angels and light angels. Compared to going to the warrior kingdom to learn skills, Kano would rather capture a dark angel or a light angel. He has seen the battles between the two sides and found their fighting very strange. Even though most of the battles are based on fighting spirit, they can easily dodge magical attacks. To the point that they no longer use magic attacks and simply swing their swords, but it is difficult to hurt the opponent in a one-on-one situation. As expected of a fighting machine created by the Lord God, the fighting methods are indeed simple and efficient. Almost every attack can be as powerful as a stab from Guxius. Kano guessed that this must be the result of direct indoctrination from the Lord God. Otherwise, every angel would practice constantly every day and would have no time for fighting. Sir, there seems to be a caravan ahead that's in trouble. They're probably going to block the road. Guxius, who was driving outside, spoke, and Kano was startled. Then, with a sweep of his mental power, he spotted a caravan not far ahead. It was around 200 men, including 2 great swordsmen. It looked like a large caravan, but Kano didn't recognize the flags and emblems, so he probably didn't recognize any of the renowned trade associations on the divine and demon continent. Their so-called trouble was that their 2 wagons had broken down. The massive cargo was impossible to move, and there wasn't enough space to store it. Kano's wagon looked ordinary, but it was plenty large enough. The caravans might target them. Robbery was a bit risky, but offering some gold coins would probably solve the problem. You handle it yourself. Kano didn't bother to deal with this minor matter. With Guxius's abilities, it wasn't a big deal. The only trouble was the 2 great swordsmen. If the great swordsmen attempted to rob him, it would be humiliating, but Kano doubted they wouldn't do that. As expected, as the carriage approached, 2 senior swordsmen immediately blocked their path. Then, with a look of pride on their faces, they declared, "Brothers, please do us a favor. Your carriage is large enough. Please help us load our cargo. We'll pay you a generous commission once we reach our destination." The 2 senior swordsmen acted this way because Kano's carriage was quite ordinary. With their strength, they could easily overpower an ordinary person. Even a minor noble, faced with a caravan led by 2 great swordsmen, would be unlikely to refuse to help. However, this time, things weren't going as smoothly as they had hoped. Guxius's eyes darkened, and without hesitation, he declared, "No." The 2 senior swordsmen were stunned, having not expected Guxius to so bluntly reject the proposal. They exchanged a look of bewilderment. "The world's been turbulent lately. It's unsafe for you to travel alone. Why don't you come with us? We can help each other." not peaceful. When has the divine demon continent ever been peaceful? Gudius's expression was impassive. In a divine demon continent where strength reigns supreme, the word peace felt too fake. However, seeing Gudius's indifferent expression, the two senior swordsmen continued, "You must be aware that the imperial capital of the Radiant Empire, the headquarters of the Holy Sea of Light, has been attacked. The entire city has been reduced to a living hell. While the high-ranking warriors haven't suffered significant damage, the civilians and nobles have suffered heavy losses, with more than half of the buildings destroyed. Even worse off is a magic academy, which seems to have been targeted. Over half of the students have been killed or injured. It's a tragic scene. It seems even the Holy Sea of Light was caught off guard by this sudden attack. Besides the Temple of Light, other Holy See buildings have been blown to smithereens. The ordinary clergy of the Holy See have also suffered heavy losses." These words startled Gudius. He knew without a doubt that this was the work of the Dark Council, using Kano's long-range artillery. Lately, the Dark Council had been frantically replacing their ammunition. Kano had assumed they were trying to scare the Holy See of Light, but they unexpectedly bombarded the imperial capital. But is the Church of Light so easily bullied? They'll definitely make a move, and it won't be small. What else has happened recently? Kano couldn't help but ask. He wanted to hear the Church of Light's reaction, mainly because he was worried that the Church of Light would suddenly attack him. After all, with the Church of Light's strength, it wouldn't be difficult for them to develop a bomb. The sound inside the carriage puzzled the two senior swordsmen. It seemed that they had encountered a minor noble, and the time they set off was just right, so they missed the news. Otherwise, they couldn't have been unaware of such a big event. The Church of Light has suffered heavy losses and reportedly needs a period of recuperation. During this time, church affairs elsewhere, with the exception of the Empire of Light, will remain unchanged. The Orc Empire has suddenly assembled a massive army and sent vanguards to clear the Trial Forest. It seems they're planning to attack the Duchy Alliance. The Duchy Alliance has already appealed to the four great empires for assistance, and they've agreed to send aid. It won't be long before the Guild Kingdom becomes a battlefield. Also, the Church of Light seems to have located the evil attackers. They're said to be on the Savage Plains. They've already sent a Knight Order of Light to encircle and eliminate them, and I hear they've already eliminated them all. Savage Plains. Kaner's face darkened. Logically, the Savage Plains was their territory. The Church of Light's brazen attack clearly meant they were targeting Tadeosa. Furthermore, since they weren't afraid of him finding out, they'd likely already eliminated him. Going now would simply be to round up the remnants. With the full might of the Church of Light, Tadeosa wouldn't be able to withstand a full-scale encirclement and suppression. Even with their mecha tanks, it would be of no use. Fortunately, Kano had left a backup just in case. Even the bombs they produced were barely enough for trade, so they gained nothing from Tadeosa. Even if they could have gained something, it would have been insignificant to Kano. By then, he had already transitioned to energy weapons. However, there was no doubt that his influence in the Savage Plains had been completely eradicated. Fighting back would likely be difficult. Chapter 158, Traveling Together. Are you going to the Warrior Kingdom? Indeed. The Orc Empire is about to attack, and the Warrior Kingdom's Guild Kingdoms will bear the brunt of the attack. The four empires have already issued conscription orders, and many mercenaries are now heading for the Mercenary Kingdom, the Warrior Kingdom, and the Knight Kingdom. Although the Archer Kingdom is behind the three major kingdoms, they're also pouring their forces here. After all, if the three major kingdoms are defeated, the Archer Kingdom will also be lost. The senior swordsman spoke solemnly. The current war would naturally require vast amounts of supplies, and the profits to be made would also be the highest. Almost every one of the four major guilds was founded on war. It's unlikely you'll give up your carriages, but I can buy your food. I think you'll be happy to accept that. To be on the safe side, Kino continued to purchase food in both Warrior City and the Brave King's capital. To him, gold coins were just a quantity. He could have as much as he wanted. Stockpiling a certain amount of food would be a precautionary measure. Even if you were surrounded by a larger force, his people wouldn't starve to death. Only by possessing the ability to fight a protracted war could he be more confident and fearless. Buy the grain we're transporting. That'll take a moment. I'll ask the Chamber of Commerce and see what they say. The two men were merely guards, without the right to buy or sell grain. With that, they quickly departed. Meanwhile, Kano emerged from the carriage. Such a massive event had unfolded in just a few days, and he was completely unaware of it. He had no idea if Tadeoza could withstand the crisis, and he didn't want anything to happen to him. Then there was the matter of whether Mingaya Arsenu was in any danger. Had the Dark Council obtained the bomb-making methods? If so, had Mingaya Arsenu already escaped? It was clearly too late to inform Mingaya Arsenu now. And with Mingaya Arsenu's diviner's foresight, he might have already escaped. It shouldn't be a maybe, it was a certainty. How could a god king not have a life-saving trump card? Shaking his head slightly, Kano felt he was overthinking things. The Church of Light seemed to no longer need him, so the hunt would surely be fierce. He also wondered if any saints would be present. If this were the case, he had to create 5 magical metal mecha warriors quickly, otherwise, things would become very complicated. A moment later, an elderly man who resembled a butler appeared before Kano and immediately noticed the 4 rings on his fingers. The butler was a knowledgeable man. Although he didn't think of pet rings, he assumed Kano was wearing space rings. Carrying 4 space rings at once was a bit odd. In fact, many magicians, especially in the Magic Empire, carried multiple magic rings. Each magic ring contained a spell, much like a magic wand, and could be used to save lives in critical moments. Magic rings and space rings were easily distinguishable, one was inlaid with gemstones, the other not. Therefore, they were easily distinguishable. Kano and his companions didn't carry magic rings because they were rare, available only in the Magic Empire and various royal capitals. They didn't value ordinary magic rings. Furthermore, magic rings required matching properties, and since they all possessed special properties, the likelihood of encountering one was naturally even smaller. Respected Master Magician, I'm afraid we can't agree to your request. This grain is destined for the front lines, and we can't just sell it away. In that case, I'll take the 2 carts. The carts are broken down, and you'll likely be delayed. We won't sell you our carriages. Kano's words were serious, and the butler lowered his head in thought. If it were just an ordinary noble, perhaps he could accept the grievance. If all else failed, they still had 2 great swordsmen. But now the other party was a magician, and a strange one at that. 2 great swordsmen wouldn't offend unless necessary. Finally, the butler nodded and opted to sell the 2 carts of grain. This way, they wouldn't be delayed and their losses would be minimized. Master Magician, will you join us? While you're powerful enough, more people will help us keep an eye on each other. That's exactly what I meant. I'd also like to inquire about recent events. I'm also very interested in those in the Savage Plains plotting against the Church of Light. After all, they were well-traveled merchants, so they must know a lot. Kano took this opportunity to ask more, ideally to learn about Tadeoza. The butler didn't refuse this request. After Kano collected the 2 large carts of grain, the people around him looked at him with even more respect. Magicians are treated with the highest courtesy wherever they are, and the more powerful the magician, the greater the respect they receive. The 2 large carts of grain must have been at least 3 feet square. Kano easily stored such a large amount of food in his dimensional ring, which meant that his dimensional ring was very spacious. Generally speaking, the dimensional rings used by magicians are only 10 feet in size, while those used by mages are 10 feet. Therefore, Kano's strength must be that of a mage. A 20-year-old mage would be considered a genius in the continent of gods and demons. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Daffel, and I'm the manager of the 4 Nations Chamber of Commerce. While our 4 Nations Chamber of Commerce isn't as powerful as the Big 4, it's not far behind. It's just that, as long as we're centered around the Guild Kingdom, we haven't yet branched out. Daffel, my name is Kano. I'm a traveling magician, and 3 of them are my wives, and they're my bodyguards. Kano's mention of 3 wives surprised Daffel slightly, because magicians are generally considered eccentrics, their days are filled with endless research, and friends and wives are a burden. Kano is truly an exception, so he wondered if Kano came from a prominent family. Tell me about the Savage Plains. Those who dare to target the Church of Light will surely face a bad end. Speaking of that, there's a lot to say. And there's a lot of information, and even what I know isn't necessarily true, Daffel said, his face filled with disbelief. After all, the only one in the divine and demon continent who dared to act so against the Church of Light was the Dark Council. At this moment, Daffel seemed a changed man, recounting everything he knew, though the outcome was a bit vague. Basically, the Holy See of Light painstakingly tracked down the intruders and immediately dispatched the Knights of Light to encircle and suppress them. However, the enemy's weapons were far too powerful, inflicting heavy losses on the Holy See. It was only until the Holy Sea's magician summoned the Angel of Light to destroy the formidable weapons. Despite this, some remnants escaped into the mines. Under the call of the God of Light, the bandits of the Savage Plains also began to encircle and suppress the evil. Only the leader escaped, the rest were slain. Tudazia had escaped, and Kino wasn't sure. However, he was certain that the fleeing Tudazia would come looking for him. He had obtained 4 godheads, 2 water and 2 wood. He had given Galinia a wood godhead, leaving him with 3 remaining. If Tudazia found him, he would give him 1. Of course, there was also the possibility that Tudazia had been secretly captured by the Church of Light. This wasn't impossible, as he believed in the Church's strength. However, he had already made numerous backup plans, so even if Tudazia were captured, his losses wouldn't be significant. Moreover, by the time he reached the warrior kingdom, he should have something to gain. Oh, by the way, why did the Orc Empire suddenly launch a war? Haven't they been recuperating? Will the Church of Light, having suffered a heavy blow, send troops to uphold justice? The Orc Empire's sudden attack is indeed strange. Logically, they shouldn't have recovered their strength. After all, without magic to support them, no matter how powerful they are no match for humans. Even if the orcs united with the more powerful elves, they wouldn't be able to challenge humans. Even with their blaster rifles, they wouldn't be able to do so. Kino understood this, as did all of humanity. But no one could understand what was wrong with the Orc Empire. They were truly cooperating with the Empire of Light, but the Church of Light didn't seem prepared for a large-scale attack. Even if the Church of Light helped, the other empires would grant their wishes, and the Dark Council would. A typical orc warrior possesses the strength of a swordsman upon reaching adulthood, however, lacking the means to cultivate, few can reach the level of a great swordsman. Even with the aid of the priestly war songs, those who achieve this level of swordsmanship are at best comparable to a great swordsman. Furthermore, the orcs, a primarily combat race, have low fertility and number only 10 million. With such strength, conquering the Guild Kingdom is a formidable undertaking. Even if they could conquer or defend it, even the largest orc army could be destroyed by a single forbidden spell from the Magic Empire. Perhaps something has happened to the orcs. What kind of change could there be? Unless they receive assistance from a larger power, or perhaps the goblin sages have been resurrected and produce powerful siege engines for them. Otherwise, they're courting death. The inherent arrogance of the human race makes them look down upon other races, especially the orcs, who are seen by all humans as the epitome of brute force. Despite their strength, they are vulnerable to attack. Orcs lack weapons and are inflexible. Their eyes turn red in battle, their only thought being killing. This is their fatal flaw. Humans often only need to employ subtle tactics to defeat orcs, often without paying any price. As for the goblin sages, they are the wisdom of the goblin age. They can research powerful weapons and bring all enemies to their knees. Although the goblin sages lack any offensive power, their status is unquestionable. Rumor has it that if a goblin sage were to appear among the goblins would awaken again, and their power would rival that of the Orc Empire. Chapter 159, Orcs. The Holy See of Light has suffered heavy losses this time and likely won't send any troops. Even if they do, it'll only be a single knightly order, which won't make much of a difference, and the Empire of Light will only send a single legion this time. While 100,000 troops is a significant force, it's unlikely to be very effective. If the orcs really want to break through, they'll need at least 1 million. It's not something 1 million humans can stop. Devil sighed, clearly disappointed with the humans. After all, the orc attack was a matter of life and death for the Guild Kingdom, yet in the early stages, no one wanted to help the Guild Kingdom. For any Guild Kingdom, mobilizing 200,000 troops was already a significant effort. The 4 Guild Kingdoms would only bring 800,000, and the 4 empires would only bring 1.5 million. Beyond that, the temporary reinforcements would amount to only a few tens of thousands. Over 1.5 million might sound like a lot, but once you spread it out along the border, it becomes a mere handful. And if the orcs were allowed to enter the Guild Kingdom, it would be an even bigger problem. Individual orcs are powerful and reckless. Once they enter the human realm, they'll be completely out of control. Even deploying a force 10 or 100 times their size would be difficult to completely eliminate. Even tens or even millions of orcs entering would be a problem. Not only would the Guild Kingdoms, but even the 4 great empires would suffer losses. As for sending troops to attack the Orc Empire, humans simply don't have the capability. First, The Orc Empire is too far from the human world, and there's also a trial forest. If the orcs tried to invade, the warcraft within wouldn't be able to stop them. But if humans went, that wouldn't be the case. The warcraft within would be more than enough to annihilate them all. The warcraft are also intelligent, knowing who's easy to bully and who's not. Even if they reach the Orc Empire, without supplies and backup, facing a massive army of orcs, it's still unclear whether they could defeat them. Furthermore, if the orcs were defeated by a large human army, they could simply flee without even needing to retreat. They could travel as far as they wanted, knowing the terrain intimately. Traps could be set along the way, and they could even inflict heavy damage, especially in the forest. The final outcome for humans was that they would have no choice but to starve to death, therefore, humans could only passively accept being beaten. However, when the orcs arrived in the human kingdom, it was the exact opposite. They were surrounded by delicious food and a variety of supplies. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of saint-level masters in the human kingdom, the orcs would probably attack the human kingdom every year. As the two were talking, the entire convoy suddenly stopped. Kano scanned with his mental power and found a young girl lying on the ground in front of the convoy. She was no more than 15 or 16 years old, and looked very ordinary. Her face was pale, and her clothes were tattered. She looked as if she had been traveling for a long time. There were no wounds on her body except for some scratches, and she seemed to have fainted from hunger. A crowd quickly gathered around, and then a guard ran up to Daffle's carriage, saying apologetically, "Captain Daffle, we've encountered a fainted young girl up ahead. Our carriage has no room left, and the captain of the guard would like to place her in yours." Daffle glanced around. The carriage was filled entirely with the cargo he'd brought along, and besides that, there was room for him to nap. Putting another young girl in would be a bit cramped. Furthermore, the girl's origins were unknown, and a caravan on the move was particularly wary of such. However, not saving her felt awkward, so Daffle felt a bit apprehensive. "Sir Kano, as you can see, I'm running out of space here. Could you please show some mercy and allow the poor little girl to rest in your carriage?" "No problem, my 3 wives can take care of her," Kano said nonchalantly, noticing Daffle's embarrassment. It was just an ordinary girl, so naturally, he didn't mind the slightest bit. Upon hearing Kano's agreement, the guard immediately ran over. A mercenary soon carried the girl to Kano's carriage. Ellie emerged and carried the girl inside. Kano's carriage, pulled by 4 horses, had ample space within, enough to accommodate not only one girl, but even 10. After chatting with Daffle for a while longer, Kano returned to his own carriage. The girl had already changed into a fresh set of clothes and washed herself. "This girl is not ordinary." As soon as Kano sat down, Jingbeo spoke seriously. However, Lianon and Ellie didn't seem to have much of an impression. The girl looked quite ordinary. "Why is she not ordinary? I don't know, but I feel she's not ordinary. I sense a gentle aura, and I want to be close to her. That alone is something extraordinary. As for the reason, I don't know. To my mental power, she's just an ordinary person." Jingbeo's cautious tone made Kano frown. How could he not sense such an aura that drew him closer? A closer look revealed nothing special about the girl. There was no distinct aura about her, neither that of a magician nor a warrior. "You're a dragon, so you can sense a gentle aura. Don't you have any connections?" "I don't know. My inherited memories don't contain such fragments. But I'm certain there's something strange about this girl." "Strange? Her presence here is already strange," Kano said with a faint smile, nonchalant. As far as he knew, there were no towns or villages nearby, which meant this ordinary little girl must have come from far away. With no food and many thieves along the way, how did she get here? Suddenly, the girl groaned and sat up abruptly. She then noticed Kano, Jingbeo, and the other 2, and noticed that their clothes had been changed and their bodies had seemingly been washed. "Why am I here? Who are you? Who changed my clothes? Who gave me a bath?" The girl's voice was melodious, like a lark. She clutched her chest with her hands, a look of fear and unease. She looked quite different. But the girl soon noticed the special rings of Kano and the other 3. They were wearing 10 rings, which made her expression change slightly. Kano, Jingbeo, and Ai Li, who had been observing the girl calmly, all noticed a change in her expression. They were now certain that this girl was no ordinary person. The fact that she could recognize special rings showed her considerable knowledge, but her instinct of sitting up was a bit too agile. Not even Kano, Jingbeo, or Ai Li could do it. Lianon, noticing the girl's fear, immediately spoke gently to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, it was the mercenaries outside who rescued you. We were just with them, and they had nowhere else to go. So they sent you here. We changed your clothes, and our husbands weren't in the carriage at the time." Speaking of her husband, Lianon looked shy, glancing at Keno before turning away in shame. "Ah, thank you, but how long have I been unconscious? I don't know." "It seems you were already unconscious when the mercenaries found you." The girl's expression suddenly changed. She stood up and tried to leave. However, she was too weak and fell again as soon as she stood up. Lianon tried to help her, but saw a conflicted look on her face. "You're too weak now. Where do you want to go?" "I can't stay here. I want to leave." The girl struggled to stand, but she seemed so weak that she didn't even have the strength to stand. Roar, roar, roar. A roar came from outside, and all the guards drew their weapons. Then, with a roar, they all rushed forward. It seemed that they were under attack. However, the roar didn't sound like that of a monster or a human. It sounded more like a beast, and it was frantic. The girl's expression suddenly darkened, and then a look of despair appeared on her face. She lay on the ground, motionless. "Sir, a group of our cavalry has appeared outside, numbering 100. They are wolf cavalry, leopard cavalry, and lion cavalry. It seems the mercenaries out there are no match for them." Keno's voice was met with surprise. Orc cavalry is different from humans. Their size simply wouldn't support horses. Due to the primordial bloodline, orcs have a 50% chance of their offspring being beasts. However, they grow up to be larger and possess considerable abilities. Therefore, orc cavalry is divided into two types, those riding magical beasts, and those riding their siblings. Sharing the same mother, they possess a rapport and near-perfect coordination. A newly adult orc warrior's combat effectiveness is comparable to that of a junior swordsman, and their beast relatives, once mature, can also rival that of a junior swordsman. However, if they form a cavalry, their strength rivals that of a senior swordsman. Of course, different races have varying strengths. For example, the wolf cavalry, leopard cavalry, and lion cavalry out there are comparable to junior great swordsmen, while the wolf cavalry and leopard cavalry are only comparable to senior swordsmen. Of course, these cavalrymen were the main force of the Orc Empire, so their formidable combat capabilities were understandable. The lion cavalrymen outside were only 2 in number. However, with their strength and coordinated support, the mercenaries outside were undoubtedly unable to stop them. "Lord Kaner, could you please help? If so, we would like to pay you 1,000 gold coins." Devil was completely terrified. He had never imagined that the caravan would encounter a group of beast cavalrymen. This was the border between the mercenary kingdom and the warrior kingdom, so how could beast cavalrymen appear? The beast cavalrymen had suddenly crossed a border, but it was absolutely undeclared war. Most importantly, the mercenaries they had hired were simply no match for them. Losing cargo was a minor matter, but losing lives was a far more serious matter. So, Devil immediately thought of Kaner, who seemed to have become his only hope. Chapter 160, Collective Madness. In response to Devil's request, Kano curled his lips slightly, asking him to help out for 1,000 gold coins. His own appearance fee was too low. Jingbao Ali and Lianon also had a strange look on their faces. 1,000 gold coins was something they could completely ignore. Seeing the expressions of the few people, Devil was immediately relieved. It seemed that they didn't take the beast cavalry outside seriously. It was just that the price he just offered was too low. Sorry, I said it wrong. 10,000 gold coins. As long as you make a move, I will give you 10,000 gold coins. I want all your goods, remember, all of them." "What, you are too?" Devil's face was pale. He didn't expect Kano to take advantage of the situation. You know, the things he brought this time were very valuable, and he had no decision-making power at all. If you simply want to protect yourself, I can guarantee your safety for free. However, if you want me to protect the people and goods outside, that's another matter. The choice is up to you. For me, one thing for another, Kaner said casually, while the roars continued outside. Judging from the two great swordsmen's appearance, they could hold out for a while, but holding on was unlikely. "I'll go check it out first." Devil hesitated, but ultimately made no decision. He ran towards the two great swordsmen, as if to inquire about the situation. However, at that moment, the sound of horse hooves could be heard in the distance. It was a group of thieves who had discovered the orcs. Without hesitation, The 200 thieves charged into the battlefield, seemingly intent on surrounding and killing the orc cavalry. The leaders were clearly true lion cavalrymen, their expressions impassive, a hint of disdain in their eyes, as if they didn't take the orcs seriously. The orc cavalry attacked, and the guards were completely on the defensive. If they were separated, they would be killed one by one. Lord Duodoman, can you hold off these beast cavalry? The magician on the card has already made a condition. If they want to attack, they must hand over all the goods. Remember, everything, damn it, those magicians who are taking advantage of the situation. Don't worry, Manager Daffel, there are only 100 beast cavalry. We might have a hard time with our strength, but with the bandits who just arrived, will be no problem. Duodoman's expression flashed with irritation, but he quickly assured Daffel that the numbers weren't already outnumbered, and the two great swordsmen hadn't yet made a move. Hearing this, Daffel finally felt relieved. He was deeply grateful to the bandits who had just charged forward, and he decided to reward them with a large sum of gold coins. The bandits looked aggressive, but they were still a bit outmatched. They were mostly high-level swordsmen. Both their own strength and their mounts were no match for the orc cavalry. Before they could even get close, the wolf cavalry and beast cavalry leaped over them, knocking down a group. Then, the cavalrymen lashed out with their heavy weapons, killing another group. As a result, the first attack decimated a tenth of the 200 bandits. The remaining bandits immediately joined forces with the mercenaries, engaging in a war of attrition. Duodoman, upon seeing the leading great swordsman, immediately approached him. Regardless of bandit or not, he was deeply grateful for the aid. Thank you for your assistance, HMPH. If these damned orcs take over, we won't be in any better shape either, so this time, let's join forces and kill them all. The bandit leader spoke righteously, yet a bitter feeling welled up within him. He wouldn't have charged forward to fight if he hadn't encountered a few orc scouts who made it impossible for him to escape. However, Duodoman didn't know this and naturally viewed the man before him as a hero of his race. These men were still numerous in battle against alien races. Are these orcs coming for you? No, I escaped from a den of thieves. Those thieves were after me. If it were the orc cavalry chasing me, how could I have escaped? So what you're saying is, these 100 orc cavalrymen have nothing better to do than venture into the human kingdom for excitement. For just this small group of orc cavalrymen to come here is practically courting death. Would these elite warriors risk anything without something truly crucial? The orc cavalrymen outside, advancing and retreating with measured coordination, were clearly elite orcs. The two lion cavalrymen were proof of this. Lions were royalty in the orc empire, almost all of them nobles. Given their status, they wouldn't take risks easily. Similarly, there were 10 leopard cavalrymen, all elite. If such cavalrymen were considered ordinary troops, then the humans wouldn't need to fight and could simply surrender. I don't know. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't know about these orc cavalrymen. The terrified girl refused to admit she was being pursued by the cavalry. Her pitiful expression made Leanne hug her and offer constant comfort. But her words did make sense. The girl was just an ordinary person. How could she be hunted down by 100 elite beast cavalrymen? Furthermore, these beast cavalrymen were likely from the orc empire, so she didn't seem capable of running that far, unless she was concealing her strength. If she had such abilities, she would at least be a mage, and moreover, an extremely powerful magician, possessing a powerful magical device that concealed her strength and aura. Jigbeo had been nearby when she was changing clothes. If there had been any magical equipment, he would have seen it immediately. However, it turned out not to be. The battle outside had reached a stalemate. Over 60 humans had died, mostly high-ranking swordsmen, while none of the beast cavalrymen had died, with only one suffering minor injuries. Facing the powerful beast cavalrymen, the humans dared not attack, as charging would surely lead to their certain death. Given their current situation, waiting for reinforcements was the absolute best option. The orc cavalrymen, on the other hand, were hesitant to charge, as that would easily lead to their own casualties. However, the standoff lasted only a moment before the lion man suddenly roared. His eyes crimson, and a furious aura emanated from him. Simultaneously, the eyes of his mounts also crimsoned, and the aura of each man and mount skyrocketed. Almost simultaneously, half of the wolf riders roared in unison. Both the cavalry and their beast riders, their eyes bloodshot, their bodies raging, their auras surging. Frenzy! How is this possible? Everyone cried out in disbelief and horror. The three great swordsmen and Daffel were stunned. Not only them, but even Kano, Jingbeo, and the others were equally stunned. If it had been just the Lion Man, it would have been normal. But for half of them to suddenly experience this, something was amiss. This state, known as frenzy, is the effect of a ritual blessing. Overall strength doubles, though ultimately weakened. These beast cavalrymen, however, have no ritual blessing and can go berserk on their own. This is a natural ability, but there are very few orcs with this ability, namely the main combat races. Apart from the Minotaurs, even Lionmen and Tigermen, not many can go berserk on their own. Minotaur can go berserk on their own, but they can only remain slightly lucid after going berserk. Apart from killing enemies, they will completely lose control. Lion and tiger tribes are better, they can also remain lucid when going berserk, but they are still inevitably weak after going berserk. However, there are very few such talents in the Orc Empire, or to be more precise, they are rare. Apart from the Minotaurs, it is considered good to have 100 of them. However, now he has only seen 100 beast cavalrymen, and half of them can go berserk. The other half is still uncertain. What kind of concept is this? It is impossible that all the orcs who can go berserk are here. What is going on? Why have half of those beast cavalrymen gone berserk on their own? If you don't tell me, I'll throw you out. At this moment, Kano was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and he almost exploded instantly. There must be a secret, and it is a huge secret. Maybe this is the real reason why the orcs attacked the human kingdom. Frightened by Kano's words, the young girl was instantly terrified. She shook her head repeatedly and said, "Don't hand me over, they'll kill me. I'll tell you everything. I'm not human, but a beast-elf hybrid. I was sent by the Elf Empire to the Orc Empire to spy on military intelligence. The Orc Empire has undergone tremendous changes. Their beast god seems to have manifested. Now all beast riders can go berserk, and the berserk lasts for a full hour. More importantly, the after effects of berserk only have their strength, but if they exit the berserk state early, the after effects will be lessened. Besides that, they seem to be collaborating with the goblins. I don't know where they found a goblin sage who helped them train a large number of mounts and crafted a large number of siege engines, and they've acquired a special weapon from somewhere, equipping a 10,000-man flying squadron. It's said to be their orc's trump card. They discovered it before I knew the details. I was then injured and completely lost my magic power before I escaped. So far, this must be reported to the human kingdom immediately, otherwise, humanity will not be able to withstand the orcs' attack. The beast god appeared, and all the beast riders were able to go berserk. What a concept. It was a death knell. With the strength of the beast riders, if they went berserk again, they would be infinitely close to the great swordsmen. By then, even if hundreds of thousands of great swordsmen rushed over, even the forbidden spells wouldn't necessarily be effective. The goblin sages trained monsters and crafted siege engines. This was another major problem. The Orc Empire was now even more powerful with the help of the goblin sages. It was likely that the dwarf kingdom's territory was given to the goblin sages. And the 10,000 secret flying troops were clearly equipped with explosive rifles. High-altitude ground strikes, combined with the mobility of the flying troops, would be a nightmare for humans without flying troops. Chapter 161, Goodbye Luo Ling. At this moment, Kano suddenly realized he had underestimated the Orc Empire. Not only him, but also the Church of Light, and even humanity as a whole. After a millennium of recuperation, the Orc Empire had undergone tremendous changes. Once the dominant power in this land, it finally sought to return. Even the Church of Light, which had collaborated with the Orc Empire, likely had no idea of its current might. From its self-destructing cavalry to its goblin sages, any one of them was enough to shock. Despite this, humanity remained steadfast. They didn't know yet, but if they did, and if it affected the four great empires, they would surely rise up in unison to attack. The Orc Empire had recuperated for millennia, and humanity hadn't grown rapidly. Compared to 1,000 years ago, humanity was countless times more powerful. In a single transaction, Kano could take 10 forbidden spell scrolls and thousands of high-level scrolls from the Magic Empire. Their inventory would likely be even greater, unimaginably greater. After all, humanity faced not only the Orc Empire, but also the Elves, the immensely powerful Sea Tribe, and the Demon Tribe. If the Orc Empire truly attacked, the first empire they would face would be the Sword God Empire. After crossing the Guild Alliance, they would face the Empire of Light. Which of these two empires would be a pushover? After the beast rider's rampage, Devil was completely terrified. He then turned and rushed towards Keri, his hesitation completely dispelled. "Master Magician, I promise," but before he could finish his words, a cavalry unit approached from a distance. They numbered 500, their imposing presence startling everyone. A force of tigers and wolves, that was everyone's first impression. Though most of these men looked young, their strength had already reached the level of advanced swordsmen. Their coordinated efforts were terrifying even for ordinary swordsmen. Swish, 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 before the cavalry could even approach, a barrage of crossbow bolts erupted, seemingly specially prepared to withstand even the frenzied beast riders' attacks. While no casualties were reported in the crossbow barrage, the orc cavalry sustained numerous casualties. Soon, they began to appear dazed, as if the crossbow bolts had been coated with a dizzying poison. Seeing this, the surrounding mercenaries rushed forward. Despite the poison, the orcs, in their frenzy, were able to withstand most of the poison's effects. "Retreat," the lion men roared in frustration, and all the beast cavalry bolted back, their speed too fast for the human cavalry to catch up. "Thank you so much, esteemed warriors of the warrior kingdom. Your strength has caused those orc cavalry to flee without a fight." Devil, overjoyed at this sudden turn of events, ran over, expressing his gratitude. However, the leading young officer's expression was cold and reserved, leaving Devil feeling awkward. "This is what we should do. No need for thanks. Besides, none of the beast cavalrymen have died. They'll come back again after the dizziness wears off. We have a mission and need to requisition all your vehicles and horses, but all this food is for the front lines, I know. I'll write you a letter and take all the food. Also, all your warriors are being requisitioned. The orcs are attacking fiercely. Please follow me and fight." The young officer's words were undeniable. Even the 3 great swordsmen were being recruited. And under the pretext of humanity, objection was clearly a bad idea. For a moment, everyone looked at each other, naturally hesitant. Given how powerful these beast cavalrymen were, it was clear that if they were recruited, they would be in great danger. "Sir, half of these beast cavalrymen are capable of going berserk. Judging by their appearance, many in the Orc Empire must be going berserk. This is counterintuitive. You must report this to the higher-ups. We already know about this, which is why we've issued a call for warriors. If these orc cavalrymen, capable of going berserk in large numbers, break into the guild alliance, our homeland will be doomed. We have no problem, but there's a magician over there, and I'm afraid he won't agree." "A magician? That's perfect. For humanity, I think he should be obliged to do so." Hearing about a magician, the young officer was immediately surprised. You have to know that magicians are extremely rare in the warrior kingdom. Although most of them look down on magicians, their combat capabilities are absolutely unquestionable. He rode up to Keri's carriage, but was directly blocked by Gutius. The young officer was only a junior swordsman, so Gutius was not afraid. "Respected Master Magician, the human race has issued a call for all warrior magicians to join the war effort. For the future of humanity, we ask for your assistance. But rest assured, we will ensure your safety." "Luo Ling, long time no see. I never thought you'd become an officer of the warrior kingdom." The carriage curtain opened, and Kano stepped out. The young officer's face was filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. This young officer was none other than Luo Ling, whom Kano had met while studying sword energy. Upon learning of Kano's identity as a necromancer, he had chosen to leave. Seeing that he was alone now, it seemed likely that the others had met with an accident. After all, they had offended the Church of Light. "Kano!" Luo Ling's eyes instantly grew fierce, and he thrust his sword forward, aiming for Kano's chest. With this piercing blow, everyone felt that Kano was doomed. Kano was a mere magician, unprepared, and no match for a swordsman. Furthermore, Luo Ling's sword still held a wielding aura. This sudden, furious attack was undoubtedly formidable. However, what no one expected next was that Kano simply grasped the longsword with a single, effortless movement, shocking everyone present. He didn't use any magical fighting spirit, relying solely on a single-handed grasp, and, furthermore, he didn't sustain the slightest damage. "Physical cultivator," someone exclaimed, their faces filled with disbelief. They hadn't expected Kano to be a physical cultivator, and at only 20, he had already cultivated his body to an incredibly powerful state. Furthermore, the special ring on Kano's hand indicated that he was also a magician, seemingly of a high rank. Others were shocked, including Luo Ling. He had long known Kano to be a master cultivator, especially in his physical form, but he hadn't expected the gap between them to be so stark upon their reunion. It seems something has happened to you, and you're only at the level of a beginner swordsman. You can choose to pledge allegiance to me, and I'll ensure you reach saint level in no time. Kano was quite impressed with Luo Ling's talent. To be more precise, Luo Ling's talent was even higher than Gu Xiuxi's. However, despite his talent, he had already missed the optimal time for cultivation. With his current talent, he would not reach the rank of Grand Swordsman until he was at least 40 years old. As for whether he could even reach the rank of Sword Saint, that was unknown. Kano estimated that the possibility was unlikely. His life would likely remain like this. The prospect of reaching the saint level in a short period of time enticed everyone. They had never imagined that Kano possessed such strength. Saint-level warriors, the pinnacle of the continent of gods and demons, were the ones who diligently cultivated and sought opportunities, all for the sole purpose of reaching the saint level. Once they reached the saint level, they would become the pinnacle of the continent of gods and demons. Shattering mountains and opening seas would be a piece of cake. While others might think Kano was boasting, Luo Ling disagreed. The holy sea of light had pursued Kano, but those who had been hunted there had died. He had also seen Kano's weapons. He suspected that the current events on the savage plains might be related to Kano. To dare to launch a surprise attack on the capital of the Empire of Light, how mad had Kano become? Luo Ling fell silent, thinking of reaching the saint rank. Ever since he'd been severely wounded, the saint rank had only been a dream for him. There were hundreds of thousands of great swordsmen and magisters in the continent of gods and demons, but only a handful of them. He'd be lying if he wasn't tempted. Nothing he had meant in the face of the saint rank's allure. Simply giving in would be sheer incompetence. While he was confident he could reach the Grand Swordsman rank, he wasn't sure he'd advance to the next level. He refused to accept the prospect of being stuck at the high-level master rank. You've been drafted. Are you sure you have what it takes? In the name of the human race, alright, since I have nothing else to do, I'll go with you. But I only give you 3 days. If you don't pledge allegiance to me after that, I'll never accept you again. With that, Kano returned to the carriage, while the cavalry and guards escorted the caravan forward. The cargo, however, was accompanied by a few more boxes, which looked quite heavy. It was unclear what they contained. A quick scan with Kano's mental power revealed that the boxes were filled with explosive bombs. It looked like they might have come from the Unira family, which meant Mingaya Arsenu's safety was currently secure. Why did you insist on accepting this swordsman? He seems to have no other advantages besides a murderous aura, Li Anan asked doubtfully, seemingly disliking Luo Ling. However, Jing Bao, standing beside him, coughed and said, his talent is undeniable. He's comprehended sword energy at the swordsman level, making him a true martial arts genius. It's a shame he must have been injured, so reaching the saint level in this lifetime is unlikely. His talent has been wasted. What if I told you he comprehended sword energy when he was a swordsman? And I learned my sword energy from him. What? Comprehending sword energy at the swordsman level? That's a genius among geniuses. Li Anan didn't understand the significance of sword energy, but Jing Bao and Ellie did. Sword energy is, in some ways, even more powerful than fighting spirit, especially at the swordsman and swordsman levels, where it overwhelms those of the same rank. From this point, it can be seen that Luo Ling is truly gifted. Furthermore, Kano has spent some time with him and knows his temperament well. At that point, all he needs is a divine power to rapidly elevate him. By keeping him under his wing for a few decades, Kano will no longer need him. By then, Luo Ling will have reached the divine realm. However, the opportunities in the divine realm will depend on him alone. Chapter 162, Border Fortress. With Luo Ling and his companions escorting them, along with 3 great swordsmen totaling 800 men, the caravan naturally traveled at a rapid pace, reaching the border fortress almost 2 weeks early. The fortress had undergone a dramatic transformation. A massive wall had risen from the ground, and numerous earth mages were surrounding it, reinforcing it. It looked as if they were truly intent on turning it into a defensive perimeter. However, Kano saw no need for this. The orc army now possessed explosives, and even though they were only 30 miles away, it would be a piece of cake to destroy all the walls. The only contenders were the Church of Light and the Dark Council, but judging by their appearances, they showed no intention of intervening. Therefore, even at such a high cost, these walls would be a waste of effort. Digging some traps would be more effective. Clearly, the defending human nation was unaware of the orcs' possession of explosives, otherwise, they would have undoubtedly changed their tactics. Beyond the city walls, the surrounding squadrons of elite soldiers were also dazzling. Their gleaming armor clearly demonstrated their equipment. By comparison, the humans were well equipped. With such high walls and so many soldiers, even if the orc cavalry could go berserk, they probably wouldn't be able to break through, a mercenary exclaimed in shock, seemingly having completely forgotten the orc cavalry's previous formidable strength. The others, however, were equally confident, believing such defenses could withstand the orc empire's assault. Only Keri and his companions expressed disdain, believing such defenses were simply too vulnerable. After all, the orc empire still had an air force, and its numbers were undoubtedly terrifying. These city walls would be nothing to them. If Keri were in command of the orc empire, he would unhesitatingly break up the entire force into smaller units. Disperse the air force, charging into the human world to burn, slaughter, and loot. Blast open a breach with artillery, and then, using a road-style attack, completely annihilate all the human soldiers. The orc cavalry were individually formidable, and coupled with their berserk state, the humans had no defenses, as many as charged would be slain. The human troops arriving at this point were only 500,000, making it the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Using a small number of wolf cavalry and air forces, they could definitely catch the humans off guard. However, the orc empire commanders were no ordinary men and would make full use of every opportunity. Judging by their intentions, they were likely planning to annihilate the human army in one fell swoop before advancing directly. This wasn't something Keri needed to worry about. The humans were the ones worrying, especially the Guild Kingdom's royal family, who were probably already preparing to flee. Sir Keri, you may rest. Also, please take out the food from your stored ring. I heard from Daffel that you also have. Luoling hadn't finished his words when a flash of sword pierced him. His expression darkened, and he struck back. But his expression quickly turned cautious, as he hadn't been able to dodge Gudius's blow. A bloody cut was left on his face. Though shallow, it was a humiliation for a warrior. The surrounding soldiers, upon seeing this, immediately drew their weapons, but Luoling raised his hand to stop them. In the continent of gods and demons, strength is paramount. When speaking, you must understand your own strength, Guziusi spoke bluntly, causing Luoling to pale. However, Keri, Jingbao, and the others, without even glancing around, walked towards the area. Suddenly, 3 beautiful women arrived, all young female magicians. 2 were even dressed as warriors. For the mercenaries and soldiers, who spent their days looking at men, this was a truly stunning sight. For a moment, many looked at Keri with envy, even the magicians. Lianon, a voice of surprise echoed, and Lianon immediately looked over, only to find 2 men and women in junior magician robes staring at him in disbelief. After a brief pause, Lianon's expression flashed with ecstasy. He then rushed towards the 2, exclaiming joyfully, "Hebekat, Melinda. It's you. How did you end up at the Warrior Kingdom border when you weren't at the Magic Academy, Lianon? It's really you. This is unbelievable. Your grandfather was frantically searching for you, but he never imagined you'd end up at the Warrior Kingdom." Melinda took Lianon's hand, a look of concern on her face. It looked like they were from the same academy and close friends. However, Hebekat and Melinda quickly turned their gaze to Keri and the other 3. After all, Lianon had been following them initially. However, upon seeing the 4's mercenary attire, a hint of arrogance suddenly appeared in their expressions. Though well hidden, it was clearly visible. "Oh, let me introduce you. These are my good friends and classmates, Hebekat and Melinda. They're both talented students at the Magic Empire Magic Academy. They're both currently mages." Lianon said this, suddenly thinking of the strength of Keri and the other 2, and a pang of guilt washed over her. While they were certainly talented, they were still a far cry from Keri and the other 3. Even if they met Guzius, they'd probably be killed. After all, they weren't necessarily weaker than Keri and the other 3, and their overall strength wasn't even on the same level. To be more precise, there was no comparison at all. "He's my husband, Keri. These 2 are Keri's wives, Jingbao and Ellie. This is Guzius, Keri's bodyguard." Lianon hesitated briefly when introducing Keri and the other 3. But when she finished, Hebekat and Melinda were stunned. The young woman beside them didn't seem like one of them, but if Keri had 3 wives, it wasn't out of the question for him to have another. "Lianon, Are you crazy? How? Melinda said, her pupils suddenly shrinking. She had only glanced at the three men's clothing and hadn't noticed. But now, she spotted the dimensional rings of Kaner and the other two. 7 dimensional rings for each of them, plus a pet ring. No matter how you looked at it, it was a bit unbelievable. This meant that all 3 of them were magicians, and possibly even masters of both magic and martial arts. Melinda's gaze caught Hebucket's eye, who also looked shocked. Leannon nodded silently beside her. Even if they were masters of both magic and martial arts, Leannon, you can't do this. Your great-grandfather would never approve of this. Besides, have you told them about your great-grandfather's identity, Leannon? It's not that we have a problem with these 3 people, it's because this matter is too serious. Mr. Poseidon from the Academy is at the camp. Why don't you come with us? Hebucket interrupted Melinda calmly. Upon hearing Mr. Poseidon's name, Leannon's face suddenly darkened. Since we're friends, then you can go with them. We're at the fort ahead, so just wait and find us, okay, but you can't leave me and run away. Leannon looked worried, but Kano smiled casually. With a slight nod, Leannon left with the 2. Hebucket and Melinda were clearly of noble birth and possessed extraordinary talent. Leannon's great-grandfather, who had made them so cautious, couldn't possibly be a mage. After all, with their talent, advancing to mage was a matter of time, and there was no need for such reverence towards a magician. It was obvious that Leannon's great-grandfather was most likely a saint-level expert. After all, the gap between mage and saint level is vast, a chasm that ordinary people simply cannot cross. Kano and his 3 companions scaled the city wall and quickly spotted orcs in the distance. They were just ordinary orcs, mostly the elderly, weak, and sick, primarily pig-headed men, weasel wolves, and sheep men, with some short snail men and turtle men also present. Despite being the weak, frail, and infirm among the orcs, they were still stronger than ordinary human warriors. They appeared to be surveying the terrain, constantly drawing maps. The human soldiers didn't even bother pursuing these scouts. After all, they had only seen the obvious. What are these orcs trying to do? Are they trying to confuse the human commander? With artillery, scouting the terrain is completely unnecessary. Orc cavalry were highly mobile, unfazed by jungles and hills. They could attack any terrain. And aside from the scouts before them, there were virtually no orcs anywhere else, which inevitably led to suspicions that they were preparing a charge. Human eagle-eye magic could see far away. Orc wolf cavalry had gathered 100 miles away, their numbers reaching 100,000. And that was just the wolf cavalry. The Orc Empire's main cavalry, with an advance force of 100,000, was a surprising number. How many more wolf cavalry could there be behind them? 10,000 years of recuperation had apparently swelled the Orc Empire's reserves. It was precisely because of the wolf cavalry's proximity that the army grew larger, but this made it easier to annihilate them all. Humanity definitely can't stop this orc attack. If that's the case, there's no need for us to stay here. Ellie had no confidence in the human defenses. The orcs had already prepared for a fierce attack. It didn't seem like there was much benefit for them to stay. Jigbeo nodded, agreeing. No matter how he looked at it, these troops couldn't stop the incoming orc army. Do you see the earth mages around here? Do you think they were just reinforcing the city walls? I've been watching for a while, and it seems they're setting up a large magic circle, a large defensive magic circle. Jigbeo was slightly surprised, but he quickly realized this. If that was the case, then they should know about the bomb. Are you saying they already know? The Holy Sea of Light and the Dark Council are both black-hearted. They probably wouldn't tell these people. The 100,000 troops sent by the Empire of Light are simply committing suicide. Word of the Orc cavalry's ability to go berserk should have spread, and the armies of various countries are increasing. But it will take time, and the Orcs probably won't let them get their way. The Orc spies will spread the news, and then the Orc cavalry will choose the optimal moment. Then, they will defeat the incoming human legions one by one. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, Discussion. Leannon followed Hebucket and Merlin to the center of the camp and found their teacher, Poseid. After hearing Leannon's story, Poseid's expression became extremely strange, as if he had seen a ghost. Leannon, do you know anything about that Kino's background? Could he have ulterior motives in approaching you? Or perhaps he's trying to leverage your great-grandfather's influence. Poseid was a junior mage who also managed some of the family's affairs. He had no sympathy for those who sought to rise above him, as they would often resort to any means necessary to achieve their goals. Lianen was too naive to be easily deceived. As her teacher, he would keep her informed. Teacher Poseidon, I know you're optimistic about me and jobs, but I really don't have any feelings for him. I just think of him as my brother. As for Keno, we're not married, and I'm the one who likes him. That's great. I'm telling you, Anon, you're not stupid. I'll go talk to Keno. He'll probably give up. Upon hearing the news of the marriage, Teacher Poseidon's face lit up with joy. He immediately wanted to leave and talk to Keno. He believed that with his status as a mage, Keno would definitely give up. If Keno disagreed, he wouldn't mind using his own strength to teach him a lesson, to show him the difference in strength. Teacher Poseidon, are you going to teach Keno a lesson? No, I'm a nobleman and a magician. How could I easily attack a child? I'm just going to reason with him. I believe he's a reasonable child. Poseidon spoke gently, as if he truly wanted to reason with others. Herbucket and Melinda also understood Poseidon's intentions. They thought this was for Lianen's own good, and that she would thank them later. She'd simply been away from home for so long, feeling lost, that she developed feelings for a man. No, Mr. Poseidon, you can't go. I'm no longer the naive girl I used to be. I know what you're trying to do this time. You want to threaten Keno, make him leave me. You don't have to. She doesn't have any feelings for me. It's just that if you go too far, Keno will get angry. Lianen couldn't find a good word to describe her anger. Could he tell her teacher that if they angered Keno, they'd die? Even if a group of senior mages angered Keno, let alone a junior mage, the outcome wouldn't be a surprise. She couldn't tell the truth, as that would make Keno resent her. However, she didn't want to put her teacher in danger. They usually had a very good relationship. Being angry is childish. Don't worry, I'll talk to him properly. Talk to him properly, Teacher Poseidon. Please don't interfere in my affairs. If this isn't handled properly, the consequences will be disastrous. Lianen was helpless. She couldn't explain it clearly, and Teacher Poseidon wouldn't understand. If she really went to trouble Keno, talking to him properly would be fine, but if he pressed the issue too hard, that would be truly disastrous. Given Keno's current strength and temper, only the saint rank had any deterrent effect on him. Anything else would be completely useless. Lianen, don't you trust my words, master? Don't worry, I'll handle it properly. Besides, your great-grandfather is my master, I won't harm you. Herbucket and Melinda, you two stay with Lianen and chat? I'll be back soon. No, you can't go to Keno. Poseidon had asked Herbucket and Melinda to accompany her, fearing she'd wander off. This further illustrated a problem. Born into a noble family, Poseidon's language skills were undoubtedly excellent. He was likely to enrage Keno and kill him. Lianen, do you really not trust your teacher to solve this problem? Teacher Poseidon, you won't be able to solve the problem at all. You have no idea what you're facing. Footsteps paused outside the door, followed by a commanding voice. Teacher Poseidon, this is Commander Otis here. I've brought along several other commanders and distinguished guests. Can we talk? Come in. Just as Lianen was about to ask what was going on, the guests arrived, forcing the conversation to pause. Lianen's criticism of Keno and the others' strength was laughable. After all, Lianen's strength was so weak that even a high-level swordsman would be enough to surprise her. Judging from her appearance, she probably wouldn't be able to take action herself, but considering the commander outside, that shouldn't be a problem. The door opened, and 7 or 8 people hurried in, their faces clearly grim. I apologize for the intrusion, but the situation is truly dire, and I need assistance as soon as possible. Let me introduce you. This is Domildan of the Dark Council. He commands all armies except those of the 4 great empires. Otis was a little uneasy when introducing Domildan. After all, he was a member of the Dark Council. But why would they have allowed him to join, and granted him such high authority, if not for the Dark Council's strength and its significant impact on resisting the Orc Empire? Although Perset was only a junior mage, no one would underestimate him. This time, he represented the Magic Empire, and his status and strength were extraordinary. Otis' expression was not pleasant when meeting a senior mage of the Dark Council. Mages prided themselves on justice and disdained to associate with the Church of Light and the Dark Council. However, for the sake of humanity, he could only make a slight concession. This incident is completely unexpected. Reliable sources say the Orc Empire has assembled a force of 1.5 million cavalrymen to take down the Guild Alliance. 1.5 million cavalrymen, such a massive force stunned everyone. And since they were all cavalrymen, their attack power would be even greater. Otis' words were unquestionable, the orcs were capable of such a feat, but the cost would be too great. If the war failed, the orcs would suffer significant losses. 1.5 million cavalrymen isn't much, but they've used a special method to enable all their cavalrymen and mounts to spontaneously go berserk. Furthermore, they have the assistance of the goblin ancestors, who have not only crafted many powerful siege engines for them, but also secret weapons. 1.5 million cavalrymen capable of spontaneous berserk, what a feat. Even if they assembled an army of 5 million, let alone 1 million, it would be useless. The goblins' former civilization was undeniable. Their simple and lightweight siege engines were truly beyond human reach. This put them in a very real danger. We still have the city walls. With them, we shouldn't have any trouble holding off the orcs. There are 1.5 million of them, far too many. A war of attrition will starve them to death, that's what we thought, too, but Domyrdan refused. A commander's face was filled with frustration. Domyrdan was too powerful, and completely ruthless. Not only was he not actively preparing for battle, he repeatedly claimed they couldn't stop him. If it weren't for Domyrdan's immense power and the fact that he represented the Guild Alliance, he would have likely pinned him to the ground and beaten him. Your Excellency Domyrdan, are you concerned about those secret weapons? Perset still remembered the secret weapons Domyrdan had mentioned. To warrant such attention, they must be truly extraordinary. His words evoked a solemn expression on the others' faces. The orcs had never revealed their secret weapons, and the news was tightly controlled, thus, until now, they had been completely unaware of them. Sir Lianon should be more clear about this matter. Domyrdan suddenly turned his attention to Lianon, which surprised everyone. They naturally felt clearly the strength of Lianon as a junior magician, and only thought that he was a student of Poseidon. However, now it seems that it is not that simple. Master Domyrdan, what do you mean, Teacher Poseid? I know everything Master Domyrdan mentioned. The secret weapons he mentioned come in 3 types, one that can kill anyone below a swordsman within 100 yards, one for a massed attack within 200 yards, and one that can destroy anything within 30 miles. The walls here are indeed strong, but they're sitting ducks. If you gather a large army, within 30 miles, as many of you as can reach the walls will be killed, but the information you've received isn't comprehensive. In addition to cavalry, the Orc Empire also has an air force of 100,000, and of those, 10,000 are equipped with secret weapons. However, your Dark Council's secret weapons have an attack range of 40 miles, and the Guild Alliance also has other secret weapons, which they've already begun deploying on a large scale. Lianon's words shocked everyone. Destroying everything within 30 miles, killing anyone below a swordsman within 100 yards, what a concept. The most terrifying thing is, the Orc Empire actually has an air force of 10,000 equipped with such weapons. If a war breaks out, the outcome for the humans will be nothing but defeat. So, I'm not optimistic about the human defense. I think we should take the initiative and launch a long-range, magical, and large-scale attack, Domyrdan sneered. His words alone weren't convincing, but with Lianon, it was clearly better. Wait, Lianon, how do you know so much? The 4 great empires don't know about the secret weapons, and your Excellency Domyrdan, you also have such weapons, and the Guild Kingdom has already begun mass equipping them. What were you planning to do if the Orc Empire hadn't attacked? Otis was furious. If Lianon hadn't reminded them of these things, they wouldn't have known at all. What exactly did the Guild Kingdom want to do? Humph, of the 4 great empires, the Holy See of Light was the first to come into contact with the secret weapons. It's just that you 3 great empires don't know about it. Chapter 164, Seeking Help. That's right. Not only was the Holy See of Light the first to make the deal, but I've also heard that it's planning to ally with the Orcs to swallow up the Guild Alliance. However, the Orc Empire is now too powerful, and they've simply abandoned the Holy See. Lianon's words stunned everyone. The Holy See actually wanted to ally with the Orc Empire to swallow up the Guild Alliance. This was simply too evil. So, all of us here are here to die? Otis sneered. As a commander, knowingly leading soldiers to their deaths was something no one would accept. The others' expressions were grim. Poseidon, Hebekat, and Melinda stared at Lianon in disbelief. What had she been exposed to during this time? How could she know so much? Lianen used to be such a kind person, shy even when speaking a word. But now, she was openly defying the Holy Sea of Light. If the Holy Sea of Light learned of this, they would surely kill Lianen. Even with his powerful grandfather behind him, it would be of no use. Seeking death, practically. But things are looking up now. Seeing as you three have a good relationship with Lianen, you could ask her for help. Lianen, what can he do for you? Poseidon looked at Lianen, puzzled. But how much prestige could a junior mage have? What could she possibly do? Get the orcs to negotiate peace? Obviously, that was impossible, but Domirden wouldn't say such a thing for no reason. So, Lianen could definitely do something. Sensing the puzzled gazes, Lianen couldn't help but shake his head. Filled with helplessness, he said seriously, I can't help you with this. The Holy Sea of Light seems to have unlocked the secret weapon and launched an attack on the underground base in the Savage Plains. It seems everyone, save for one, is dead. This incident has infuriated him. He didn't have a favorable impression of the Empire to begin with, and now it's even less so. He won't attack unless you show sufficient sincerity. Besides, the Duchy Alliance and the Dark Council also have sufficient secret weapons. With your numbers, if you manage them well, you can defeat the orcs. Speaking of sufficient sincerity, Lianen looked at Domirden. It seemed that all Kaner wanted was the Jade of Light. Neither the kingdom nor the Empire could provide that, only the Dark Council could. As for defeating the Orc Empire with these conditions, everyone knew it was impossible. Therefore, they still had to request external aid. We've run out of the Dark Council's secret weapon, and you're the one who manufactured it. I see not only have you run out, but you've also overspent. While your bomb production costs a lot of materials, you've already found an alternative. It wasn't that difficult, and I anticipated that. The door opened, and Keno, Baoali, and Guziusi entered the room. Lianen immediately looked uneasy at the sight of Keno, instantly confirming his identity. Undoubtedly, Keno was the man Lianen had described, and the one the Dark Council was seeking aid from. However, the others quickly noticed the dimensional rings on Keno and the other two, 7 dimensional rings and 1 pet ring. Either they were nouveau riche, or they were carrying a lot of stuff. Everyone could tell that the dimensional rings Keno and the other two were crafted in ancient times, their vastness vastly different from modern dimensional rings. Elder Domirden, long time no see. Lord Kanu, I truly hope to see you every day. I'll spare you the rambling. Just tell me what sincerity you want. The others stared at Kanu, filled with astonishment and confusion. Kanu looked no more than 20 years old, yet his aura was undetectable. It was obvious he was using magical items to mask his presence. Given his age, he'd been training since the womb and was at most a mage. 100 yuan, no collateral, no bargaining, impossible. You're asking for too much? We've already given you a lot, and we don't have much left. The Dark Council simply can't afford such a large amount. Kano had barely finished his words when Domirden immediately objected. Most importantly, it seemed to him that Kano had no intention of changing his terms. Aside from Jingbeo and the others, no one else had any idea what they were talking about. What was 100 yuan? How could the Dark Council be unable to come up with such a large amount? 100 Saint-grade magic cores were simply impossible. The entire God and Demon continent probably didn't even have that many. 109th level magic cores was a bit too little. Furthermore, with the Dark Council's resources, they should have no trouble producing them. However, having given so much before, it was possible they couldn't come up with anything now. Elder Domirden, you, the Dark Council, should provide whatever he wants first. Then, we'll compensate you. Compensation? He wants 100 light jades. What are you offering? Domirden was furious, practically roaring. 100 light jades? What does Kaner consider light jades? Cabbages. The others were filled with disbelief, having never imagined that those 100 pieces were actually light jades. They knew that the lowest light jades were peak saint level, and their value was undoubtedly higher than that of saint level magic cores. Kaner demanded 100 right out of the blue. And from Domirden's words, it seemed he had already given Kaner quite a bit before. What power did Kaner have to ask for light jades from the Dark Council? And for so many, and yet the Dark Council hadn't destroyed him yet? Such power was unattainable for the average person, not even a saint-level mage, let alone a magister. I have already made the conditions. It is up to you whether to give them or not. I can tell you that you will not be able to stop me. I will never take action unless I see 100 pieces of light jade. Sir Kano, let's take a step back. We don't need you to fight against the beast cavalry, nor do we need you to deal with those secret weapons. The Magic Empire and the Dark Council can handle these two targets. We hope you can deal with the Air Force. I don't think 100 pieces of light jade are needed for this, Otis suddenly spoke. Damalding would not ask for trouble. Kano must have some special trump card. In fact, they did not need Kano to deal with all the targets. 50 light jades, what? Just to deal with the Air Force, that's all. Domirdin was furious today. Kano's offer was truly unreasonable. However, Kano simply smiled faintly and said, if our friendship is strong enough, you'll definitely feel grateful, because what you've given is nothing. Domirdin was silent. He knew what Kano meant. Just like the mech warriors before, they were not needed by Kano, but they still earned the Dark Council a huge reward. If Kano could contribute higher-level mech warriors, perhaps they could get even more. At this thought, his anger suddenly subsided. Going against Kano seemed extremely unwise. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to go back and discuss it. No problem, I'm not in a hurry anyway, Kano said, not caring about the others at all. He turned and left the room. If there weren't so many people here, I really would beat him up. Otis' face was filled with anger. It was the first time he was ignored by a child. He made a heartfelt decision to make Kano suffer when he had the chance. A word of advice, don't do that before you reach the saint level, or you'll die miserably. Domirdin sneered and mocked him bluntly. He was just a great swordsman, yet he was looking for trouble with Kano. He had seen how powerful Kano's mecha warriors were, and any giant mecha warrior could destroy Otis. Domirdin's words startled everyone present. They couldn't help but wonder how powerful Kano was. Could he be a mage? If so, his talent was truly terrifying. Even the Dark Council wouldn't provoke him, so how could they easily provoke him? Kano left the room and saw the girl waiting outside. The girl hesitated, as if considering something. What's your name? Zufu. Zufu, a very unique name. But why aren't you leaving? What are you waiting for here? I hope I can follow you for a while. Follow me. Why? And why should I agree to it? I know you want sincerity. I can also give you a martial arts technique. Believe me, this martial arts technique is absolutely advanced. Zufu's face was full of anticipation, as if she really wanted Kano to agree. Jingbeo and Ai Li were surprised. Such advanced martial arts were rare. Even if you had gold coins, you might not be able to buy them. Let's take a look at the martial arts first. If it's okay, then I agree. The martial arts must be taught in person, and no one can watch. Zufu looked at Jingbeo and Ai Li, obviously worried that they would learn it secretly. However, once Kano learned it, he would pass it on to them if he wanted to, without any reservations. And you must promise not to pass it on to anyone else, otherwise, I can't teach it to you. What kind of advanced martial arts technique is this? It's so powerful. It sounds almost divine. Ellie was a little unwilling to be outdone. After all, she had also learned advanced martial arts, especially the most difficult ones. She just couldn't believe Zufu's martial arts could be that powerful. Seeing that Kano didn't seem too concerned, Zufu couldn't help but feel anxious. Gritting her teeth, she said proudly, what if it's a martial arts technique that can evade mental lock? This stunned not only Jingbeo and Ellie, but also Kano. Mental lock, to a certain extent, is impossible to evade. Of course, if one has enough strength and special magical equipment, it can be done, but martial arts that can evade magic are unheard of. I'm telling the truth. This is a unique martial art. When I teach it to you, you'll understand the truth of what I say. Chapter 165, Elf Saint Zufu. If such a skill truly existed, I could agree to it. However, you should tell me your identity. I'm afraid you'd be killed if I wasn't careful. Anyone who knew such a formidable agility skill was undoubtedly no ordinary person. The Orc cavalry's pursuit was understandable. The fact that Jingbeo hadn't found any magical equipment on her earlier only meant that hers was even more advanced, and her true strength was hidden. Can I not tell you? No. Kano recalled Mingaya Arsenu asking him to come to the Warrior Kingdom. He'd initially assumed it was for the Warrior Kingdom skills. After all, the Warrior Kingdom was a branch of the Sword God Empire, so possessing special skills was possible. However, he now realized that Mingaya Arsenu had clearly asked him to come to Zufu. Agility skills that could evade mental power were simply unimaginable. Okay, I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. Let's find a secluded place, just you and me. Sounds good. Jingbeo and Ai Li snorted coldly, clearly dissatisfied. Zufu looked like she wanted to kidnap Kano, although they knew that Kano was not someone who could be easily deceived. Kano brought Zufu to a secluded corner where there were few people around. Zufu looked around nervously, then waved her hand and a white light shield protected the two of them. Such a method surprised Kano slightly. Although it was only a soundproof light shield, it would be impossible without the strength of a magician. Judging from Zufu's appearance, she was only in her 20s. A magician in her 20s had even more terrifying talent than him. Actually, I'm the saint of the elven race and the next queen of the elven queens. I wear the elven race's sacred artifact, the transfiguration mask, which conceals my appearance, strength, and aura. Actually, I'm over 200 years old now, and my strength is that of a junior mage. Combined with the other secret arts I've learned, few below the saint level can threaten me. Our elven race has a tradition: saints must travel the land of gods and demons. Upon returning, they'll retreat to strive for the saint level. Once they reach the saint level, they'll succeed the throne of the elven queen. With this, Zufu wiped her face and removed a mask resembling animal hide. A delicate, angelic face was revealed, its right side etched with mysterious magical patterns. The elves are nature's favorites, predominantly matriarchal. They are generally composed of handsome men and beautiful women. Not only can they easily live to be 1,000 years old, but their appearance never ages, changing only in the seconds before death. Their strength can even be slowly cultivated to the level of a mage. Elves are masters of magic and archery, known as the strange creatures of the forest. Within the forest, they possess unparalleled power, and a single mage can even kill a mage with a surprise attack. Every elf is a soldier, and even children possess formidable skills in magic and archery. If it weren't for their love of peace and their reluctance to leave the forest, they would be even more troublesome than the Orc Empire. Elves typically possess magical markings on their faces, varying in size and complexity. Generally, the larger and more complex the markings, the higher their status and power. Zufu, a saint of the elves, reached the level of a junior mage at the age of 200. While this might not be a significant achievement in a human realm, it's a true prodigy for the elves, as 200 years old is barely adulthood. Elves' magic, derived from the Phoenix clan, is slightly more powerful than the Dragon clan's dragon language magic and, by extension, even more potent than human magic. If it weren't for the fact that elves have more women than men, resulting in extremely low fertility and a difficult upbringing, the elves would likely be the current rulers of the continent of gods and demons. You're an elf saint, a junior mage. Oh my goodness, this is getting interesting. Why are those orc cavalrymen hunting you? It's not because you're beautiful. They want to capture you and make you their wife, right? Kano said with a hint of amusement, equally puzzled by the orc cavalry's thoughts. Logically, the Orc Empire wouldn't do such a self-defeating thing. No, it's because they know my identity and want to capture me and hand me over to the human empire. Then, angering the elves, they'll join forces with the Orc Empire to attack the human kingdom. If I die during my training, I'll be ineligible to become the elf queen. In that case, the elves will train a new elf saint. But if I'm captured and humiliated, that's another matter. While the orcs played a role, the elves won't go after them. Being captured by the orc cavalry means I'm useless. In other words, if they don't imprison and humiliate you, there will be no retaliation. Kano looked incredulous. He hadn't expected the elves to value a saint maiden undergoing training so much. But on the other hand, this was indeed a way for the elf saint to quickly become powerful. With an elf of unparalleled beauty right beside them, no greedy human could resist. Even if they faced retaliation, they'd probably want to feel satisfied first. It must be said that the Orc Empire's plot was truly brilliant. If it weren't for Kano's appearance, they would have likely succeeded. What do you want to do with me? Exchanging your elven secrets for my own? That's a steep price to pay. You don't just want to go for a walk with me, do you? Let me be clear, I won't be going to the monster forest anytime soon. Kano was somewhat wary of the monster forest and the elves. The monster forest was home to numerous saint-level beasts, which served as the elves' ultimate protection. Elves generally stayed within their habitats, and even if they did, they were powerful, possessing either magical flight or magical items. Their magic was on par with that of the Magic Empire. With Kano's current strength, encountering a saint-level beast in the monster forest would be a sure thing. He lacked the elves' affinity for the beasts, so naturally, the beasts wouldn't treat him with courtesy. After all, once one reaches the saint level, one can directly soar through the air. Their speed is naturally faster than any peak level 9th level magical beast. No, I'm not asking you to send me back to the elves, because my training isn't over yet. I just feel you're special, and I want to be your friend. That's so false. I can't believe it. The proud elves simply disdain making friends with other races, a fact known to everyone on the divine and demon continent. They love nature and uphold freedom, and they hold all forms of greed and violence in contempt. And Kainer's behavior these past few days has been nothing but greed and evil. He doesn't even take the fate of humanity seriously. How truly despicable is that? I know what you are thinking. The elves advocate freedom and prefer peace to fighting. But if that is the case, how can the elves intimidate the surrounding races? The elves have no laws, because peaceful elves will not break the law. But the elves also have a council of elders and an army, the elf queen. The council of elders and the elf soldiers are the guardians of the elves. They are all elves who focus on combat. They are kind to us, but if they encounter invaders, they will not hesitate to take action and kill all the enemies. When mentioning these people, Zufu's face was full of admiration. It seemed that she was very envious of those powerful elves. The elf saints of the elven tribe are chosen by the elven god. They don't have a high social status at birth, but they are undoubtedly the most powerful magical and combat-savvy elves. When elf saints travel the continent of gods and demons, they make many friends. These friends are generally powerful figures from the continent at the time or later. This is a boon for the elven tribe. For example, the current elf queen has 3 friends still alive. One is the sword saint of the sword god empire, and the other 2 are holy mages of the magic empire. Zufu spoke with pride. After all, there are only a dozen known saints among the human race today, and the elf queen has already known 3 of them. This means they can easily take care of each other and keep in touch with each other. Zufu's implication is that Kainer's talent is extraordinary. He might even be able to advance to the saint level in the future. Kainer didn't deny this. For him, reaching the god level wasn't a problem, let alone the saint level. Zufu was particularly convinced by Kano's ease against the beast cavalry. Beyond his apparent strength, Kano must have some hidden tricks up his sleeve. Alright, now that the shields are up, tell me about your agility skills. I'm really looking forward to learning what kind of agility skills can evade magical locks. Alright, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you. But I'll only explain the training requirements once. Whether you can grasp them depends on you, no problem. As long as you don't undertrain, I think I'll be able to grasp them, the elf saint explained carefully, and Kano naturally listened intently. However, after listening, Kano felt that this so-called agility skills were actually integrated with mental power. The main principle was to use mental power to create illusions, misdirecting the opponent's magical locks, allowing them to evade the attack. However, such an idea was simply inconceivable to the average person. Moreover, the prerequisite for learning and mastering this agility skills was a strong body and mind. Under such an extremely strange agility skills, those without strong physical strength would simply not be able to withstand it, resulting in sprains at best and crippling at worst. If one's mental strength was too weak, the opponent would easily discover a loophole. As for large-scale group attacks, that was even more impossible to dodge. With Kano's comprehension, he had already figured out some of the key techniques in just half an hour. With Zufu's diligent instruction, he should be able to easily dodge even elementary magical attacks. However, considering his powerful physique, the strangeness of the burning spirit fire, and the might of the gathering spirit array, it seemed that ordinary magical attacks had no effect on him at all. Chapter 166, The Beast Army. After Kano and Zufu returned, Jingbeo and Ai Li didn't ask any further questions. Kano, wanting to keep his promise, wouldn't tell anyone about his skills or Zufu. Having an elf saint by his side meant nothing to Kano. On the contrary, he'd gained something. If he could earn her friendship, that would be even better. However, given Zufu's current condition, reaching the saint level would take at least 200 years, a time too long for Kano. In just 2 weeks, the warrior kingdom's border troops had swelled to 1.5 million. However, none of the commanders had the slightest confidence, as the Orc Empire's army had already arrived. These Orc troops were completely dispersed, slowly approaching the border 30 miles away. The reason was simple, they feared a magical attack from the Magic Empire. Seeing the dense mass of nearly 1 million Orc cavalrymen, everyone's faces were filled with anxiety. The massive creatures below were no low-level magical beasts, they possessed intelligence, and some even surpassed their own intelligence. 30 miles was perfectly within the artillery's range. However, if the Dark Council deployed its artillery, they could now completely encompass the target. Poseidon, Damaldon, Otis, and the others were meeting in the room, each with a solemn expression. This was because Damaldon was unwilling to release the artillery. He argued that the cost of the artillery was too high, with each 10 pieces worth a Saint-grade magic core. If they did, the four empires would have to pay compensation. After all, after the Guild Alliance was defeated, the four empires would be next in line. Besides the Magic Empire, the Light Empire, the Ice Empire, and the Sword God Empire were all surrounding the Guild Alliance. If the Orc Empire occupied the Guild Alliance, even if it didn't continue its attacks, it would be a headache for the three empires. However, the value of 10 Saint-grade magic cores was too high. Even the four empires couldn't afford to release them easily. After all, a fight like this would involve more than just one. I suggest you go to Keri. It seems he only needs a few thousand gold coins to make one. Besides, we absolutely need his help against the Orc Air Force. As for his terms, we in the Dark Council simply can't meet them. You should know the value of 100 pieces of light jade. Damaldon looked helpless. Even if he could spare 100 pieces of light jade, he wouldn't. Why would they have to pay such a high price? Otis, Poseidon, and the others exchanged glances, each knowing the reason. Even if they gave them the jade, the result would be the same. It's just that Keri, while seemingly weak, didn't buy into their arguments. Talking to him about righteousness was pointless. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, the Dark Council simply didn't want to offend Keri, a fact that left them feeling frustrated. After all, the Dark Council's lair was well hidden, safe from attack from the Orc Empire. But they were different. You said you absolutely had to ask for Keri's help, but he asked for 100 light jades. How are we supposed to come up with that, and is Keri a coward? He doesn't dare to take on the Orc Empire. Otherwise, why would he make such outrageous demands? I don't think he wants to join. Protecting humanity is a tremendous honor. The Light Empire's commander, Sheng Minglongaiu, spoke with disdain. He couldn't understand how a 20-something kid could be so powerful that they treated him this way. Sir, please don't underestimate Keri. He's more than capable of dealing with those 100,000 air forces. Damaldon's words filled everyone with disbelief. The Orc Empire's 100,000 air forces would be a real headache for humanity, who lack them. And yet, Keri, a 20-something kid, could actually take on 100,000 air forces. It sounded incredible. Keri is simultaneously negotiating with the Dark Council, the Church of Light, and the Orc Empire. Without sufficient strength, do you think it's possible? Perhaps the Holy Order can deal with him, but if they can't kill him, things will be very difficult. Besides, he's only in his 20s, with a promising future. Offend him and you can expect the consequences. As for glory, don't discuss it with him. Right now, he has his eye on nothing but the Jade of Light. The mention of the Jade of Light filled Damaldon with a wave of frustration. He didn't know why Keri had confronted the Dark Council, demanding they find the Jade of Light. However, the higher-ups had sent down a message that Keri couldn't be touched at all. Not only could they not deal with him, but they should actually befriend him. He didn't know what they were thinking. The thought of this suffocated him. After all, with the Dark Council's resources, they could easily summon a dozen Dark Angels. Would they then besiege Keri and let him escape? Yet, the higher-ups said they wanted to befriend Keri, but they wouldn't give him the Light Jade. This puzzled him. It was a tactic of playing hard to get. Was Keri so easily manipulated? We can handle the Orc Empire without him. It's just 1.5 million cavalrymen, isn't it? I don't believe we can't stop them. Relying on a child, I can't afford to lose that man. Otis spat, his face brimming with irritation. Asking him to beg and nobody was simply impossible. In the land of gods and demons, face was far more important than life. The others gnashed their teeth as well. Asking them to beg Keri was out of the question. Since that was the case, they had no choice but to resist on their own. You're so righteous, forget it. But arrange for the evacuation of the Guild Alliance's civilians as soon as possible, or you really won't be able to stop them, and once the Orc Empire gains a foothold, nothing will matter. I just hope you won't regret it. Damaldon snorted and turned away. He saw no point in fighting this war because the outcome was already decided. Most importantly, these people hadn't realized it yet. HMPH, you cowards of the darkness, frightened silly by the orcs. I'll show you what a true soldier is. That's right, what does he think of our four empires? We have mages and magic circles. It's ridiculous that after all this preparation, they still lost in a defensive battle. Everyone sneered, only Otis and Poseidon had grim expressions. They didn't think Domerdan was cowardly. Perhaps Domerdan was right. The Light Empire was attacked by surprise, and rumors outside were that it was a natural disaster. The reason for this was the sheer power of the bombs. If those people knew, they probably wouldn't laugh today. Although many now knew that the Holy Sea of Light had been attacked, many more remained skeptical. Such damage could only be inflicted by a large forbidden spell. Are you really unwilling to help them? Leannan stared at Kano's face, hoping to detect a change in his expression. But Kano remained too calm, observing the dense mass of Orc Empire cavalry 30 miles away, as if he were looking at ants. Hearing Leannan's words, Kano snapped back to his senses. With a resolute expression, he spoke solemnly, "This is non-negotiable. To deal with those air forces, you must give me 50 light jades, not a single one less. I can already sense my advancement to mage. By then, what will be more important to me than light jades? Reaching the mage level, perhaps even comprehending a new magic circle." The thought of a mech warrior possessing 2 magic circles at once was incredibly exciting. Furthermore, with the Orc Empire joining the Guild Alliance, and the 4 great empires keeping them in check, he had nothing to worry about. As for whether the Guild Alliance's members would flee or be enslaved, that depended on their decision. But they're human, after all. I still hope you can help them. Helping them means exposing my strength, which means I need to let them see my mech warriors. What do you think they'll do to me when they see the power of my mech warriors? Will they worship me as a hero and pay me tribute? Kano's tone was thick with sarcasm. Greed is humanity's greatest sin. When these people learned of the power of Kano's mech warriors, far from thanking him, they might even want to kill him. Kano was a threat, beyond their control. At the same time, they also wanted to seize his mech warriors and use them for their own purposes. By then, Kano would be the enemy of the entire god and demon continent, there was no doubt about that. Leannan fell silent. She was no longer the naive and innocent girl she used to be. She knew in her heart that what Kano said was true. At that point, nothing could be undone. You humans are the most heartless. It's better if you all die. Actually, I also think you could help them. Kano, Jingbeo, disliking humans, spoke coldly. However, Zufu pondered for a moment, also wanting Kano to help the humans. She seemed to have forgotten about the Orc cavalry's pursuit. Ellie didn't speak, and Kano chose to remain silent. It looked like the Orc cavalry was preparing to attack, and Kano should leave. Otherwise, a barrage of bombs would fall, and he would be in trouble for a while. At this time, several figures gathered among the Orc cavalry, a beautiful fox, a lion general, a wolf leader, and a harpy. If Kano were here, he would recognize the fox beauty as someone he knew from the Savage Plains, the holy priestess of the Orc Empire, Borishan. Sacrifice is an indispensable part of every large-scale orc battle, and the holy priestess is the leader. She is the symbol of the priest's authority and the will of the beast god, and no one dares to disobey. Around them, catapults had already been prepared, but if you look closely, you will find that these catapults are very simple, so simple that they cannot even launch huge stones, and even if they can launch huge stones, they cannot reach the defensive wall 30 miles away. Chapter 167, Shadow Assassin. These foolish humans think our Orc Empire has made no progress. With such a small force, they dare to stand in our way. When we charge, I'll make them despair. The wolf-like officer's ferocious face was filled with excitement, and he couldn't help but touch the blaster rifle at his waist. This was the Orc Empire's secret weapon, enough to astonish the humans. Initially, they were reluctant to accept such external force, they considered their bodies so powerful and perfect. It wasn't until a 10,000-man force was equipped that they were horrified by the power of these weapons. Used against humans, they would be a formidable weapon. Meanwhile, some wolf cavalrymen had mounted mortars on both sides of their mounts. They could inflict damage upon contact with human soldiers in a split second. Thinking of the rich lands about to be secured, everyone could no longer wait. Their only rational thought was that they were soldiers, and obedience was paramount. Langbei, don't underestimate the humans. We bought our weapons from them. It's possible they've also secretly equipped an army, perhaps even larger than ours. It was Borishan who spoke. The firearms had established her power, but she also knew their origins. The attack on the Valley of the Dead had left a deep impression on her. That incident proved that the weapons Kino had sold them were inferior, at least in terms of range. Yet, even these weapons were deadly enough. Secret equipment? How come we didn't get any information about them? They also didn't know we were equipped with secret weapons, which means we were both being very secretive. But wasn't the attack on the Church of Light due to someone using those secret weapons? Borussian was furious at Langbae's arrogance. For a commander to underestimate the enemy was a fatal mistake. Langbae calmed down immediately upon hearing this. Although he hated to admit it, he was indeed not as smart as Borussian. Alright, stop talking. This time, our planned attack won't go wrong. Gormachil, will prove it to you with action. This time, we'll win. Eagle Maniac, charge first during the attack. Be sure to ensure your own safety. The Air Force's advantage lies in numbers. If there aren't many enemy targets, don't use your blaster, Wolf. When you charge, rush into the enemy camp as quickly as possible. Remember, I don't want any prisoners. Kill them all. Remember my orders. The first step is to conquer the warrior kingdom and the mercenary kingdom. Once we've rested and recuperated, we can make further plans. Gormachil spoke excitedly. He was confident he could directly defeat the current defenses. Most importantly, these people seemed unaware of the impending crisis and had gathered together. Perhaps the human empire hadn't anticipated that the orc empire's target wasn't the entire human kingdom, nor was it a matter of striking and then leaving. Instead, they planned to advance steadily, slowly eroding human territory. Once they entered human kingdom, everything would be a problem. Then, they could break up into smaller groups and use the humans as cover. The orcs' cautious approach was undoubtedly a huge gain. No one had expected them to be content with just 2 principalities, which served as a buffer zone between the Light Empire and the Ice Empire. Kano didn't know when the Orc Empire would attack, but the sooner he left, the better. However, as soon as he left, several soldiers stopped him. "Excuse me, Master Magician. The battle is about to begin. No one is allowed to leave." The soldiers' righteous words, their willingness to sacrifice their lives, made Li Anan feel ashamed. As a member of the human race, one must die fighting for the race. Kano was surprised by the soldiers' courage. He assumed no one would bother trying to stop him. However, judging by their attire, they seemed to be wearing the same attire as Luo Ling. Could it be that they were blocking him at Luo Ling's orders? However, the agreed 3 days had passed, and Luo Ling showed no sign of surrendering. Since yesterday, Luo Ling had lost his eligibility. "Who told you to stop me? I'll say it one last time. A war is about to begin, and no one is allowed to leave." The soldier drew his weapon and pointed it at Kano's chest. His expression was extremely serious, as if he would attack at any moment. Kano's pupils suddenly shrank, and he dodged as quickly as possible. However, what no one expected was that the soldier actually whispered a spell and then shot an entanglement spell at Kano. At such a close distance, and it was cast instantly, with Kano's strength, there was no way to dodge it. The soldier's face was full of ferocity, and he stabbed with his sword without hesitation. However, what he didn't expect was that Kano's figure flashed strangely, and he actually managed to dodge the attack. The speed was not fast, but it was extremely strange. The soldier's face was full of disbelief. It was a magical attack. At such a close distance, he actually dodged it. "Asshole, instant casting low-level magic. You're an archmage?" Kano deflected the soldier's sword with a palm strike, only to see the soldier transform into a black shadow and vanish in an instant. Even his mental power couldn't lock onto him. He looked around again, but there was no sign of anyone. Even the other soldiers had vanished. Who's fighting here?" A furious cry rang out, and Luo Ling, along with several soldiers, rushed over. Seeing the shocked and furious faces of Kano and the others, a strange look crossed his face. But then, Luo Ling paused in thought, then spoke to Kano. "I've thought about this for a long time, but in the end, I just can't rest assured in your service. Perhaps, this is just my nature." With that, Luo Ling led his men away. Anyone who could cause Kano this much trouble must be a truly extraordinary being. They alone were simply incapable of defeating him. Luo Ling's departure left Kano somewhat disappointed. He still appreciated geniuses. It would be even better if he could bring them under his control. That was an assassin from the Shadow Group, and a magician at that. Those guys are truly relentless, trying to kill you. This is the second time, and I wonder how many more times they'll do it. Jingbao's tone was icy, and he held no sympathy towards the Shadow Group either. These clever assassins, hidden in the shadows, would flee immediately upon missing their target, giving their targets no chance to react. This meant they had to be constantly on guard, something that Kano clearly found difficult to accept. Forget it. I expect their sneak attacks will continue, but it'll take a while. What I'm most worried about is that if they attack you, you'll be caught off guard and difficult to defend against. Especially Ellie, that sneak attack was enough to kill you. I don't think it's a big deal. After all, they've already sent a magician this time. If the assassination attempt failed, could they send a saint level next time? The shadow group lacked any saint level experts. Cultivating from an assassin to a saint level expert was far more difficult than cultivating a magician. Moreover, assassin organizations like the shadow group are often wanted by the divine demon continent, especially after offending a major family, and are likely to face severe damage. As they spoke, a patrol of soldiers suddenly passed by. Lianon raised his hand, instantly unleashing a paralyzing lightning bolt. One of the soldiers glanced at the others, and suddenly, a black aura erupted from his body. In a flash, he transformed into a phantom and rushed towards Kano. The paralyzing lightning struck the black figure, causing it to pause for a moment. The next moment, a fierce dagger thrust pierced Kano's chest. Meanwhile, Kano drew a black dagger from his space ring and stabbed it as well. He was confident that his physical strength would not be too difficult to block the attack. Accelerated by the laws of time, Kano's speed was incredible. He plunged the dagger into the soldier's heart almost instantly, leaving him with only seconds to live. To his surprise, the soldier before him suddenly dissipated into black aura, leaving no trace of blood, footprints, or even a trace of anything. Damn it, Kano snorted coldly. He was now completely certain that the opponent's strength was definitely not just a junior mage, it was very likely a senior mage, or even a half-step to the saint stage. However, the moment the soldiers were scattered, dozens of sharp arrows shot out from all around, almost all aimed at Kano's vital points, and with magic locks. Deploying more than a dozen magic archers at once showed the shadow group's considerable expense. After all, ordinary forces couldn't afford so many magic archers to spare. Looking for death, Jinbei cried out, his figure instantly vanishing, the next moment reappearing beside one of the magic archers. The opponent was only at the level of a mage, no match for Jinbei. A single sword pierced his heart, instantly ending his life. After all, this was a surprise attack, and they couldn't afford to create a defensive magic shield. Ailey and Lianon reacted quickly, one instantly casting a lightning magic shield for protection, while the other swung her magic bow, instantly unleashing 3 magic arrows. In terms of strength, Ailey was no less capable than those others. Zufu was hiding in the back, not a target. She dodged the attack with a simple dodge, while Guxiusi struck out with his sword, directly connecting the tip of his sword with the tip of the arrow, knocking the sharp arrow down. Kano was filled with frustration. He had never expected his opponent to be so concerned about him. A high-level mage, a dozen magic archers, if such a force was lost, even the Church of Light would be furious. Frustrated, Kano summoned his mecha warriors as quickly as possible. Then, a laser sweep was launched. The previous attack had exposed their position, and they had been locked onto by Kano. Now, escape was impossible. Screams rang out, and almost none of the dozen magic archers were spared. However, Kano's mecha warrior's attack was also seen by the surrounding soldiers and Otis and others who had rushed over. They had never seen such a method of attack before, but it was undoubtedly much more powerful than a bow and arrow. They naturally did not know that their presence had reduced the power of the mecha warrior's laser attacks. Chapter 168, Assisting in the Battle. What they didn't know was that Kano's mech warriors now all used 9th level magic cores, significantly increasing their power compared to their mid-level counterparts. This was especially true in terms of range, reaching 600 yards. Within that range, their power was twice that of a blaster. If the laser guns weren't too small, preventing the power from being amplified, the laser attacks from 9th level magic cores would have been enough to threaten even a junior greatsword master. Similarly, due to material limitations, the giant mech warriors' attacks could only threaten greatsword masters and mages. However, the laser cannons were powerful enough to kill instantly. For example, Kano's giant magic mech warriors, powered by light jade, targeted the angels of light, and had a certain chance of instant kill. While these items were extremely costly, they had never been seen before on the continent of gods and demons. Given the fervor of the mages, they would undoubtedly study them. Kano's exposure of the mech warriors just now was extremely disadvantageous to him. With so many experts present, the still elusive senior mage must have already left, otherwise, remaining to attack would only lead to his own death. So many magic archers. What faction has this canner offended? Are those iron figures magical puppets? They can actually fire attributed ray attacks. This is truly incredible, with over a dozen of them. No wonder they're so rampant. I guess ordinary greatsword masters are no match for them. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, but Otis and Poseidon exchanged a look of shock and fear. They also considered laser attacks to be fire attributed ray attacks, but they had never seen such pure attacks. Furthermore, judging by the movements of these mecha warriors, they were countless times more agile than the magic puppets. If they could master these secrets, their strength would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Kano paid no attention to the surrounding discussions and turned to leave without hesitation. However, at that moment, Domildan blocked his way. Sir Domildan, are you prepared to agree to my request? Sir Kano, you misunderstood. We truly cannot afford 100 luminous jades. However, I can offer you 40 luminous jades in exchange for your assistance. Domildan gave a strange smile, a hint of conspiracy. It was just that the word assistance was so cryptic. Did I hear correctly? You meant assistance. What if I'm surrounded by orc cavalry? What do you think I should do then? Once those orc cavalry go berserk, they'll only care about slaughter. I'm not a priest. I can't give them the aura of clarity, nor can I intimidate them into a frenzy of slaughter. No, Sir Kano, you misunderstood. I meant assistance, not participation in the attack. You can leave at any time if you wish. However, you must help us deal with those 10,000 secret weapon air force. At this point, Kano understood. Their only fear was those 10,000 air force wielding explosive rifles. After all, the orc air force is incredibly mobile. Using spears and bows wouldn't necessarily do much damage, but blasters are a different story. The human air force, however, is primarily comprised of the Royal Air Force. While formidable, it's outnumbered. Especially against the Orc Empire's established air force, it's no match. So, I only need to deal with those 10,000 airmen. I can ignore the others. And if those 10,000 don't enter the battlefield, I can completely sit back and take your 40 light jades for free. That's right, deal. Taking on just 10,000 airmen is easy for Kano. He only needs 100 or a few hundred mechas to wipe out the Orc Air Force. Laser rifles have 5 times the range of blasters, and twice the power. No matter how you fight, the Orc Air Force will be beaten. Once the Orc Air Force realizes this, they'll retreat without hesitation. Otherwise, who wants to die? Therefore, Kano only needed to kill a small number of them, and the Orc Air Force would retreat. Naturally, they wouldn't need too many mech warriors. No matter how much they speculated, they couldn't have imagined that Kano possessed 10,000 mech warriors. For them, magic golems, while powerful, had limited applications. Given their rarity, possessing even a few hundred was a significant feat. Sir Kano, I wonder if you're willing to sell your magic golems. If you're willing, the price is negotiable. It was Poseid who spoke. As a member of the Magic Empire, he was extremely particular about any magical item, especially Kano's magic golems, which were far superior to those purchased at the auction in the royal city. In an instant, all eyes turned to him. If possible, they would pay the full price, and the Dark Council, naturally, was willing to do anything. Let alone 100 light jades, even 200, if Kano was willing, he could afford it. 200 luminous jades, 100 divine natures, with every attribute of each divine nature, all at the primary peak level, and magic metals, worth the equivalent of 200 luminous jades. Meet these requirements, and I'll trade them. Kano's exorbitant demands enraged everyone. They believed Kano was playing them. These items were probably only available from the Church of Light and the Dark Council. I'll think about it. However, to everyone's surprise, Domildan actually agreed to consider it. Although his expression was grim, he seemed willing to part with the items. Kano was surprised, not only the others, but also Kano. His words had indeed suggested exorbitant demands, but he hadn't expected Domildan to actually agree. He undoubtedly planned to ask his superiors. The combined might of the divine and demon continent couldn't produce these, but a major power in the divine realm could easily do so. Kano didn't care. Since he'd agreed to keep them, then so be it. However, the 40 luminous jades had to be paid in advance. Domildan had no problem with this, and he would send it to Kano shortly. The display of power displayed by Kano and the others had stunned everyone around them. Teleportation, instantaneous magic, such feats were beyond the reach of ordinary people. None of the men before them seemed to have reached the level of a mage. Despite knowing there was no hope, they couldn't resist recruiting them. Despite their generous offers, the women simply ignored them. If they had their way, they could have taken a divine power from Kano. That was a concept others couldn't even begin to comprehend. Luo Ling, in particular, felt a sudden sense of unease as he watched Kano and the others. His initial confidence vanished, as he felt the gap between him and them was too great. Even after suffering a serious injury and being sidelined for a period of time, his confidence had never wavered. He believed in himself, convinced that he would one day reach the saint rank. But now, he suddenly realized how ridiculous his assumptions were. His talent didn't seem particularly impressive compared to Kano and the others. Even before his serious injury, it had been the same. Sensing the strange and greedy gazes around him, Kano sneered. He returned to his room with Jingbeo and the others, now radiating his spiritual energy to observe the surroundings. Kano wasn't sure if the shadow assassin had truly left, but he didn't rule out the possibility of another assassination attempt. Having already attempted twice in a row, he felt he had the guts to do so. A figure approached Kano's door, a look of hesitation on his face. Finally, he knocked and whispered, "Sir Kano, I am Luo Ling. I have decided to follow you from now on." Upon hearing this, Kano glanced at Jingbeo and then gestured to Guxius to open the door. As the door opened, Luo Ling's eyes showed a hint of disappointment, but more than that, a look of anticipation. It seemed he hoped to learn from Kano. "No problem. Seeing as you've comprehended sword energy at your junior swordsmanship level, I'll grant you my consent, thank you." Luo Ling's thanks had barely escaped his lips when Jingbeo casually cast an entanglement spell. Lianen let out a startled cry, then threw a paralyzing lightning bolt. Jingbeo and Lianen's attacks caused Luo Ling's pupils to shrink, and a black mist erupted from his eyes. He then roared, and a surge of black energy erupted. Enveloped by this black energy, Jingbeo's entanglement spell and Lianen's paralyzing lightning were completely ineffective. Then, a black shield erupted, revealing the aura of advanced magic. "Ignorance," the shadowy figure snorted, completely revealing his strength. However, 3 sneak attacks in such a short period of time had completely caught Kano off guard. Upon entering, Kano had already been puzzled by the word Sir Kano. After all, Luo Ling had taught him sword energy, so logically, he shouldn't have addressed him as Sir. For this reason, Kano gave Jingbeo a look. Then, he probed again. Luo Ling had mastered sword energy during his time as a swordsman, a fact known to almost everyone here. After his incorrect answer, Jingbeo and Lianen immediately attacked. However, this shadow assassin was indeed formidable, casting magic at a speed far exceeding theirs. Looking for death, faced with such an attack, Kano sneered. His long-prepared mental blade instantly blasted out. The opponent had never expected Kano to use a mental attack, and was caught off guard and stunned. Kano seized the opportunity, unleashing a laser cannon from his space ring. He aimed it at the shadowy figure and pulled the trigger without hesitation. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a high-level mage defending with all his might, so Kano naturally wanted to test the power of the magic laser cannon. The laser blasted out, instantly enveloping the shadowy figure. The next moment, without a single scream, the shadowy figure's upper body was instantly incinerated. An instant kill, an unwavering victory. And at this point, Kano had yet to unleash the full power of the magic laser cannon. Chapter 169, Beast Tribe Attack. I didn't expect them to be killed so easily. It seems the magic laser cannon is quite powerful. Kano casually cast a spirit fire, incinerating the corpse. Then, without him saying anything, Guxius handed Kano the space ring left underground. Kano's mental power entered the space ring, and his expression immediately became extremely strange. The next moment, a blaster appeared in his hand. I never thought the Shadow Group was actually under the control of the Church of Light, Kano sneered, leaving the others puzzled. With just a blaster, Kano was able to determine that the Church of Light was behind the Shadow Group. The weapons we sold are generally similar, but there are slight differences in the patterns. These weapons were sold to the Orc Empire. The Orc Empire couldn't possibly control the Shadow Group, so the only force behind the Shadow Group was the Holy Sea of Light, which is collaborating with the Orc Empire. If that's the case, it makes sense the Holy Sea of Light wants to kill you. After all, You've helped the Dark Council so much. No, it's because they think Keno is useless. The attack on the Savage Plains is proof of that. Okay, enough of this nonsense. Now that we know who's behind it, everything will be easier. Guzius, go ask Otis for a place. I need to conduct magic experiments. While calling it magic experiments, Keno was actually trying to avoid a battlefield. Who knew the Orc Empire would attack one day, and with a barrage of bombs coming, it was best to get out of the way quickly. Magic circles and the like were unreliable. Underground was the safest place. Otis readily agreed to this request. Magic experiments required a large, quiet place, and the place he offered Keno was well away from the defenses, nestled in a small valley. The next morning, a feeling of unease settled over him. Keno jolted awake instantly, only to find Jingbeo already suspended in midair, gazing into the distance. Are you feeling uneasy too? The orcs seem to be attacking. The four main generals, Gormachil, Borishan, Langbei, and Eagle Mad, seated themselves on the backs of their respective beasts, their gazes filled with anticipation. Behind them, artillery was already set up. Gazing at the distant defenses, Gormachil's face was filled with both ferocity and excitement. All it took was a breach, and half the guild alliance would be theirs. What's that? Poseid cast his eagle eye spell, capturing the scene 30 miles away. A look of confusion crossed his face, and he asked in confusion. The others, also enchanted with eagle eye, could see the distant scene. They all asked in confusion, each with a look of bewilderment. That's their long-range secret weapon, with a range of 30 miles and immense attack power, capable of destroying this very wall. What a joke. They think our walls are made of mud? I don't know the true power of those secret weapons, but our defensive magic array is no pushover. No, I sense the enemy's cavalry has decreased significantly, Otis asked doubtfully, as if he had spotted something. But the next moment, Gormachil gave the order, and all the artillery roared incessantly. Watching the bombs rain down from the sky, Keno felt as if he had been transported back to the days of firearms. It looked like the wall would undoubtedly crumble, but this was the land of gods and demons. There was magic and fighting spirit. As the bombs were about to fall, a spell echoed around them. And then a massive magic array enveloped the surrounding walls. The bomb struck the shield, causing it to shake, but it showed no sign of breaking. Seeing the bomb's power, everyone around him paled. If they hadn't been prepared, they would have been in great danger. Gormachil had expected the shield to block the bombs, but he hadn't anticipated that they would have been completely blocked. But after the last few shells were fired, the shield finally succumbed to the weight. With a loud bang, it completely dissipated. Subsequent shells blasted a gaping hole in the wall, the deafening roar instantly sending more than a dozen people flying. Such power could only be truly appreciated with one's own eyes. Thinking back to that massive barrage of shells, everyone's faces paled. The earth trembled, and roars rose to the sky. The distant wolf cavalry led the charge, followed by the ox cavalry and the beast cavalry. They charged from 30 miles away, a feat only the orcs could achieve. Everyone, don't be afraid. Archers, get ready. Slings, get ready. Kerosene. Show those foolish orcs how powerful we humans are. All magicians, follow my orders. Prepare small forbidden spells and advanced magic. Cast them at the crowded area to maximize damage. Explosive spear battalion, follow my orders. Aim at the enemy cavalry. Smash their mounts to prevent them from going berserk. Artillery battalion, fire. Destroy their artillery positions. Domildan's artillery was already set up, targeting the Orc Empire's artillery formations. He feared another barrage. With only a dozen shells fired, they could easily destroy the Orc Empire's artillery formations. The range was only a little over 30 miles, but their artillery could reach 40. Seeing the massive mushroom cloud behind them, all the Orc cavalrymen erupted in fury. Then, with a roar, they all spontaneously went berserk. Damn those despicable humans. They even have artillery. And I'm sure the range is far greater than ours. Indeed, they're outmatched, but they're running low on ammunition. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bombarded our artillery formation. They're probably afraid we'd bombard them again, Gormachil roared, while Borishan sneered. Their information system must have known about the attack on Tudoza and his men. If that were the case, their ammunition supply must have been limited. 30 miles seemed far, but for the frenzied Orc cavalry, it was the equivalent of a 100-meter sprint. In a matter of moments, they were close to the city wall. Firewall attack, advanced earth spike strike, Incinerate the city. A wall of flames stretching several miles slowly advanced, instantly filling the orc cavalry's faces with shock and fury. Immediately after they collided with the flames, almost all of them were incinerated. Their screams of pain were short-lived, the cavalry behind them were too numerous, and in the next moment, they crushed those who slowed down. But after neutralizing the flame wall, they were immediately confronted by a barrage of black earth spikes protruding from the ground. They were so densely packed that they were impossible to dodge. One by one, the orc cavalry's mounts collided with the black earth spikes, their bellies ripped open, blood and intestines flowed out from the massive wounds. Just as the orc cavalry struggled to break through the earth spikes, the sky suddenly turned a fiery red. Countless sparks rained down from the sky, engulfing an area 5 or 6 miles in flames. 2 enhanced high-level spells, 1 minor forbidden spell, just 3 spells had slain 50,000 orc cavalrymen. Such a massive loss made the wolf commander, Langbei, look grim, digging his fingernails into his palms. Even though they had been able to enter a frenzy, doubling their overall strength, they were still vulnerable to the magical attack. For millennia, the orcs had been suppressed by human magic. From that time until now, there had been no let-up. Damn it magic. If they ever break into human territory, I'll slaughter all those damned magicians. Lang Huang, let me explain. There's no powerful magician academy in the Guild Alliance, and the formation just now involved at least a dozen mages and hundreds of wizards. It looks like the Magic Empire's support is inside. No matter what, I won't withdraw. Their sacrifices are for the strength of the Orc Empire. Keep the kerosene catapults ready. Fire, archers, concentrate fire, explosive lance squadrons, prepare to attack. Magicians, cast swamp magic, a low-level earth magic, creates a swampy surface, trapping the enemy and slowing their speed and agility. A novice wizard's swamp spell would only create a 10-foot wide area, but now, cast by a group of wizards and mages, using magic scrolls, the effect is truly remarkable. Almost instantly, 100 miles of land became a swamp, and the orc cavalry were instantly engulfed. The kerosene boulders and rain of arrows rained down from the sky, instantly inflicting heavy damage on the orc cavalry. Attacking a moving target was difficult, but attacking one that couldn't move was even easier. The swamp spell lasted only 100 breaths, and the orc cavalry lost between 10 and 20,000 men. This was due to their strong defenses, otherwise, the losses would have been far greater. The orc cavalry were closing in on the city wall, soon on the verge of a charge. Just then, a dense mass of dark shadows flew over from the distant sky. It was the 100,000 orc air force. Explosive gun battalion, fire, bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire instantly echoed across the battlefield, and the orc cavalry at the forefront continued to fall to the ground. Anyone hit by the explosive guns was likely to be killed or seriously injured. The consequences of being severely injured during this charge were obvious. Most were killed by the cavalry behind them. The orc cavalry charged swiftly, reaching the city wall in a flash. However, the next moment, the ground beside the wall suddenly gave way. Except for the beast cavalry at the back who reacted quickly and dodged the attack, the beast cavalry at the front fell into the trap without a second thought. Although the trap was only 2 meters wide, it was filled with densely packed arrows. Those pierced were almost easily killed. The blaster rifles rang out continuously, and the magicians also launched a random attack. At such a close distance, using combined magic was somewhat impractical. More importantly, the beast cavalry at the back were relatively scattered, making group attacks less effective. The archers also switched to a random attack, targeting the mounts. Some soldiers poured kerosene from the city wall, and a sea of fire ensued. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170, Mecha Shock. As the Orc Air Force approached, panic erupted in everyone. After all, with their formidable air force and the blaster rifles, their devastating impact was undeniable. The expected blaster rifle attack never arrived, but instead, the Orc Air Force dropped a number of iron lumps. For a moment, everyone wondered if the Orc Air Force was planning to crush them with these iron lumps. Dropped from mid-air, if they hide a soldier, they'd undoubtedly crush him. What do these Orc Air Force want? Crush us? When did they switch to iron lumps? This is ridiculous. These orcs are mad. The orc cavalry are sending themselves to death, while the air force is blasting iron lumps. Has the production technology degenerated to this point? Looking at the dense mass of iron lumps in the sky, Kaner's face darkened. These so-called iron lumps were actually mines. Using mines as an airdrop, some orcs were truly ingenious. And Kaner was certain that most of the mines in the sky were fake, intended to confuse the audience. Even if only a portion of it were true, it would still cause significant damage to the wall. It might even create a breach. Fools, those are small bombs. Get down, Domildon roared, and the soldiers' faces instantly changed. They dropped to the ground as quickly as possible, and then a resounding explosion filled the air. Without magical defenses, and with their targets beyond the range of their archers, they could only dodge the attacks of the orc air force. The mines exploded, sending debris flying everywhere, sending all nearby soldiers flying and injuring most. Compared to the orcs, humans are more vulnerable to attack. Even with armor, it's not necessarily any better. In a blink of an eye, black smoke billowed from the wall, screams rang out, and body parts were scattered everywhere. Some soldiers froze in their tracks at the sight, simply because they had never witnessed such a battle scene before. The mines were effective, actually collapsing the wall a bit. Seeing this, the wolf riders rushed towards the breach without hesitation. Magicians, use intermediate and advanced magic scrolls to attack the breach, Poseidon commanded, and a chaotic hail of magic suddenly converged on the breach in the wall. Giant fire snakes, firebirds, chain fireballs, earth elemental giants, ground spikes, frost spells, all fired at the gap with impunity. The breach was small, so naturally, many beast cavalry charged through it. This gave them the appearance of concentration, and both magic attacks and hail of arrows were almost certain to hit their targets. Numerous soldiers blocked one side of the breach, their faces thick with anxiety. They knew that neither magic nor archers could stop these self-destructing orcs, and close combat with the orc cavalry was essential. The orc air force simply dropped mines and then turned and flew away. Just then, another group of orc air force flew over, their faces brimming with excitement, holding strange weapons. These weapons were, of course, blasters, of which they knew, but their number wasn't just 10,000, but 20,000. Lord Kano, it's your turn. No problem. Gazing at the air force in midair, Kano waved his hand casually. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, 100 mech warriors appeared before the crowd. Seeing these 100 mech warriors, neither side paid much attention. After all, in a battle involving millions, the art of 100 was nothing. These mech warriors, divided into 3 lines, raised their laser rifles and unleashed a barrage of fire at the air force in the sky. 600 yards was already a high range for the orc air force, and to increase their accuracy, they had to fly low. Undoubtedly, they had the misfortune of entering Kano's mech range. As a result, in a split second, 100 Air Force members fell. The 20,000 orc air force in the sky were like rain, falling one after another, by the hundreds. They were only at the level of high-level swordsmen, unable to enter a frenzy. Against the laser rifles, even a less wing damage, let alone a vital hit, would be enough to send them plummeting to death. The 600 yards distance was an insurmountable road to death for them. These airmen refused to give up and rushed forward to kill Kaner's mech warriors. However, the laser guns powered by the 9th-level magic cores were far more powerful and durable than before. These airmen charging forward without a trace of suspense, one after another, perished. In the blink of an eye, over 3,000 to 4,000 were killed. Meanwhile, the beast cavalry had also failed to break through the narrow passage. Damn it, damn it. What the hell is that thing? It has a range of 500 yards and can kill our airmen in one blow, Gamachil roared without grace. This was the most disastrous battle he had ever conducted. Both sides had a profound lack of understanding of the enemy, resulting in heavy losses due to their unpreparedness. Boroshin's face was gloomy, her hands clenched. She could clearly see Kaner. She hadn't expected him to join the battle. This meant that the enemy was seriously concealing their strength. Perhaps even more powerful weapons were waiting for them after they rushed through. General Gamachil, order a retreat. No, we haven't lost yet. Keep the Air Force and the Orc Cavalry on the offensive. We must take this place, General. We've already suffered heavy losses. Furthermore, the people who sold us the weapons are just across the way. Even if we attack with all our might and take the fortress, we'll likely suffer heavy casualties. We have a backup plan, and we've already succeeded. Please don't sacrifice the orc cavalry and air force here in vain. It's not worth it, Borashin spoke coldly, looking at Gamachiel, whose face was filled with stern resentment. But Gamachiel pretended not to hear, his body trembling slightly, and he showed no sign of stopping. The Orc Empire had been planning this battle for a long time, and success was almost certain. Gamachiel had sacrificed a great deal to earn this position of commander. If he failed this time, he would be barred from future battles, and his family would be ruined. General Gamachiel, as the saint of the orcs, I command you to withdraw immediately. Otherwise, you will lose more than just your military career. Retreat. A deep, almost roaring voice emanated from Gamachiel's mouth, and the messenger immediately struck the war drums. All the cavalry roared and turned and retreated, and the air force did the same. The orc army retreated like a tide, leaving the human soldiers with a sense of survival. They felt that they would be completely unstoppable after this orc army rushed in. Now that the enemy had completely retreated, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief lull, everyone immediately shouted loudly, "Long live the mercenary kingdom! Long live the warrior kingdom! Long live the archer kingdom! Long live the knight kingdom! Long live the empire of light! Long live the ice empire! Long live the magic empire! Long live the sword god empire!" Oh no! 500,000 orc cavalry have broken through the defenses and are now entering the mercenary kingdom. A roar startled everyone, leaving them in disbelief. They hadn't expected the orc cavalry to split up and attack elsewhere. If they concentrated their forces here, they would be unable to defend other areas. 500,000 orc cavalry entering the mercenary kingdom, what a concept. Even if the entire mercenary kingdom mobilized its entire nation, it wouldn't be able to stop them. Even if they attack now, it would be futile. If they waited here, they might be attacked from both sides by the orc army, ultimately facing destruction. We've been defeated, and we've still been defeated. When it comes to long-distance raids, no other race can match the orcs. Domildan closed his eyes, a look of bitterness on his face. The fall of the mercenary kingdom meant the warrior kingdom was lost. Now they had to retreat immediately and find another line of defense. With a human race divided, defeat is inevitable. But there's no need to lose heart. The Dark Council is powerful after all. Kaner offered some comfort, purely out of concern for the 40 light jades. But Domildan shook his head, said nothing, and quickly left. Soon, the armies of each nation received orders to evacuate the warrior kingdom as quickly as possible. Delaying the evacuation would likely result in heavy losses. Ultimately, 100,000 troops from the Light Empire and the Mercenary Kingdom retreated to the Archer Kingdom, while the remaining troops retreated to the Night Kingdom. Thus, the Mercenary Kingdom and the Warrior Kingdom easily fell under the rule of the Orc Empire. However, to everyone's surprise, after conquering the Mercenary Kingdom and the Warrior Kingdom, the Orc Empire actually halted its offensive. Rather than plundering the remaining humans, they acted as if they were taking over completely. Humans, both commoners and nobles, remained, and humans and orcs coexisted peacefully. However, anyone who killed an orc or rebelled against orc rule was undoubtedly executed. Meanwhile, a large number of orcs relocated to the Mercenary Kingdom and the Warrior Kingdom. The Orc Empire then issued an order renaming this area Wild Rider Province, a territory of the Orc Empire, in honor of the orc cavalrymen who could spontaneously go berserk. After all, the orc cavalrymen had played a crucial role in this battle. Only a few noticed the absence of orc priests in this war. The orc cavalrymen, capable of spontaneous berserk, seemed to no longer need the assistance of priests. Having lost their homes, the warrior kingdom and the mercenary kingdom naturally sought to reclaim their territories. However, the four great empires and the knight and archer kingdoms refused to comply. The cost was too high for them. More importantly, the Orc Empire had declared its commitment to Wild Rider Province and would not attack further. Unwilling to accept this dependence, the Mercenary Kingdom and the Warrior Kingdom launched several surprise attacks, each resulting in heavy losses. The Orc cavalry and air force were so powerful that even their blaster rifles proved ineffective. In addition, the orcs do not massacre humans. So many soldiers already want to go home. After all, as long as they do not kill orcs or resist the Orc Empire, everything is safe. Chapter 171, Orc Conspiracy. After a brief period of peace and stability in the Wild Riding Province, the Orc Empire unexpectedly began recruiting soldiers. They announced to everyone that anyone who believed in the Beast God could go berserk on their cavalry. Naturally, everyone was in disbelief at such a bizarre thing. Such an ability was even stranger than a miracle of light. Even the orcs themselves recruited humans during the conscription process. However, what staggered them was that, under their faith in the beast god, they could actually go berserk on their own. Simply by a top amount, they could go berserk. While slightly inferior to the orcs, it wasn't much worse. This excited all humans. Being able to go berserk on their own was truly a remarkable feat. However, the Church of Light soon labeled those who could go berserk as heretics, traitors to the God of Light and humanity. Upon discovery, they were to be killed immediately. Despite this, more and more humans joined. In just 1 month, the orcs' human cavalry reached over 30,000, and their numbers continued to grow. Mingaya Arsenu left the mercenary kingdom and followed Pruz into the Night Kingdom. The Archer Kingdom was also a good option, but it was controlled by the Church of Light, making it extremely dangerous for them to go there. After meeting in the Night Kingdom, Mingaya Arsenu and Kano immediately settled down there. Finding a place to stay was crucial. After all, weapons production couldn't be halted, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to suppress the Orc Empire. What's going on? What's with that cavalry berserk? As a god king, you should know, it's not a belief, but simply a sacrifice of life and some price to achieve self-induced berserk. It's just that his method is so strange that those people can't sense it, he can't sense it, so it seems his methods are quite advanced. But ordinary people don't seem to have such means, Kano asked, curious. After all, if ordinary people mastered such a secret technique, even the Empire would likely adopt it, as the threat it posed was simply too great. As for the price, ordinary people wouldn't care, they had no future. And those in power wouldn't care either, they only cared about power. God level, there should be a god level strongman in the Orc Empire. Aren't gods not allowed to stay in the continent of gods and demons for too long? One who has just been promoted to god level can only stay in the continent of gods and demons for a few years, but if some strong men cross the border or come here accidentally, they can stay for a long time with their strong strength, hundreds of years, thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years. Mingaya Asinu's words surprised Kano. If that's the case, there must be many god-level strongmen in the continent of gods and demons, especially in those dangerous places, there might be god-level strongmen. You don't need to worry too much. The power of the laws of the gods and demons continent won't allow a god-level powerhouse to attack casually. If your strength hasn't reached that of a god king, you'll easily be killed by the power of the laws if you act casually in the gods and demons continent, of course. With their strength and combat experience, even if their strength is suppressed to the peak of the saint rank, their combat power is so strong that it's not something an ordinary god level can deal with. You mean, a god king can exert his full strength in the gods and demons continent? That's right, Kano thought of Starblade Lord. Is the other party really a god king? If not, then he can't exert the strength of a god level power. If that's the case, Kano's idea is crazy, but soon he saw Mingaya Asinu's weird look. He smiled awkwardly and said embarrassedly, I was just thinking about it. In fact, I still care about my own life. I really didn't see that. You are a gambler. If I told you that the guy in the endless cave is not a god king, I'm afraid you would really take the risk. I advise you not to do that, because the fellow truly is a god king, and he's no ordinary god king. Even my true form would retreat 3 feet upon seeing him. Mingaya Arsenu's expression was odd, as if he were somewhat adoring of the Starblade Lord. This indicated that the Starblade Lord must be a master of the divine realm. However, this was not something Kano needed to consider, as it was too far away for him. All he wanted now was the Dark Lightning Rat. Kano was somewhat frustrated by his ability to remain at the level of a high-level mage, and because of this, he had not yet crafted the giant magical mecha warrior, fearing any mishaps after his advancement. So what exactly are the orcs trying to do? Are they going to destroy humanity just because of those taboos? The price of bestowing gifts is high. The tribe that receives them will lose a lot, such as fighting spirit and magic. This loss can also be passed on to future generations. Because of their current greed, they've completely lost their future. But for those hopeless civilians, spontaneous frenzy isn't a bad thing, and there are always unexpected things. Perhaps the orcs' conspiracy will give rise to a powerful new human race. However, that's likely a long time in the future. Mingaya Arsenu spoke optimistically, because she didn't care about these humans at all. To her, even the entire continent of gods and demons was probably nothing. There were countless lower-level planes like the continent of gods and demons. The demonic Shura clan, for example, was no less powerful than the continent of gods and demons. and humans existed in other planes as well. What are you going to do now? Stay in the Night Kingdom, or continue your journey with me? After all, who knows what the orcs are thinking? They might start fighting again in 2 days, with more and more humans joining them. The orc cavalry's strength is rapidly increasing. With so many cannon fodder, and so powerful that they can defeat 2 enemies at once, it would be strange for the Orc Empire to continue to reap the benefits. Don't worry, the Orc Empire's thinking has changed significantly this time. They really intend to hold their ground here. It's easy, they won't attack again, and following you isn't necessarily a good thing. Mingaya Arsenu's words immediately gave Kano a sense of unease. Mingaya Arsenu suggested that something was amiss with him. Ever since his rebirth, Kano had felt that everything was going smoothly for him. His 9 extreme hammer, so powerful at the beginning, was now rarely used. After all, the mecha warriors and spirit pets were so powerful that he no longer needed to intervene. Though his strength appeared formidable, it wasn't. Without the ability to use mech warriors and familiars, his abilities were only comparable to those of a great swordsman. While this was already high compared to others, the ones Kano faced were no ordinary people. Are you saying I'm going to be in trouble? Yes, Mingaya Arsenu nodded, her expression remaining perfectly calm. This made Kano laugh, but he then said seriously, are they in danger? Don't worry, they're more than that. But having them constantly around isn't necessarily a good thing either. You should know that. I know. Kano fell silent, then turned and left. It looked like he was about to embark on a solo journey again. To be honest, he still preferred being alone. Without burdens, he didn't have to worry about others' feelings. Without constraints, he could do almost anything he pleased. Lianon, I am representing your great-grandfather this time. You must go back with me, otherwise, your great-grandfather will not let me go? That's right, Anon, just go back with us. Think about it, will the 2 of us hurt you? Yes, Anon, are you really willing to never see your great-grandfather? Your great-grandfather was really worried during the time you were missing. Poseidon, Melinda and the other 2 kept trying to persuade him, but Lianon had a gloomy face and said nothing. But when he saw Kano, he immediately rushed over. Before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Kano. Your grandfather is worried about you, so you should go and see him. Besides, your current strength is only that of a junior magician, which is relatively weak. Even with me here, I can't guarantee your absolute safety. Besides, you are only leaving temporarily, not coming back. I will also go to the Magic Empire in a while, and I hope you will be a magician by then. Kano was so tactful, which surprised Poseidon. However, he took the opportunity to speak again. Anon, look, Kano has said this, don't you still not trust him? Listen to me, when we go back and get your grandfather's consent, then all this will not be a problem. Don't lie to me. Lianon stared at Kano, but saw Kano nodded with a smile. Then he looked reluctant, but did not forget to look at Jingbeo and Elia with hostility. Meanwhile, Jingbeo stared at Kano, a hint of doubt in his eyes. You sent Lianon away, so you're not going to send us 2 too, are you? Not you 2, but all 4 of you. Mingaya Axianu said I'd be in trouble, big trouble, damn it. Even Jingbeo was wary of Mingaya Axianu. He felt insecure around her, as if everything about him could be seen through. This feeling was terrible, and no one wanted to accept it. But whether they accepted it or not, it was reality. What about me? You promised me you'd take me with you. Kano wanted to leave alone, and Zufu immediately objected. She had just sacrificed a lot for Kano and had seen a bright future. To have everything suddenly go back to zero was a huge loss. The martial art of dodging magic was a truly advanced skill. Most people had never even heard of it, let alone practiced it. The 3 of you should go and explore the human race. I'll go to the Savage Plains soon, and we'll meet there. Gluteus, you can do whatever you want. If you still want to serve me, you can go to the Savage Plains. Kaner's expression was extremely serious, as if there was no room for maneuver. The 3 women looked at each other in bewilderment for a moment, then nodded helplessly. Kaner's decision was not something they could change. Blindly opposing it would inevitably lead to bad results. Ultimately, in desperation, they all left Kaner, not only them, but also everyone who did not belong to the Night Kingdom. Chapter 72, Sneak Attack and Siege. After the women left the Night Kingdom, Kano followed suit. There was no need for him to stay, and he naturally didn't want to waste time. However, word had already spread that he possessed 40 light jades and the mecha warriors, and many would likely covet him. These people would certainly stop at nothing to obtain the Mecha warriors and the light jades. The four empires didn't want that to happen. Poseidon's abduction of Lianon was proof of this. His whereabouts were completely obscured by the scrutiny of the entire human race. However, just in case, he had already placed the zombie lord in his pet ring, ready for easy summoning. Walking alone in the forest, surrounded by the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, Kano sensed something was amiss. Besides the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers, there was no other sound. The silence was eerie, as if it were all a fantasy. This made him wonder if he had entered some kind of illusion. With a slight thought in his mind, Kano prepared to summon the zombie lord, but his expression changed the moment his pet ring failed, and his space ring also lost its effect. Knowing you possess formidable Mecha warriors and familiars, we've prepared a magic no-fly zone for you. This zone covers a 10-mile radius, and it cost us dearly. A figure in nightgown slowly emerged, toying with a black dagger. A hint of amusement lingered in his expression. It was the shadow assassin who had recently assassinated Kano. The two men bore a striking resemblance, both in demeanor and physical appearance. While the former had undoubtedly been killed by Kano, this individual was undoubtedly a member of the Shadow Group. The Shadow Group, the forces of the Church of Light. I'm actually a little puzzled. If sending a saint rank to kill me isn't a surefire way to kill me, why go to so much trouble to send people over and over again? The rules of the continent of gods and demons prohibit the arbitrary dispatch of saint rank experts to hunt down those below the saint rank. Furthermore, most saint rank experts are very busy, not holding office, concentrating on hard training. They won't come out unless it's absolutely necessary. Besides, why would I need a saint rank to deal with a high-level mage like you? Without my familiar and my Mecha warrior, I can kill you alone. I'm telling you all this because I admire you. You're young, yet you possess such strength. It would be wonderful if you could join us. But unfortunately, that's impossible. The shadow assassin spoke, his eyes cold. Then, with a wave of his hand, he cast a dark coil. Facing this elementary dark coil, a hint of a sneer crossed Kano's lips. He showed no signs of defense. The dark coil dissipated as it approached him. Such a bizarre situation left the shadow assassin completely stunned. What was this? Magic immunity or magic absorption? Mingaya Arsenio had warned Kano that this time, so Kano had naturally prepared early on. Naturally, he donned the Holy Spirit armor. Although Kano's Holy Spirit armor offered no defensive power, its composition of magic metal allowed it to absorb magic rapidly, easily absorbing even basic spells. No, it shouldn't be magic absorption or immunity. You must be wearing some magical equipment. You hold so many secrets. Killing you would surely yield great rewards. Actually, I'm looking forward to it too. Kano smiled. But the shadow assassin flashed and instantly vanished from his spiritual sphere. Kano's pupils constricted, and then a burst of spiritual fire erupted from his body. A figure appeared to his left, and a black dagger stabbed him fiercely. Kano's Holy Spirit armor had no chance of defending, and was instantly pierced. It's undeniable that the Shadow Crew's weapons are formidable. Though mere daggers, they can pierce metal and break stone without the aid of Dao Ki. If they could acquire a metal-made mech like this, they'd surely be even more formidable. He clearly felt a dagger pierce his waist, but Kano roared, grasping the opponent's hands with both hands. Then, his spirit blade instantly blasted out, enveloping him in a blazing fire. Kano's attack was a pure, brute force attack. He had no time to waste time with his opponent. Mingaya Arsenio had said he'd be in mortal danger this time, but this shadow assassin clearly wasn't. But then, a whirring sound echoed, followed by a blue ice arrow blasting from behind Kano. The icy power imbued within it required at least a junior mage. An ice archer. Kano's pupils constricted, but he backhanded a punch. With the combined power of the 9 extreme hammer and his own strength, shattering an ice arrow should be no problem. Bang! A crisp sound echoed, and the icy arrow shattered. The next moment, the cold energy emanated, absorbed by Kano's holy armor. Swish, swish, swish. At the same moment, several more icy arrows flew towards him, their speed infuriating Kano. Suddenly, Kano's heart skipped a beat, and he dodged as quickly as he could. The shadow assassin, who had been stunned by him, had regained consciousness, but, disregarding the igniting spiritual fire within him, attacked Kano with his dagger. At such close range, Kano had no time to react. The dagger pierced Kano's back. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been dead. Kano, enraged, ignored the icy arrows behind him. He raised his hand and punched the shadow assassin in the neck. This punch employed all of Kano's strength, combined with the 9 extreme hammer and sword energy. With no magical defenses, the shadow assassin offered virtually no resistance, and Kano's neck was broken. His body slumped to the ground, his body thrashing in agony, death imminent. The next moment, 3 sharp arrows struck Kano, instantly chilling his back. His only consolation was that the 3 icy bolts were weak, penetrating only an inch. The holy armor absorbed most of the cold energy from the icy arrows, otherwise, Kano would have been in real trouble. Having removed the 3 icy arrows, Kano was about to kill the archer when 8 men emerged from the area, clad in armor of light. They were all knights of light, all of them great swordsmen. Tisk tisk, the Church of Light is being lavish. They're using 8 knights of light to take down a mere mortal like me. If you surrender and hand over everything, we'll leave you with an intact body. Screw you, Kano sneered, unhesitatingly drawing the sword of terror from behind him. 8 knights of light could form a battle formation. If he didn't take the opportunity to kill one, it would be a real problem. If Kano had looked closely, he would have seen the 8 knights of light standing around him, their distance from him and from each other being the same. The knights of light were well trained, having already formed their formation almost as soon as they appeared. Their coordination was renowned across the continent of gods and demons. Kano observed them for a moment, unable to find any flaws. Furthermore, there was a nearby archer, ready to attack at any moment, a dangerous prospect. The Knights of Light didn't attack, and neither did Kano. He wasn't afraid of wasting time, as all magic formations have a time limit. If that time ran out, he would immediately summon mech warriors and zombie lords. Even with 8 great swordsmen, let alone 8 angels of light, they wouldn't have much of an advantage against 10,000 mech warriors and zombie lords. However, Kano's idea was sound, but reality didn't quite pan out. While the Knights of Light didn't attack, the archer in the distance did. Whoosh! An icy arrow shot out, instantly dropping the temperature around them. Kano could sense it was a high-level spell. If he was right, it was an ice explosion arrow. Upon explosion, the attack ranged back and forth, freezing the target with immense force. As he spoke the direction of the ice explosion arrow, Kano instantly locked onto Knight of Light. Then, his psychic power exploded, unleashing a psychic blade. The Knight of Light had no power to resist, groaning and instantly stunned. Knights of Light were not magicians, and their psychic power wasn't strong. Although their attacks were weakened by the light armor, Kano's psychic attack was simply too strong. Kano's figure flashed, rushing towards the stunned Knight of Light at top speed. His goal now was to kill one of them first. Simultaneously, the other 7 Knights of Light also moved, radiating a dazzling white light as they charged forward like the sun. However, Kano's agility was absolutely exceptional. Not even the Knights of Light, not even the Magi, could lock onto him. 7 great swordsmen, caught between the lines, were forced to dodge Kano's attack. Their shut gazes revealed Kano's agility, which was beyond their comprehension. Ice bolts whizzed past him, trailing behind Kano. As he reached the Knight of Light, he finally regained consciousness. He roared, his radiant fighting spirit surging. However, Kano unleashed a psychic blade, instantly knocking the knight unconscious. It was a brief moment, but the outcome of this life-or-death struggle was decided. The Knight of Light's fighting spirit paused, and Kano's sword of fear, imbued with the burning soul fire, pierced the knight's neck. The burning soul fire instantly neutralized the fighting spirit, and the Knight of Light regained consciousness as the sword of fear pierced through him. Psychic attack, the Knight of Light spat blood, uttering the words with difficulty. Naturally, he was signaling to the others that Kano possessed psychic attack capabilities, otherwise, caught off guard by Kano's surprise attack, they would likely be defeated one by one. With 1 Knight of Light killed, the formation was broken, the 8 men were unable to unite and their fighting power was drastically reduced. Everyone, be careful. The enemy has psychic attacks. Cooperate to prevent being defeated piecemeal. The 7 Knights of Light, once confident, suddenly looked cautious. They quickly split into 2 waves of 3 and 4. It looked like the 4-man formation was a small one, while not as formidable as the 8-man angel formation, it shouldn't be much different. Chapter 173, Angel Appears. After killing 1 light knight, the other light knights became extremely cautious. They stared at Kano with fierce gazes, as if facing some ferocious and cunning monster. Kano's expression remained calm, a hint of a sneer quirking his lips. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't summon his mech warriors and familiars, he would have killed all the light knights before him. Moreover, after the brief battle just now, they also realized that Keri was difficult to deal with. His movements were particularly strange and abnormal. The 7 men were cautious and reached a stalemate with Keri again. The archer's attack was also delayed. Keri had just dodged the ice blast and rushed directly towards the light knight. As a result, the magic archer, knowing that Keri was within the ice blast range, did not release the ice blast, because that would have definitely injured the light knight. Time passed, and no one seemed in a hurry to act. Keri wanted to wait until the magic circle was broken, but he didn't know that the light knights were also waiting for the magic circle to break. "Are you waiting for the magic circle to break?" One of the Knights of Light spoke, his tone calm and indifferent, though a touch of neutrality made Keri squirm. Since it was a waste of time, he didn't mind talking to them for a bit. While he might not be able to extract any secrets, it wasn't a disadvantage. "Yes, I'm waiting for the magic circle to break, just like you. But I'm puzzled. With so many of you, so powerful, why are you waiting until it breaks before attacking me? For us, our mission is paramount, and our mission is to kill you. To kill you, we'd even sacrifice our own lives." Even sacrificing our own lives meant killing them. It seemed these people weren't sure they could kill themselves, that's why they were waiting for the angels to descend and guarantee their own destruction. Religiosism was killing people. These Knights of Light had been so brainwashed they'd forgotten who they were. All they knew was to follow orders. Do you really not care about life or death? People of the Church of Light never care about life or death, and it's only our enemies who will die. Tisk, tisk, tisk. How boring, Keri said casually, then rushed forward. His target was the 3 Knights of Light. Whether or not they were forming a combined attack formation, the 4 Knights of Light were formidable, especially the 3 he was about to attack. The moment Keri charged, 3 Knights of Light immediately sheathed their swords in defense. The other 4, however, charged forward without a second thought. Despite their charge, they maintained close contact with each other, advancing and retreating with measured movements. Even if Keri intended a sudden counterattack, the chances of success would be extremely slim. However, before he could reach the 3, Keri suddenly gave a strange smile, turned, and bolted in the other direction. With so many people, Keri didn't want to engage in a real fight. He figured that if he killed 1 or 2 in a desperate attempt, he would probably be crippled if not killed. After all, the Knights of Light were already prepared and wouldn't fall for his tricks again. Keri ran, still at full speed. Seeing this, the Knight of Light sneered. Although he continued to pursue, he wasn't going all out. This startled Keri, and then his pupils constricted. His entire body twisted in an extremely strange manner. And a white spear several feet long passed by him. Advanced magic spear of light, a light mage. Keri was shocked and furious. He hadn't expected that besides the shadow assassin, magic archer, and the Knight of Light, there would actually be a light mage. Could there be others besides the light mage? Indeed, you managed to dodge my magic lock attack. No wonder the Dark Council didn't kill you. It turns out they just don't have the ability, but you're unlucky. Too many people want to kill you now. Since we're all here for the same goal, let's attack together. Otherwise, if he escapes, we'll lose face. You can dodge single target magic. Let's see if you can dodge group magic, a cocky voice echoed, and then Keri's face changed drastically. 4 walls of fire suddenly appeared around him, slowly closing in. What's the point? Look at my fire serpent spell. 2 high-level fire serpents will be enough to give him a good fight. You're still not thinking carefully enough. What if he flies? Look at my firebird spell, that'll prevent him from flying. Look at his agility. Running around is too much trouble. I'll give you a swamp spell, and that'll save a lot of people. Several people spoke one after another, all of them high-level mages, 3 of them fire-type and 1 earth-type. While it's unknown which factions these people hailed from, it was definitely a magical empire. Keri felt helpless, yet he could only do his best to evade. Fortunately, he had the agility to dodge magic, and the burning spirit fire wasn't entirely useless. As they approached Keri, the magic attacks gradually diminished. As for the swamp magic, it had long lost its effectiveness, absorbed by the Holy Spirit armor and fueled by the burning spirit fire. However, the Earth Mage was no less resilient, quickly producing an Earth magic puppet. Their speed reassured Keri. I tell you, killing me and stealing my space ring is impossible. But I'll promise anyone who can get me out of here, His clothes were nearly burned to ashes in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the Holy Spirit armor, Kano would have been naked. He had no other choice but to offer a generous reward, even though he knew no one would come to his aid, as any help would likely only result in his being killed by the others. Swish, the explosive arrows shot out again, and Kano's pupils constricted. Meanwhile, the 4 surrounding magicians had all been depleted, threatening to self-destruct at any moment. What surprised the others was that Kano, at that moment, gave up defending himself, standing alone, letting all the magic and icy bolts take their toll. This situation filled the mages with a wave of uncertainty. They all thought Kano must be plotting something. But the next moment, as the magic struck him, a shield suddenly appeared around Kano's body, and all the magic and arrows that struck him instantly exploded. Self-protective shield. Hopefully, the shield isn't too high level. When the aftermath of the explosion dissipated, Kano lay there, clad in black, clad in a metal armor covered in strange patterns. He died so easily. He must have cheated. I think it's possible. He was very powerful before. Just now, he cast 4 high-level spells and a high-level magic arrow. He's just a high-level mage, so leaving his body intact is already very impressive. What's the point of discussing? Just try it and you'll know. A fireball shot towards Kano, shrinking at a visible speed before it even hid him, eventually disappearing completely. Everyone was shocked. Anyone with a keen eye could see that Kano's magic armor had the ability to absorb magic. The next moment, a figure flashed and rushed towards Kano at top speed. At the same time, a magic arrow shot out. As everyone watched, the magic arrow struck Kano's thigh, piercing it immediately. Blood flowed continuously from the wound. What was even more concerning was that the blood was black. The arrow was poisonous, and it was extremely poisonous. Even if Kano was faking death at this point, he was probably dead by now. With a space ring and magic armor within easy reach, almost everyone moved. The archer who had rushed forward first naturally became the first target. Swish, ice blast arrows shot out, combined with other magical attacks, all swarming towards the archer. However, faced with so many attacks, the archer's figure flashed and turned into several dark shadows. Bang! The ice blast arrows exploded, instantly enveloping the surrounding area with a chill accompanied by shattered ice crystals. 4 figures were instantly frozen, while only one continued to run. No, the running archer's face changed drastically, and he was immediately enveloped by the surrounding magic. Without any resistance, he was instantly incinerated, along with his bow and arrow, to ash. Guardian of the God of Light, the light mage swung his magic staff, and a shield like wings of light enveloped him and the 7 Knights of Light. Then, the 7 Knights of Light rushed towards Kano's body at top speed. At the same time, dozens of figures rushed out from all directions, their fighting spirit surging, and they were all great swordsmen. Swish, 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 roar, chew, hiss. In an instant, all the hidden people burst out. As the sharp arrows flew out, all kinds of advanced magic also raged among the crowd. Ice explosion arrows, fire arrows, chain arrows. Advanced summoning magic firebird, fire serpent, fire wall, ice crystal explosion, swamp magic. Advanced defensive magic, light guardian, earth armor, ice crystal shield. The only one who was not attacked was probably Kano, who was right in the middle of them. They were also afraid that if they were not careful, the space ring would be destroyed. Under the ravages of magic, the great swords who rushed forward screamed in pain. Those who were lucky were slightly or seriously injured, while those with bad luck died directly. These high-level spells were all cast from magic scrolls, and the power was absolutely equivalent to a full-strength attack from a great swordsman. Without magical protection, once enveloped by several high-level spells, even a great swordsman would have a high probability of death. The no-fly magic circle failed. Someone shouted, seemingly alerting their own magicians. The next moment, as the 6-star magic circle flickered, magical beasts appeared one after another. Earth-blasting bears, iron-winged eagles, golden-armored turtles, and flame lions appeared one after another. Judging by their appearance, they all seemed high-level magical beasts. Angel summons, almost without a second thought, the 3 Knights of Light summoned the Angels of Light. A blazing white light erupted from their bodies, and 3 Angels of Light appeared before everyone. Chapter 174, Holy Order Angel. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 Angels of Light flashed with light. Almost instantly, they appeared before Kano. All surrounding magic and arrow attacks were rendered ineffective. A mere layer of white light blocked them. Roar! At this moment, a furious roar echoed. A gray figure appeared beneath the three angels of light, extending a hand and piercing through their chests. The hand withdrew, revealing a piece of light jade. The angels of light looked incredulous, then vanished in a flash of white light. Everyone, be careful. Keri isn't dead yet. This is the zombie lord, a half-step saint, the light magician shouted, and everyone reacted. The next moment, a flash of light appeared, and a dense swarm of mecha warriors appeared around them. If it had been just one or two, it would have been fine, but there were over 1,000. Such a large number of mecha warriors immediately made the Greek swordsmen and magicians look terribly distraught. Especially the dozen or so giant mecha warriors, their 50-meter tall figures looked formidable, especially now that most of the humans had already exhausted their fighting spirit and magic. The next moment, the surrounding mecha warriors' lasers flashed. The two angels of light above Keri's head had no chance of resistance, their heads and limbs singed off. Their defenses were indeed formidable, but they could not withstand the combined attack of hundreds of mecha warriors. Summon the angels, the four knights of light watched as Keri stood up coldly and stored the three luminous jades in his storage rings. They immediately summoned the angels without hesitation. Otherwise, with their current strength, they would be no match for so many mecha warriors. Blazing white light burst forth, and four angels appeared in midair. The luminous auras around them united, forming a seemingly unified battle formation. Now transformed into angels of light, Keri naturally remained steadfast. With a cold smile, he immediately ordered the mecha warriors to attack the four angels of light. The sound of mech warriors exploding continuously echoed around them. Desperately, Greek swordsmen and mages launched frantic attacks. However, while they could blast the mech warriors apart with a single blow, the detonation itself could severely injure or even kill them. Mech warriors powered by level 9 magic cores possessed undeniable self-destructive capabilities. In a matter of moments, aside from a few Greek swordsmen and a few mages who remained dodging, most were slain. Keri's mech warriors, however, suffered only 40 or 50 casualties, a far cry from the 10,000 he had lost. Hundreds of mech warriors converged and attacked the four angels of light. However, to Keri's surprise, so many laser attacks proved ineffective. Infinite attacks, this was something Keri had never anticipated. The attacks of a dozen giant mech warriors proved equally effective, letting Keri to wonder if the four angels of light had activated their absolute defense. The four angels of light wore solemn expressions, silently chanting incantations. It looked as if they were forcibly summoning. The summoning of four angels of light took so long, it was obvious that they were likely saint-level angels of light. Keri wanted to stop them, but he couldn't. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't waste his time. With the next order, the mecha warriors immediately attacked the surrounding magician archers and great swordsmen. If they couldn't defeat the powerful ones, they could still defeat the weak ones. Especially the dozen or so giant mecha warriors, as long as they were not holy level, they still had too strong a defense. The great swordsmen and mages were almost killed instantly. The two angels of light just now were the best examples. The siege of the mecha warriors frightened those people instantly. How could they possibly withstand an attack that even the angels of light couldn't withstand? So they almost didn't think twice and fled at the fastest speed and defense. They ran as fast as they could, because if they ran slower, they would lose their lives. But they still underestimated the mecha warriors. In just one attack, 1/10 of these people were killed instantly. Such a situation made those who fled completely desperate. Everyone, don't run. Running away will only lead to our death. Attack and dodge quickly. These magic golems don't seem very agile. That's right, dodge. Everyone dodged incessantly, occasionally blocking the lasers with weapons imbued with Dao Ki. Only the giant mecha warriors could inflict fatal damage. Ordinary mecha warriors could only drain their Dao Ki. The Greek sword master's quick dodges were a disaster for the mages. Besides casting a magic shield, they could only passively take the blows. Within 2 rounds, all the mages were shot dead. Keri, naturally, couldn't sit idly by when the four angels of light were summoned. He quickly pulled out a scroll of the meteoric forbidden spell from his space ring and immediately began to activate it. Facing an impending saint-level being, Keri had no confidence in his response. Neither the zombie lord nor the mecha warriors were any use. So, he didn't even summon the undead holy dragon, but launched directly into a forbidden spell. He simply hoped that the saint-level angel of light wasn't too powerful. One summoned a holy angel of light, the other summoned a forbidden spell. The air and earth energy filled the air around them. The remaining great swordsmen were filled with despair. No matter which of them succeeded, it was clear they would not survive. More importantly, Keno's mech warriors had already driven them to despair. After all, even if they constantly dodged, they could not escape the attacks of all the mech warriors. The former great swordsmen had become mere monkeys in a circus. Keno considered sending the zombie lord, but he was worried about a sneak attack. He was at the crux of the matter, and there was no room for distraction. "Asshole, I'll fight you." One great swordsman finally gave in, using his last remaining strength to attack the nearest mech warrior. The blow split the mech warrior's body, triggering its self-destruct system and instantly killing it. Sensing the remaining great swordsman's lingering struggles, Keno reacted with a sudden impulse. Several mech warriors rushed forward and self-destructed, instantly killing the great swordsman. Keno's frenzy left the great swordmasters hopeless, and they charged forward with roars of rage. In the end, all but one, still struggling to survive, perished. Keno had intended to finish off this last one, but seeing him struggling, his face in danger, an idea struck him. What concerned him most was that this great swordmaster had already reached the half-step saint stage. If he were given a divine power, he could very well ascend to sainthood. As he unleashed the forbidden spell, Keno channeled a stream of his mental energy. This was a testament to his immense power, otherwise, it would have been impossible. "What's your name, Yasuo? Why don't you fight like hell? Do you think you can defeat them?" With a dozen or so giant mech warriors surrounding him, if even one of them had attacked, the outcome would have been undeniable. Yasuo's survival would have been impossible. Furthermore, Yasuo realized that Keno was holding back, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold out. "I won't die. I give you two choices: serve me for 50 years, or die." "I'm willing to serve you for 50 years. Yasuo didn't even consider it, because he didn't have time. As soon as he finished speaking, the mechas returned to Keno's side, raising their shields and shifting into defensive mode. "I'll give you a divine nature. Refine it quickly," Keno said, tossing a wood element divine nature over. Yasuo, who caught it, was filled with disbelief. The entire continent of gods and demons knew what a divine nature was. Even a mere great sword master like him would desperately want to obtain it. Obtaining a divine nature meant soaring to new heights. Even an ordinary person could easily cross the threshold between the saint and god levels in just a few decades, effortlessly, without a single bottleneck. Now, with a divine nature right before him, Yasuo couldn't believe it. He had been stuck at the high-level great sword master level for over a decade. If he could integrate a divine nature, he would be able to break through to the saint level almost instantly. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and shed your blood to merge with your master." Seeing Yasuo trembling with excitement, Keno shouted angrily. If he hadn't been unsure of his ability to deal with the holy angel of light, he wouldn't have left this last one behind. Keno's shout instantly brought Yasuo back to consciousness. He slashed his hand and dripped his blood onto the divine nature. A moment later, a green light flashed from the divine nature, transforming into a beam of light that entered Yasuo's body. Then, with a solemn expression, Yasuo sat quietly on the ground, a green light shimmering around him, shielding him. Alright, Keno's face was overjoyed, for his forbidden spell of meteor showers had finally been completed. The next moment, the entire sky turned a cocky yellow, and a terrifying aura could be felt even 100 miles away. Countless massive meteorites fell from the sky, their immense friction with the air transforming into massive fireballs. The sight of such devastation filled even Keno with dread. At that moment, 4 distant angels of light suddenly raised their swords of light. A phantom appeared directly above them, and countless white lights flashed around them, condensing into a single angel of light. The moment the angel of light opened his eyes, the entire universe whirled. The next moment, countless meteorites descended, completely obliterating his power. "Long live the god of light!" The angel of light raised his sword of light and shouted. A massive purple phantom of the angel of light shielded the 5 of them. Meteors several feet in size struck them, but had no effect. However, as the meteorites continued to fall, the light shield began to waver, and slowly, the shield began to dissipate. And the angel of light at the bottom was struck by a meteorite. After just a few consecutive attacks, the 4 angels of light were crushed to death. Only the saint-level angel of light, with a look of holiness, remained unharmed beneath the meteorites, bearing the angel of light's phantom. Chapter 175, The Power of the Saint Level. Of course, even with the 4 angels of light dead, it was impossible for Keno to remain unscathed. Using shields to block the meteorites was out of the question. So, Keno had all his mech warriors fire lasers into the air, forming a pyramid-like defense. This way, he was safe within it. Laser attacks on the falling meteorites had a chance of annihilating or shattering them into smaller pieces. Using shields to block them would be much more effective. If that didn't work, the zombie lord could attack from the side, deflecting the falling meteorites and ensuring his own safety. Furthermore, Keno's advanced magic scrolls proved effective. He unleashed a riot of advanced defensive spells at top speed. With this multi-layered defense, his chances of survival were naturally greatly increased. Meanwhile, Keno had his giant mech warriors attack the Angels of Light, but the effect was ineffective. The Angel of Light's phantom was likely a gift from the Angel of Light, likely with a time limit. As for casting another forbidden spell, there simply wasn't enough time. He likely wasn't even halfway through before being struck by the Angel of Light's sword. As time passed, the meteorites dwindled. The Angel of Light's gaze locked onto Keno, sending a chill through his body. He involuntarily cast 2 more magical defenses. However, Keno soon noticed the Angel of Light's aura was weak. It looked as if it were injured. Originally, it should have been at the peak of the saint rank upon its arrival, but now it was only at the lower saint rank. Despite being only at the lower saint rank, its strength was still far beyond Keno's reach. Even summoning all his helpers proved futile. The meteorites finally fell, and the sky returned to normal. However, Keno's mecha warriors had been killed, numbering 700 or 800, a sight that left him distressed. "You're Keno?" To Keno's surprise, the descending Angel of Light didn't attack him directly. Instead, with a cold tone, they engaged him in conversation. Keno wasn't interested in chatting with others, but if it was meant to stall time, he became interested. He also wanted to know how the Angel of Light knew him. Had his name even reached the divine realm? "How do you know I'm Keno? Am I that famous?" "You misunderstood. Few people know you, only the god kings of the light plane and the dark plane. Because of your magic puppet, the god realm's death puppet has been upgraded a few levels. And when I came down, the god king sent a message saying he wanted to discuss something with you." "Discuss what?" "Tell the Lord of Light everything you know." The Angel of Light's words made Keno curl his lips. He hadn't expected his mecha warrior to be welcomed by the god realm, and even to have his death puppet upgraded. But if he told the Lord of Light everything he knew, would he really let him go? This little trick was just a lie. And how could the other party judge that he had already revealed all his secrets? He knew too much. Even in the god realm, he was probably extraordinary. "We can discuss this. To be honest, I also admire the Lord of Light very much. For messengers of the Lord of Light like you, the same is true. Don't say these useless things. I know you are stalling for time. You are waiting for that kid to advance to the saint level, but I advise you not to count on it. Because even if he advances to the saint level, I can chop him down with one sword. We angels have no feelings and will not bargain. Tell me everything you know honestly, otherwise I will take action." The Angel of Light was angry, and the aura of light radiated from his body. When Keno saw this, his face changed drastically. He immediately shook his head and said, "No, no, no, don't be angry. Don't you just want me to know? Isn't it okay for me to tell you what you say? But with your ability, you must know whether what I said is true or false. In this case, there is no possibility for me to lie to you. To be honest, I am a smart man." Keno smiled and looked very cooperative. This made the Angel of Light's expression slightly relaxed. After a little thought, he spoke, "I'll give you a memory crystal. Input everything you know into it. If you dare lie to me, I'll kill you." As he spoke, a fist-sized memory crystal appeared before Keno. He took it with a grin, then stared at it intently for a moment. But soon, his brow furrowed, as if he'd encountered a problem. "Well, I want to tell you, I know so much. Can you store it here? You're so quick to talk nonsense. Transfer it quickly. What I really want to ask is, how do you use this thing? Just put your head on it and think about what you know." "Wait a moment," Keno said, and immediately placed his brow solemnly against a crystal ball. However, he didn't transmit an energy weapon into it, but rather a chemical formula. Although these were ordinary chemical formulas, he was certain the Angel of Light wouldn't understand them, not even he, nor the Lord God. It wasn't a special theory, so it was doubtful the Lord God would understand it. And even if he did, it would be of no use at all. Keno solemnly transmitted the chemical formula, while the Angel of Light patiently waited. Keno had previously stated that it would take some time, so the Angel of Light was in no hurry. However, as time passed, Keno remained as serious as ever. At this point, the Angel of Light sensed something was amiss. "How long do you plan to transmit this? I know a lot, as I just said. If you don't believe me, you can take a look, but you probably won't understand." Keno held the crystal ball in both hands, a look of seriousness. A hint of disbelief flashed across the Angel of Light's face, and he casually snatched the ball from him. But a moment later, the Angel of Light's face darkened, glaring at Keno with a look of utter vengeance. "I'll give you one more chance, one last time. Input everything you know into the crystal ball, okay?" Keno offered no other excuses. Deceiving a saint-level Angel of Light, possessing spiritual intelligence, was a wise move. And who knew, perhaps, this guy had some special identity. Keno quickly transmitted again, this time with the same solemnity. However, he had barely moved in close when the Angel of Light coldly said, "Give me the crystal ball." Keno grunted and held out his hands. But the next moment, his grip loosened, and the crystal ball fell to the ground. Bang! The crystal ball shattered completely. Keno looked terrified, his face filled with shame. "I'm sorry I broke your crystal ball. How about I accompany you?" "No, the Lord of Light commanded you to die right now." Without a trace of anger, the Angel of Light raised his weapon. Keno, unwilling to surrender, commanded, and the mech warrior's lasers instantly launched. Simultaneously, Keno unleashed a magic laser cannon, aimed it at the Angel of Light, and fired a single shot. The Angel of Light's shadow remained, but it seemed even more illusory. Keno's laser cannon finally shattered it. Subsequent laser attacks followed, but were each blocked. The Angel of Light's gaze was filled with disdain, as if unfazed by Keno's assault. Judgment of Light, the sword of light lifted and dropped, causing the surrounding space to rapidly tremble. Immediately thereafter, a wave of sword energy swept across, seemingly ripping through space. With just this casual strike, with Keno at the center, the surrounding mechas were shattered, without even a chance to explode. Even the two nearby giant mechas were spared, seemingly showing mercy. A stream of blood flowed down Keno's face. His numerous high-level magical shields had been completely thwarted by the blow. Had he not dodged quickly, his body would have likely been cleaved in two. The sheer power of this strike made Keno feel like an ant. Even with his Grandmaster strength, the gap between him and a saint-level angel was still vast. Of course, a saint-level Angel of Light was a unique entity, but that didn't negate Keno's weakness. "Good, look at the second strike." The Angel of Light smiled, and immediately launched his second strike, the same effortless movement. Yet, even this casual strike unleashed a 10-foot-wide sword energy. Under this 10-foot-wide force, Keno felt completely pinned down, unable to evade. Roar! With a furious roar, the zombie lord instantly charged forward, facing the 10-foot-wide sword energy and blocking Keno's path. Bang! With a resounding bang, the zombie lord was instantly sent flying. Though not bisected, the sword energy penetrated halfway through his body. The next moment, a surge of black energy emanated from the zombie lord, and his body healed at a visible speed. It seemed as if a profound transformation was taking place. That's not right. This is about to advance. I didn't expect this single strike to complete this undead. The Angel of Light, with a look of mild interest, hesitated to attack again. However, after observing for a moment, he shook his head. It's a shame he took the divine power, otherwise, he'd be a promising talent. "Go to hell," a voice devoid of emotion echoed, and Keno's pupils shrank. With the same movement, he effortlessly released a 10-foot-long sword energy. Keno, however, was furious, feeling a surge of humiliation. Then, all the surrounding mecha warriors instantly met the sword energy, exploding the next moment. The detonation of over a dozen saint-level magic cores instantly sent Keno flying. He was now covered in wounds and vomiting blood. But when the smoke cleared, the Angel of Light stood coldly in the air, unscathed, as if unfazed by the explosion. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.